T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 1 minute.
So good morning, one and all, and welcome to the Omnisport Complex here in Vichy for the 2026 European Touch Championships. Pitch 2 is live with you all day, starting off with the men's 40s category, Italy versus Portugal. Italy with the ball in hand for the first opportunity for their line attack. Look at that skip pass to the wing. Well, nothing doing on the first occasion. 40 minutes each game. A lot of time for these boys to go through conditioning, brush off any of the cobwebs that they might have early doors, and start their European crusade for the title. João Martins having a go at the line. But the Portuguese still with ball in hand for the time being. Martins, open side quickie. Martins driving, diving, and opening the scoring. João Martins gets Portuguese first in the 2026 European Touch Championships. Italian defenders just retreating beyond the line. And a player who's been around the block more than a couple times for Portugal establishes himself early in this men's 40s category. A good drive going from Bacchetti. And Bacchetti in motion. Here is the big number 4. Inside check to Ricci. Ricci, Bacchetti. Late pass goes. There might have been some calls coming for a forward pass from the Italians, but they're happy. The referees want to get this one underway. There's Portuguese claims for an offside from Italy. There's a nice show and go from the big man, 16, Lawrence Rowan. It might not be the figure you're used to seeing on a touch pitch. And that is 6 and change for Portugal. Italy slowly hitting their groove. They've got some quite talented players in this men's 40s category. We see a lovely pass hit the outside edge and finding Barulas on the far side. Unfortunately just stepping out, but as I was saying, Gil Rubiero, Matteo Cafaro, wearing 10 for Italy. Talented players, been around the block a few times. 23, Nicolo Colombo. This Italian side has the ability and the prowess to cause Team Portugal some issues in this men's 40s category. And the team from the Algarve just starting the brighter so far. First penalty of the day, hard touch. 3.5 minutes in. Fresh set of 6 here for Italy. Amore. Driving, working with Agostini. Agostini and Amore positioning themselves in the middle, looking to strike at this Portuguese line. As Agostini, the dummy trying to fix João Martins. And the Italians bring parity to the score sheet. Lovely interplay between Agostini and Amore. And it's finished on this near side. By Giulio Pedretti. And there's a real opportunity for the Portuguese to diagnose some problem areas early. You give a fresh set of 6 to Italy. They have the calibre of player to make it count. Here's João Martins getting down for Lawrence Rowan. Martins scooping, late pass away, and again the Italians going beyond that try line. Not having that pitch awareness, and João Martins sees this picture, drops a nice late pass off. And on the first time of asking, Portugal re-established their lead. Now the Italians come back. There's Sommer in an acting half. Sommer on the wrap. Bacchetti going hard at the line, looking for those scoring opportunities, trying to condition this Portuguese defence to stay nice and tight. First game of the tournament for both of these teams. It's a long tournament, long days, long games. Plenty of opportunities for both sides to problem solve some tricky areas. Transition for Portugal. It's third touch. Rowan platforming. Rivero getting involved in an acting half. Rowan again, but that's a bubbly roll ball, and it'll surrender possession to the Italians bang on halfway. Bacchetti. Murici. The hands from the Italians. Is Enrico Billy over on the far side. A tap penalty here. Fresh set of 6 for the Italians to go through their subset. Amore and Agostini. Here is Agostini. Rossi. Agostini. Rossi, Amore. There's nice intention. Skip pass comes over into the link channel. And Bellotti trying to use a bit of footwork to create scoring opportunities on the outside edge. Not taken right now. Agostini, sweeper platform here. Dummies from Amore. Amore going to the wing. He's got to endeavour and picking the right option. The execution not quite matching the industry for the Italians. 7.5 minutes into game one here on pitch 2. Santos has to come back to the mark. João Martins has certainly been a standout player for Portugal so far. Referees are happy with the depth of that pass. Martins working hard. He's going to get an acting half as well. Skip pass. Oh, it's lovely endeavour. João Martins, the puppet master for this Portuguese men's 40 side. Pulling strings, lovely ideas, isolating players, creating mismatches in the midfield for himself and teammates. Not quite able to execute to the same extent we've seen him do so far in this game. With Colombo. They're working with Cafaro. Colombo. Open side quickie for Nicolo Colombo. Colombo driving hard at the line. Right foot step. Beats one. Dives. And that's 6 and change. And Nicolo Colombo almost getting over and bringing us back to a level game. It's good defensive work from the Portuguese. Extra pass goes to buy the bonus meters for Portugal. Unfortunately, just overrunning the mark for a moment. There's Rowan, the big man wearing 16. There's Moulton. The referee's got a bit of a decision here. It seems to be 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I think they agree. There's a bit of pointing going on in the middle of the pitch. But just taking the touch and establishing the momentum in this game once more. Moulton, late check away. Colombo was off the line quickly. On this occasion, the pitch marking's not proving difficult for Italy in their defence. And Colombo setting expectations in the subset. Italy may be fortunate to get away with an off-the-mark penalty there. Referees are happy. I know we were speaking to some of the referees in the opening parade yesterday, and there was a big emphasis on letting the game flow as much as possible. Essentially, a good example of that there. Inside check away with that 6 and change, losing track of the touch count, unfortunately, for Marco Bacchetti. He's certainly had the lion's share of the possession for Italy, and that ball's dropped under pressure. Giulio Pedretti getting up and putting the line speed on, working with Domenico Somma. However, Italy return the favour to Portugal. Neither team taking care of the egg. And turnover after turnover, ball in 2 hands, fixing defenders, looking for the extra check away. This first touch. Getting up towards the box side. That's better forward momentum on this occasion coming from Carlos Abreu. There's Abreu. Abreu going through some tricky work and adapting hard with Paulo Santos. There's Santos checking away. Hands call from the Portuguese. Paulo Santos wrapping round, looking for the inside check, and then goes on the outside edge. But that pass leaving a little bit to be desired. And Paulo Santos had a hand in all that was good about that play until the last moment. The final pass, letting the Portuguese link down. 8 minutes to go in this half. Portugal have certainly dominated in terms of quality. Italy have had a couple moments, but certainly by no comparison compared to the Portuguese, who have sent a record amount of teams here to the European Championships and have started their crusade brilliantly so far. Agostini. Amore. Agostini picking up at half, scooping. Looking over the late pass away to the link. Francisco. Robert Rossi. Can't quite reel that one in, unfortunately for the Italians. There's clearly some very cohesive interpersonal connections between Federico Agostini and Alberto Amore. They're working very well together in the midfield, now finding themselves in the defence set. This is João Martins. Platforming here on fifth, scooping opportunity, skip pass, wanted to go to the wing. Didn't really find the link either, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And Portugal with a little bit of problem solving to do in their line attack, especially as we approach half time. Penalty. Fresh set of 6 here for Italy. Cafaro. Vazzola as well. Vazzola platforming. Cafaro getting in acting half. Looking for Colombo. Cafaro back to Colombo. Trying to play between the two middles. Bang on that Portuguese defensive line. Colombo with a bit of work to do. Trying to escape the oncoming Portuguese pressure, but it's good defensive work by Newbury. Rowan. Martins. Solid roll ball. It's the best transition we've seen from Portugal so far. That's third touch, fourth coming. As fourth, fifth coming now, getting into the red zone. Slowing down for a moment. And unfortunately just losing possession of that ball there. Bruno Carrillo was waiting and positioned in behind that dump player, ready to scoop and strike at the retreating Italian line, but on that occasion not a lot doing. However, this Italian turnover will give Portugal, well, here's your first example, of course, the commentator early doors. There was an Italian turnover, bang on the halfway line. Portugal a fresh set of 6 in a dangerous area, and Portugal really highlighting the sportsmanship aspect of touch, surrendering possession right back to them under very little pressure. Sommer on the line with Ricci. Pacetti. And Ronzoni. Ronzoni going hard. And the refs are happy that the touch was made. There's appeals from the Italians. And now this is fifth and final. Castagno almost had a dabble at the ball. Ops though it hit the ground. Turnover for Portugal. The Portuguese just, you know, they're doing a lot of good work. It's a little bit frantic at the moment. Maybe it's the heat as the temperature starts to really rise into quite uncomfortable degrees for both sides. Good defensive work by Castagno over on that far side once more. 4 minutes left to go till half time. The Portuguese just need to find a little bit of that composure and stop overrunning the mark. That'll give them wonderful platforms. The Italians, the timings are a little bit off at the moment. Struggling with the release of the pass from half. A lot of unforced errors, not looking after the egg. Yes, there is a bit of dew on the ball. It is a little bit slippy. You're at the Euros. You've got to save your best work till now, and so far the Italians have just struggled to establish themselves in this game. But as we saw yesterday, a lot can happen in those half-time team talks. It's not too dissimilar from the hydration breaks of the World Cup that we've seen, where teams would go in and come out completely different. Nice footwork from Montero. There is Montero. Late check away. Montero driving, showing the dummy, left foot step, late pass. started to look dangerous for Pedro Montero, working in the midfield with Paulo Santos. The ball's on the floor for too long for Italy, allowing Santos to get up and create some line speed pressure. Big touch coming in from Bellotti. Amore. There's a scooping opportunity for Agostini, but the covering defence from Portugal organised enough to see off the latest Italian threat. And these two nations, two emerging nations in the touch rugby scene. Portugal going from strength to strength in recent years, fielding sides in many age categories. And Italy probably a little bit further down the track from a European's perspective. They played a lot of opens touch. Their mixed open is a very comprehensive team. Their programme in Italy has developed well over the past couple of years, but judging from the ability that you've seen on the pitch at the moment in this men's 40s category, you might not expect to see that Italy are sort of further down that development track. Portugal have established themselves well in this men's 40s side. João Martin certainly having the pick of the bunch for Portugal, something that we've probably come to expect. Had the pleasure of commentating João Martin's over in a tournament in Spain where he was just dominant on all sides of the ball. However, it's a nice pick up from half. I think the referees are going to give the score, but I believe he was half, so potentially a controversial call here. I think we'd love to see this one again, and we will. I think it's Nicolo Colombo who picked up from half. Portugal now need to put that error to the back of their mind. Continue focus on their good work that they've been able to do up until this point. It has been tricky work for the Portuguese so far. And they started right, but have not quite been able to establish themselves in the same way that Italy have in this game. 10 seconds to go to half-time, and we'll try and bring in a replay of that second score for Italy. And that is the half where the Portuguese had it all their own way for about 15 minutes. But sometimes in touch, you just need to take your opportunities when they come to you. And the half-time break, Portugal 2, Italy 2. In a game that has ebbed and flowed quite nicely in this men's 40s category. You have to feel for the Portuguese that second score for Italy. They were claiming that he was half. Obviously half can't score in the game of touch. And that'll be a tough one to take if you're viewing this through the Portuguese lens.
T minus 1 minute.
So welcome back. The second half, moments away in our opener here on pitch 2 in the men's 40s category. Italy against Portugal, locked neck and neck, but this man on the ball has certainly been the difference maker for Portugal. João Martins, and be looking to establish another score on the board for him. There's Newbury, Rowan, Martins. João Martins platforming, lovely strike option. Nicolo Colombo getting off the line, making a good defensive touch for Italy. And Newbury. Martins on the wrap, João Martins, but looking for the skip pass. And Giulio Pedretti couldn't help himself, but have a go at the intercept. Fresh set of 6 for Portugal, early warning signs for the Italians. Portuguese have got to keep the ball in hand, not cough up possession early, take the opportunities when they come to you. And less than a minute into the second half, the Portuguese are dancing their way over the try line. And once again, the number 8, João Martins, with a hand in it. It's a lovely show and go. That's why you run with the ball in 2 hands, fixing defenders. And Warren James Newbury gets over for the 3rd Portuguese score. That's exactly the start that the Portuguese would have wanted. I was listening into their team talk, and it was very calm, it was very composed. There was a little bit of emphasis on what they can do, and there was a lot of forget about it, probably referring to that 2nd Italian score that maybe shouldn't have been awarded. And now they find themselves in defence. There's a nice line attack, and maybe the Italians have equalised on first opportunity. They have. Marco Bicchetti brings us back all square. It's much more composed work from the Italians. It's where they've struggled in the first half. Bicchetti taking the opportunities when they come to him. Portugal, second touch, getting into the red zone of Italy. There's a nice bit of momentum about this, just very simple buddy plays. Sometimes it's the simple stuff that gives you the reward. Coelho driving at the line. I think there was 1 touch missed, 1 touch made. The referees have got a decision to make. And they're happy that the touch came in before the ball was grounded. And Rowan checking away to Kylio. Moulton, Rowan, Kylio. Looking for the late check, lovely dummy, skip pass to the wing, can he finish? Unfortunately that one drifting forward. It was Carlos Abreu on this near side, who almost got in. I think he beat his winger. Unfortunately that pass was drifting forward and the Italians are going to come back and tap the ball on the mark. Stunting the flow of this game for a moment. The little logistical errors that are creeping in. It's much better transition though. Third touch, fourth coming now. Fifth coming. It's Cafaro. Driving for Colombo. Colombo accelerating, trying to create some scoring opportunities. That's 6 and change. Rowan staying staunch in his defensive work. Rowan. Kylio. And penalty for the Portuguese. The Italians caught offside. I believe it was Diego Serta who was called offside from the referees. Martins. Here's Joao Martins working with Newbury. Newbury with Scoop, looking to drive hard. I think there's questions of if Colombo was onside. The Portuguese have got to focus on their controllables. I think Nicolo Colombo is ruffled a few red and green Portuguese feathers. Fifth touch coming now for the Italians. Looking for some scoring opportunities. Late check back on the inside, getting through the initial midfield press. That's a really good touch coming in to try and hold up the Italians. Late switches might be the option. Check back on the inside, unfortunately just finds the ground. That's turnover ball. Both teams looking to play a little bit heads up, create some extra meters. Sometimes you need to work a little bit harder to earn the right to play these extra passes. I think these teams are maybe throwing somewhere the space isn't quite on offer for them as of yet. There's no winger available there. That's 6 and change. And at the moment, Portuguese have 7 on. And you're getting a tap penalty for not bringing the ball back to the mark. So Portuguese allowing Italy a relatively straightforward exit. It's a nice pass away, getting through the initial press of Lalanda Ribeiro. Here's Agostini. Oh, lovely right foot step. The Italians looking to get over. Gabriele Bellotti almost getting over. Up some good defensive work from the Portuguese. Federico Agostini. Amore on the wrap. Agostini not using, just trying to create some extra space, but there's an intercept. And that'll be a fresh set of 6 here. Touch 0. Rowan. Cannons up. A really good foot speed to get through the initial defensive press. This is much better from the Portuguese. Love the expectations set by Rowan. Paulo Santos following in suit. 5th touch now. And the referees just give ball down and turn over. It's still quite early in the day. Plenty of opportunities for these teams to problem solve, not even at 10 o'clock yet. Colombo, isolated at half, late switch on the inside. There's a good platform here for Colombo. Late check goes, looking for the 6 more, but there was never anything doing there for Nicolo Colombo. You can't just throw a ball into someone's into someone's chest and then expect for a 6 more. But as Europeans, you'll leave it all out there for your team. And Colombo getting up, making touches. There's touch 2 for the Portuguese, again overrunning the mark, just stunting this forward momentum. Muscular touch coming in there from Pedretti is Rowan, the big man beating Colombo on the outside. That's, I think, Rowan's claiming head on shoulder. The referee's happy with the expectations. Here is João Martins, left foot step going hard at the line. Late check away. I think, unfortunately, that's the 7 metre line and not the try line. And Newbury denied by the pitch markings. Rowan looking to get up into the passing line. Colombo again appealing for calls from the referees, not given. There is Nicolo Colombo. Muscular work from the big 23. And there's João Martins, and there's the physicality level just creeping. And I think there's frustration from the Portuguese who think the Italians are leading with the shoulders. The referees don't see it the same. That one looked to have been both players going in with a little bit of physicality. I think it is going to be turned over though. And the referees have come to the same conclusion. It's Italians leading with the shoulder into the touch. Obviously you can't do that. It's a game of minimal contact. There is definitely still contact, but it is minimal, and João Martins just making the point there to the referees and getting his reward. Rowan with a good platform. He's been very impressive so far for Portugal. It's hard work to be a Portuguese link in this team. Nice interplay in the midfield between Laguerre Ramos and Santos. Unfortunately, just leads to a turnover. Italian subset and a lot of line speed coming from Portugal and getting their spacing a little bit wrong, but that's just ball down. And that'll be Portuguese turnover. In fact, the referees are just happy for them to come back and take the touch. Which feels, I mean, rather fortunate from an Italian perspective, but the call is the call. Amore. Agostini. And that ball played out from the Portuguese. Fresh set of 6, bang on the line for the Italians. Agostini and Amore finding themselves in a familiar midfield position, working with Belotti. Belotti to Amore. Amore looking for that inside check. Belotti for getting the second job of the link in that 32 platform. Got to get up and be an inside option. Amore. Agostini, Belotti in motion. Belotti not used. Amore coming back against the grain. 2-on-1. Inside ball is away. Again, it's nice endeavour from the Italians, but it's not really leading to much. And that's a really good defensive touch. It comes in from Laguerre Ramos. And there's a 6 in change, and that should give the Portuguese a bit of momentum going into this subset. It's a really tough defensive set that they've fronted up to. These 7s getting a little bit short. Late check away from Portugal, followed in suit. There's a big touch coming in that maybe walked the line of being hard quite well. Bruno Caglio. And then there's another penalty for a hard touch. I think the referees have spotted that the Italians are just falling foul of going a little bit too hard at the roll ball from a defensive perspective. Moulton with the ball in hand. Rowan on his right, opts to come back onto the inside. Moulton, nice interplay between the two middles. Late check away, but both players driving through the same hole. Not quite on the same page. Bruno Caglio wanted that ball up early and into the hand so he could be a scoring option. Moulton with a pick. Here is Moulton coming over towards Rowan. Rowan, Caglio. Little pass to the wing. And that'll be 6 and change. The Italians' turn to go through quite a staunch defensive subset. Amore and Agostini with a late pass away to Belotti. Here is Agostini. Half is isolated for a moment, but now the defensive pressure comes on, but the Italians weather it well. It's 4th touch. Colombo positioning in an acting half. Nicolo Colombo, right foot step, trying to take Rowan for a walk, but it's good defensive work, and I think the Italians may be getting a little bit frustrated. That time it was Diego Serta. It looked like he was potentially going in with a shoulder. Martins, inside check away. Here is João Martins, scooping on 5th from inside his own half. Lovely dummy, fixing defenders, creating some space. João Martins with a pass away. Unfortunately, that last pass just drifting forwards. It's 3 apiece. And the Portuguese just can't quite find that little bit of magic that they need to create some scoring opportunities. They check away, back on the inside. Nice industrious work from the Italians in their subset. Bacchetti positioning now in an acting half. That's 5th touch. Bacchetti scooping, looking for the late switches. Bacchetti almost escaping into the in-goal area, but a diving touch from Warren James Newbury brings Bacchetti to a grinding halt. And again, an offside penalty. Martins platforming. Here's Rowan. He's gone through so much work. And for a man of that size in this heat, it must be leg-burning stuff, but you wouldn't be able to tell. Such an engine. Oh, Lawrence Rowan, if you're not for a brilliant individual performance from João Martins, might be the pick of the bunch so far. Here is Rowan, looking to take the Italians on the outside, shifting through some gears. That 6 and change, killing it in this near corner, making Italy go the full length of the field. Italy not able to skip through the midfield press on that occasion. Is Ricci. Ronzoni has to come back to the mark. 5 minutes to go in this game. And that pass, asking a lot of Gabriele Bellotti. Oh, lovely footwork and late pass, just trying to go and do a little bit too much. Touch and pass. Pedro Montero falling foul of the curse if you beat one and you think, I can create something here. Doing a little bit too much, forcing the turnover. And now the Portuguese guilty of giving away a heavy touch. Amore, Agostini checking away to Bellotti. Bellotti driving at the line, but the Portuguese defender was there on his knees waiting, painting a good picture to the referee. I believe that's Pedro Montero. He's had a great game for Portugal as well. Agostini. Amore to Agostini. Agostini driving, skip pass to the wing, coming back on the inside. It's nice interplay, but it has gone forward. Sideline ref in a good position to see it. And the Portuguese wasting no time with going forward. Late pass away. It's much better impetus and emphasis from the Portuguese. Second touch on halfway. Third getting over the halfway mark. Calio. Moulton. Calio. Moulton again. Inside option potentially, trying to beat the Italians. Not quite happening for Bruno Calio. And this game approaching the dying embers. Neither team are really putting themselves in premier position. So you see on either end of the pitch that Irish and the Scottish warming up for their men's 30s clash. It's coming up for you next in about 10 minutes time. Moulton. And the ref wants to just play on as Colombo was claiming an off the mark touch. There's 3 Italian defenders, late check away to Rowan. Lawrence Rowan, just very little errors, although that one's absolutely fizzed into the face of Newbury. And Newbury driving at the line. Colombo make the touch. He did in that 6 and change, and he's certainly been the Italian player who's had the number of the Portuguese attack more often than not, playing Matador with João Martins. Late checks away from both teams. That Looked like a bit of a fend from the Italians. Referees are happy. It's nice to see a bit of free-flowing rugby here on pitch 2 early doors. There's Bacchetti getting involved. Late check away, but sideline ref spotted an infringement from the Italians. The forward pass. And Lawrence Rowan gets us going again. I think number 2 is offside. It's well called from the referees and well listened by Andrea Ricci. And the Portuguese with a score here will potentially be all she wrote. And this is a dangerous pod to potentially go and do it. Paulo Santos in motion. Here is Santos driving hard at the line. Is that ball down? It's a good defensive touch from Marco Bacchetti. Certainly been a game of defences being on top. 40-minute games, only 3 scores apiece. 90 seconds to go. I'm not quite seeing the hand signal there from the referee. I think it's just taking the touch. Good line speed from the Portuguese. The Italians coming thick and fast at them. It's muscular work. Here is Agostini, Amore, and Bacchetti. Agostini driving, Bacchetti scoring on the 7. We've all done it. We've got 1 try on the 7 for the Portuguese, 1 try on the 7 for the Italians. I suppose if you just give both, we're at 4-4. Less than a minute to go. 40 seconds remain in this game. Locked all square. And the Portuguese and the Italians. Surely Agostini's gone early. And the referees do call him offside. Inside check away. He's having to come back to the mark. It was Lee John Moulton. And that's 5th touch. Moulton has a fair bit of work. Trying to strike from deep. Play check away to Rowan. Rowan with a dummy. Back on the inside. Not quite taken on this occasion. When Bruno Caglio. Agostini. Working inside with Motta. And this will be final play. This is last chance saloon for the Italians. Agostini almost got through, but Lawrence Rowan with a touch to bring this one to a close. There's frustrated figures. The body language isn't too positive in the Portuguese sub-box. They feel like a few decisions went against them. There's a bit of frustration creeping in, but the Italians just stayed in the fight. Re-established parity on the first time of asking after Portugal got their 3rd score on the board. And for the opening game here on pitch 2, it's Portugal 3, Italy 3 in the men's 40s category. But we shift focus now onto our next game. These fixtures come at you thick and fast. We have got men's 30s action, and it's an all-home nation clash. Ireland versus Scotland, and that'll be with you at 10:20. Welcome back to our second game of the day on pitch 2, men's 30s in a combined group which features some men's 30s and some men's 35s to allow everyone to get as much game time as humanly possible. It's an all-home nations affair. Ireland take on Scotland, and this Irish team has got some players that I'm very excited to see, namely the likes of Stefan Fletcher, Michael Kelly, Conor McNamara, and now Scotland as well, featuring some very promising teams and players. This is going to be an exciting one for the second game of the day. Men's 30s, Ireland v Scotland. Scotland with the ball in hand, looking to go hard at the line early, resetting some nice depth is Chillingworth. Chillingworth playing a little bit matador, coming over sweeper platform here. It was a lovely bit of work from Chillingworth. Inside pass is good. Not quite taken cleanly by David Smith on this occasion. And first look at Ireland's sub move. Late wrap away, lovely hands on display as well. A really nice fluidity rolling through subset. Unfortunately for McNamara, that pass just found itself landing on the back hip. Tricky one to take in stride. And Scotland with Chillingworth getting forward. Trickier subset being held up in the touch effectively by Ireland. There's Ross Taylor. Lovely check away. And Ross Taylor, again, one of these players to keep an eye out on. Again, had the pleasure of commentating him at a tournament in Spain. He's a dominant player, wonderful ball carrier. Late switches, the aim of the day for Team Ireland. There's Michael Kelly, that one just falling to the floor. A few early mistakes from Team Ireland, surrendering good enough possession to Scotland. There's Allen. Ismail Perez. Perez platforming. Left foot step coming in from David Smith. And it's seen off by Ireland. Kelly gets us underway. There's Michael Kelly coming into work at acting half. And Team Ireland, this transition is extremely impressive. Hendry setting the most recent expectations, now scooping on fifth. Hendry, late pass away, the ball is good. And what a magical score that is from Team Ireland. The men's 30s getting over the try line off the back of this subset that is causing Scotland so many issues. It's wonderful interplay. Initially coming from Stephen Troy with that left foot step, fixing defenders. And 3 minutes in, it's Ireland 1, Scotland 0, finished by Doyle. Sweeper platform here for Scotland, trying to take Ireland out wide was Hendry. Again, the sweeper platform coming just a little bit late, and the timing leaves a lot to be desired for Scotland. And our subset is McNamara. Again, it's nice hands, really good momentum as well from Kearney. Kearney scooping, picking, there's a lot of work there to be done. Late switch, here is Michael Kelly. Kelly driving, straightening, looking for the extra pass, but there was people in the passing lane. And Rowan Chillingworth influencing the game from a defensive perspective. This game is kind of shaping up to be exactly what we wanted it to be. Oh, lovely skip pass from Chillingworth, who's diving into his bag of tricks early. And Chillingworth driving. Third touch over on the far side, getting up over halfway. Good foot speed into the roll ball by Ismail Perez. Ross Taylor. Oh, lovely fly option from Scotland and the dummy. Cameron Hart. Well, he's the hitman Hart. Carving through Ireland. It's a lovely fly off the back of the transition. Ross Taylor involved. He checked away to Alan Clefane. And then ball in two hands for Cameron Hart. Fixes the winger, gets on the outside of the covering link. And we are all square, and this game is being played at an electric pace early on. Late wrap. Fletcher. Late pass away to the link. It looked good. And Stephen Troy looking to connect with Stefan Fletcher. As referees are happy with the physicality of that touch, and you always love to see these games being allowed to flow and play. We saw earlier on it was a little bit bitey, and there was a lot of shoulders in the touches from Italy and Portugal, whereas these are all arms. Nice physicality to it, trying to knock each other off the ball. Here's Chillingworth. Certainly been pick of the bunch so far. Chillingworth picking up from acting half, but that's 6 and change. That was Fletcher. Troy. A really good physicality from Andrew Shaw, just muscling through some quite tough offensive work. And there's McNamara platforming here on fifth, skip pass to the wing. But it's a good covering touch. However, referees are happy that it's ball down. And there's a brace in this near side. Alan Doyle with 2 finishes. Brian Laveau with a left-hand ball into this near channel. Ireland get back into the lead. And all the chat in the Irish sub-box right now is positive. They're happy with the work that they're going through. Here is Ross Taylor, though, for Scotland, who'll be looking to change things back into Scottish favours. Taylor picking up, getting into the in-goal area. Ross Taylor with a left-hand pill. And he's pulling Scottish strings. 2 tries apiece. Ross Taylor influencing this game. Lovely late check away. And spots a mismatch. All wrist. Flick pass over the top. Lovely work. Stefan Fletcher. And Kingston. Fletcher. Feeding Troy on the wrap. And oh, there's a hat trick in this corner. How good is that? Ireland men's 30s are just strolling through the gears. Stephen Troy with a lovely pill on a plate for Alan Doyle. That pod is just absolute magic. Stefan Fletcher, Stephen Troy. You've got Jamie Kingston underpinning all the good work. It's danger time for Scotland if you give this pod free striking opportunities. There's Hendry checking the Davies. That ball just dropping to the floor. And the Irish sub-box happy with the defensive work. It's really nice endeavour on this subset. Team Ireland flowing with such purpose. Conor McNamara with a good drive, and then Kearney following in suit. Michael Kelly positioning in an acting half. Late check away. This is again lovely stuff from Team Ireland, but the diving touch comes in from Rowan Chillingworth. And Hopkins Flanagan working with Michael Kelly in the midfield. It's a dangerous thing, and there's an off-the-mark penalty that allows Ireland to go through their subset, get a fresh pod on. And who else did you really expect for Team Ireland other than Jamie Kingston, Stephen Troy, Stefan Fletcher? And there's Troy scoring on the first time. That is potentially rinse and repeat stuff, but the blushes are spared for Scotland. Forward pass off the base of the ruck. I mean, you'll see forward passes that are more obvious than that today. That's for certain. But it stays 3-2. Looked pretty good to me. Well, what do I know? Just a lowly commentator. Scotland. It's a bit of a janky subset as of right now, but Ross Taylor with the left foot step gets through the midfield press. Here is Taylor. That one looked more forward than the one that they gave on the other end. And potentially a bit of evening up the penalty counts. Forward pass. 10 minutes in. 3-2. Brilliant game in the men's 30s. Kick off this category with authority. Two Premier teams. I know in this category, a lot of the nations are looking at England, who forced a lot of their men's opens to come up into the 30s to favour the youth. But Team Ireland and Team Scotland putting on brilliant performances. I'm so impressed by this subset. Brian Laveau straightening, cannoning, lovely scooping platform here for Bodrick. Bodrick, we're going to go long, 6 and change. At some point in this game, I imagine in the second half, we're going to see Team Ireland look to go for the fly because they're subset. They're always coming back against the grain towards this near wing. I imagine they'll go through some conditioning, and maybe at the 30-minute mark, we'll start to see these flies come in, and they'll go open side, and then they're asking a lot of questions of Scotland. Can they react to it effectively? There's Ismail Perez bouncing around, late pass away. Again, there's another try scored on the 7. Remains 3-2. Laveau. McNamara. Little bit more pace needed, and Michael Kearney is also happy to do it. Late pass away looking towards Michael Kelly. Maybe Michael Kearney was in a better spot there, found himself unmarked in the link channel, not taken on that occasion from Tom Hopkins-Flanagan. And again, I love the off-the-ball stuff here from Team Ireland. They're working so hard to get these fresh legs on. It's Michael Kelly working hard to get off. Hopkins-Flanagan as well. It gives a really good attacking platform to probably the most dangerous strike players that this Irish men's 30s team has to offer. Stefan Fletcher, Stephen Troy, Andrew Shaw, and Jamie Kingston. This must be a terrifying thing for a Scottish defensive pod that's been on for probably longer than they would have liked to have done. Here is Troy. Troy driving at the line, late check away. Not given. I wonder if there's a little bit of conditioning going on from the Irish 30s. There's Troy. Open side quickie for Stephen Troy, driving at the line, getting the ball down. Good touch. Scottish middle staying disciplined, nice and tight. Not affording any extra space to the dancing feet of Stephen Troy. There's Troy. Again, coming to this open side. I wonder if he'll come back against the grain. Late pass away to Stefan Fletcher. Just hitting the ground. Pass was slightly behind Stefan Fletcher, who's running on with such depth and pace and was in a really dangerous area. But again, Team Ireland forcing the turnover. 6 minutes left in the half. They'd love a 2-score buffer. Let's go in at half time, get some fluids on, and go into the second half in the driver's seat. They've certainly pitched a tent in the Scottish half in the past couple of minutes. There's Troy just letting that one get away from him. Again, dangerous work. Scotland weather the storm on this occasion. In fact, it'll be a forward pass penalty. Scotland going through their transition, coming disjointed for a moment. And that one's just loss of control. I think the sideline ref has spotted it, but the on-field ref hasn't. There's a late pass away to Ross Taylor. I think, unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of comms coming between the two refs there, or at least if there were, it wasn't heard from the on-pitch ref. In fact, we have come all the way back. And I think team ref has got to get some communication going. Stephen Troy. And we are now finally back underway. Stefan Fletcher, it's a bit of a logistical error where the roll ball was being taken from. And much ado about nothing. Irish subset drawing penalties from Scotland. 5 minutes to go in this half. I mean, if you're in the Scottish sub box, if you're one of these men's 30s coaches, your entire half-time conversation has got to be, how do we stop this subset from cutting us to ribbons? Because they have found all of their success off the back of their subsets. There's Broderick. Doggy's platform here. Just no touch claimed. Link punish. Team Ireland having a go at the line. I think the referees are going to give it. Jack McCarthy with a hot feet bouncing through the Scottish defence. And I said in the first half, I wonder if at some point, I mean, that is horrible. That is absolutely horrible from Jack McCarthy. Matador stuff from the big number 10. But they were always going to run that fly off the subset at some point. They were going to start looking open side. I thought it was going to happen in the second half. They go into their bag in the first. And they do get the 2-score buffer. Scotland driving, diving. Touch made from Kelly and Co on the try line to cement that 2-try buffer on that occasion. It's a lovely roll ball here from Team Ireland. Unfortunately, that pass just dropping to the floor. It's frustrating stuff for Hopkins Flanagan, who lets out a bit of a cry for his mistake. But we'll look to make amends. The dominant bit of defence here. Checking back on the inside is Watson. Watson to Ross Taylor. Ross Taylor with the open side quick here. Is Taylor with the left foot step. Ross Taylor hitting the wing. Step back on the inside. Touch is good. Toby Venning with a defensive touch. Again, Ross Taylor's certainly the one to keep an eye out for in this Scottish 30 side. It's ball down. And I think for Scotland, there's a little bit of problem solving to do here at half. How do you create some more attacking pressure and how do you stop this subset? I think they're trying to go a little bit harder with the physicality on this occasion. But again, Ireland just with the slick hands to cut around the outside. Hopkins Flanagan straightens. Fletcher, brilliant roll ball from Steph Fletcher. And Stephen Troy, lovely interplay between the two of them. And Stephen Troy on 5th, late pass away to Stefan Fletcher. Fletcher with the one more. Just a bit of inaccuracy from Steph Fletcher. Forward pass. Apologies if you picked up any colourful language there. The Irish are a passionate bunch. I think more so, especially when it's against their home nation. Taylor. Fizz pass out into the link channel. Like wrap away back to Ross Taylor. It's nice industry, but it just lose that connection on the subset. It's been a problem area on both sides of the ball for Scotland. And with 90 seconds left to go, if Ireland establish a 3-score lead here, it might be a little bit too big of a task for Scotland. Troy. Checking a Shaw. There's Troy, back to Shaw. The refs have given the touch. The sideline ref just having a chat. It doesn't change the call, unfortunately for Andrew Shaw. It's 4th, 5th coming. Here is Shaw moving over towards Stefan Fletcher. Now straightening for Kingston on the wrap. And Stephen Troy with a left foot step, diving at the line. And Stephen Troy has had the keys to the Scottish defence. He's caused havoc from the moment he stepped foot on the pitch. Big dummy, the middle's bought it. It might be the one mistake that Rowan Chillingworth has made, but it's cost his team a score. 3 tries to the good. And that pod of Stephen Troy, Stefan Fletcher, Andrew Shaw and Jamie Kingston is doing irreparable damage to this Scottish defence. But Scotland with a lovely fly will bring it back to a 2-try game. If not for a brilliant bit of defensive touch. Scramble defence, good enough. Maybe the extra pass had to go. The hooter will go any moment now. But Scotland will get their score to bring it back to a 2-try game, 5-3. It takes us into the half. Simple 32 short, defensive spacing left a little bit too wide, and David Smith goes over. There's only 2 scores in it. And on another day, this might have been too far gone for Scotland, but they were stubborn in their defensive work. Got over when they needed to. There's still a bit of problem solving to do for the team in blue. These subsets are sticky and janky. They're not fluid defensively. I mean, they are struggling against the Irish subset, but who wouldn't in this category? There's a bit of work to do for Scotland. At the half, Ireland 5, Scotland 3. So the second half about to get underway. 2 scores in it. The Team Ireland maybe unlucky not to have more on the board. They've been superb so far. It's this pod that has done all the damage. Shaw, Kingston, Troy and Fletcher. Here is Stephen Troy having to work hard in the middle with Andrew Shaw. Stephen Troy, Stefan Fletcher platforming for Stephen Troy, who's looking for the fire-up option, just opts to keep the ball in hand on this occasion. Troy, fifth touch. Stephen Troy, late pass away to Stefan Fletcher. It was silky hands, just fell short of Alan Doyle on a hat-trick in this near wing position. Scotland getting into there. Line attack of the transition, and it's this fly. It's caused Ireland so many problems. And we'll just hold steady for a moment. They've given crossing a penalty. So Cameron the Hitman Hart doesn't get his brace. Kingston, Troy, just steadying the ship for a moment. There's a nice bit of footwork on offer. However, that one's off the mark. Easy penalty for Scotland. Still only 2 tries in it. Ross Taylor fizzing out towards Watson, followed in suit by Alan Clefane. Scotland just steadying the ship, physical touch on both sides of the ball. Late check away, sweeper platform, picking up, stepping against the grain, just needs to go long. There's a good bit of IQ from Jack McCarthy. Getting his hand in the passing lane. Giving Scotland a fresh set of 6 though. Ali Hendry coming in acting half. Split a platform here for Scotland. Well marshalled by the Irish defence. Staying nice and tight and disciplined. Hendry again. And this split a platform. Not a lot of depth on offer here for Rowan Chillingworth. Nothing for him to really work with. And Ireland have taken the 7 away from Scotland. Good line speed. Again, sweeper platform. Looking to go to the wing, but it's well marshalled with Doyle. It's relatively straightforward stuff for the big man on the near side. He might be on a brace, but staying wise to his defensive work as well. Unfortunately, there's another turnover there for Ireland. Scotland Ismail Perez, the tricky player to deal with, but Ismail Perez deemed to have not gathered that ball cleanly. Ireland getting underway with their transition. It's yet to find its feet in this second half, actually. 4.5 minutes gone. It's been a little bit more leggy for the team in green. I'm sure that this pod will look to re-establish some good expectations. Stephen Troy picking, stepping, looking for the late wrap to Steph Fletcher. Just losing a little bit of that interpersonal connection that was so familiar to seeing, especially in this pod for Team Ireland. Scotland have wrestled some momentum back in their favour, yet to make it pay on the score sheet, but it's certainly better optics from a Scottish perspective. Here's Ross Taylor. He'll be looking to spearhead his team into a more competitive second half. Lovely hands. Oh, it's got to go. And it should just be given ball down over here. I think the referee thought that there was a touch made, but Stephen Troy making the point, mate, no, I didn't touch it. Again, game breaking down a little bit for no reason there. Lovely hands on there from Stephen Troy, finding Andrew Shaw. And Troy dummying, sending one to the shops. There's a nice bit of momentum coming off the box from Brian Laveau, buying the penalty bang on halfway. Laveau. Tap to McNamara. Laveau. It's industrious work from Ireland. They're able to manufacture some extra yards with ease. Laveau, left foot step. Oh, it's so good. Ireland. Jack McCarthy. Well, he's got gunpowder in the boots. Explodes off the left foot. Dummies, fixes defenders, gets on the outside of Ross Taylor. And the big man's got a brace. 3 to the good again for Ireland. Scotland just struggling to create scoring opportunities as consistently as Ireland. I think this is where they need to find a little bit more of that surgical incision that we're so used to seeing from Scottish teams in all age categories. I think the referee might give this one as a score, and they will. And as soon as I'm asking, they start to deliver. Rowan Chillingworth with a dive getting under the covering Irish defence. And it is clinical from the number 3. Back to a 2-try game. 6-4. Steph Fletcher. Shaw. Kingston. Fletcher. Troy positioning in an acting half. Troy having to work hard to get the ball off the floor. Doesn't give Kingston a lot of space to work with, but it's a lovely bit of wrap. Shaw. Troy. Kingston. Diving. It's good defensive work. Scottish middle staying nice and tight. Here's Troy. To Shaw. Back to Troy. Bit of interplay trying to get some offside calls. Sweeper platform here again. Troy picking up against the grain. Stephen Troy escaping into the in-goal area, and the winger loses his marker. And it's tit for tat. It's Toby Venning with his first score. Troy just goes into the in-goal area, finds a bit of space. It's good work from Venning on that far side. Shake and bake. Every winger's taught it. It's a easy thing to know what it is. It's a harder thing to execute. Venning doing it perfectly. And it might be tit for tat at the moment, but it doesn't benefit Scotland because they still find themselves 3 down. Ross Taylor, platforming. Fire up option. 3 on 2. Looking to execute. But again, Jack McCarthy, it's been a thorn in the side of Scotland. And Ireland able to repel the most recent onslaught from Scotland. There was a couple of bites of the cherry there from the roll ball, but the referees are happy. McCarthy wanting a penalty, nothing doing from the referees. Wonder if there's just a little bit of steadying the ship there from Team Ireland. It's Michael Kelly. Hopkins Flanagan. Late pass away. That'll be given 6 more as the Scottish middles collide. Fresh set of 6 here for Team Ireland. Michael Kelly and Tom Hopkins Flanagan with premier position to look to get over. There's Kearney, Hopkins, Flanagan, Kelly dragging over into that 32 channel. Lovely platform here. Hopkins, Flanagan. Stubborn defensive work from Alan Clefane. Kelly, Hopkins, Flanagan operating in the middles together. Michael Kelly. Sweeper platform here. Hopkins, Flanagan picking against the grain, escaping into the in-goal area for just a moment, and then Alan Clefane with good defensive work and shuts that one out as appeals for something from Team Scotland's Ross Taylor. It's Clefane. Taylor. Late pass away. It's much better line speed. It's brought all the way back to the mark. A nice bit of endeavour from Scotland, and it's the hitman again, Hart. And certainly for Team Scotland, it's been a case of Ross Taylor, Cameron Hart, and Chillingworth making things happen. Speak of the devil. Rowan Chillingworth with a speculative offload that almost came off for Scotland. Not quite on this occasion. Hopkins, Flanagan isolated. Nice interplay. Seeing him and Michael Kelly. Now Ireland have got to go forward in this transition. Here is Kelly. Checking away. Kelly once more. A lovely late wrap to Troy. Fletcher. Stephen Troy on fifth. Scooping. Retreating defence. Left foot, right foot. Beating a few. And Shaw, if he was maybe an inch deeper, would have flown through the gap and got over to score the 8th for Ireland. And by no means have Team Ireland had it all their own way in this game, but they've just come up with these moments where everything has clicked together, and it's an important thing in your first game of the day. 6 and change. Ireland with another opportunity to go through this subset. Ireland moving forward. There's McNamara working with Broderick. There's Laveau. McNamara, Broderick. Back into Laveau. McNamara coming and acting half. It's a nice sweeping platform, but Ismail Perez staying wise to the threat. And that's job number 1 done for Scotland in this set, but job number 2 is create some scoring opportunities off the back of your transition, and that slow second touch is going to do anything but help them in that effort. There's a nice bit of footwork coming in from James Watson. There's Clefane. Oh, the hands are so good, and they've got to just run this fly more often because Sweetenham gets over. It's a gorgeous score. The hands from Taylor, Clefane, and Sweetenham's over on this near side. And look at the stride length of the big winger. We're back to a 2-try game. Ireland can't take their foot off the gas just yet. You do so at their own peril. There's Steph Fletcher with a muscular touch. He might be lucky to get away with that. And he won't. I think that's the right call from the referees. Unfortunately for Steph Fletcher, that right hand, that right shoulder just rising. He's a big boy, Steph Fletcher. We've seen him hone his trade in England for a few years now. But it wasn't the best optics for them from a referee's perspective. Made the decision relatively straightforward. Forthcoming. Sweeping platform. Chillingworth stepping against the grain. 2-on-1, looking to execute. That's 5th over on the far side. And that'll be 6 and change. Troy and Fletcher, and that's a Bit of a collector's item. Now Scotland, we're looking at not burnt too many touches as they get their fresh legs on. They'll certainly look to have something to play with. Left foot step, but driving into 3 set defenders. Ismail Perez spearing a pass into the link channel, but the covering touch is good. And Ireland, with 4 minutes on the clock, just need to complete their sets, potentially look to get another one on the board, and their opening game will finish with a victory as Kearney. Kelly, Hopkins, Flanagan. There's Kelly, Hopkins, Flanagan, scooping through, finding Michael Kelly, but there was 2 players crashing through the same hole. Kelly and Leeson getting in each other's way. 3.5 minutes left to go. It's moments like that that might give Scotland a platform to do something special going into the latter stages of this one. And Scotland will do something special. They bring it back to a 1-try game. Cloughane. Again, it's this fly sucking in defenders. This time it's the show and go. Alan Cloughane. And with 3 minutes left on the clock, we're now at a 1-try game. And there's calls from the sub box. I think it's powerful words coming from the Irish leader, Stephen Troy. It's time to bleed for the shirt now. Flat defence on 5th. I completely agree. And the Irish will be looking to create some parity here, well, some separation even. Back to a 2-try game. They're looking towards the big man with the feet, Jack McCarthy. McCarthy and Laveau. Laveau skip pass to the wing. It's a bit loopy, doesn't afford any opportunity for the Irish winger to get over for his hat-trick. Alan Doyle. 2 minutes on the clock. Cloughane. Late pass away. Scotland were looking to get this transition going and potentially find their flight. But they'll just go through their subset, fresh set of 6. A try here makes things feel so much more comfortable for Team Ireland. McNamara and co come flying off the field, and who else but Shaw, Kingston and Troy. This time working with McCarthy and Stephen Troy. And Stephen Troy is putting his hand up to be accounted for, backing his words up with action to create a 2-try lead again. And Stephen Troy causing Scottish heartbreak. It might only be the first game of the day, but a lot of these games come with consequence, especially when you've got a team like England who fielding probably the strongest men's 30 side on paper that we've seen at a Euros. And there's 40 seconds remaining on the clock. 2 points up. And Stephen Troy, Stefan Fletcher coming onto the pitch. Lovely transition there from Michael Kelly and co. That's exactly what they needed. Steph Fletcher, Stephen Troy, Shaw. There's Troy playing Matador with a midfield press of Forsyth. There is Stephen Troy Right foot step, beats two, unfortunately loses the ball over the try line. But the hooter's going to go any minute now. And the clock's in the red. And that will be all she wrote. And Team Ireland come through a tricky first game against Scotland. And this fly from the Scottish men's 30s, the going open side on their transition, caused Ireland all sorts of problems. Certainly a problem area. If you're a Wales, if you're in England, anyone else in this division, you're looking at this game and you're thinking, okay, there's opportunities to get at this Irish team if we go open side. But you've got to stop their transition. It carved Scotland to ribbons more often than not. Full time in this men's 30s clash. Ireland 8, Scotland 6. welcome back to the third game here on pitch 2. It's the big dogs, the favourites in the Men's Open, England taking on the emerging nation, Spain. It'll be tough going for Team Spain. They will not shy away from a good challenge. England marched through Wales in their opening game on pitch 4 in the early time slot this morning, 11-3 to get their crusade underway. Louis Trays, Ollie Simon, the dangerous pod. Trays, Simon, Gallagher in motion. There is Ethan Gallagher ducking through, diving. Good defensive touch from Team Spain. Here is Ethan Gallagher coming down into Trays, this familiar 22 scoot that he loves so much. That ball just falling short on this occasion, and Spain survived the first line attack set from England. Go through their subset as Adrian Rosic. Having to come back to the mark for a moment there in Spain, Ivan Carbo. And Carbo having to work hard to get the ball off the floor, but that's 6 and change. Here's Simon. Checking away to TP, Tom Pennicid. There's Gus McMahon flying through the gears, shaping up to be an electric game. There's Cole Graham. Josh Henderson scooping, right foot step, ripping, 2-on-1, executing. Harry Richards as his first. Put on a plate for him by Gus McMahon. The depth in which they run is terrifying. They've added this delayed play, this extra phase. Late runners coming in from link, lots of depth, executing 2-on-1s with ease. Is Henderson to McMahon, and McMahon with a catch and pass, releasing Richards in the corner. 1-0 England. That didn't take long, did it? Spain. Now moving forward with Pablo Veloso. There's Martinez Cavello just caught behind the ball. And that's ball down and turnover again, giving this dangerous English pod with Tom Lawton-Davies and Connor Hearn an opportunity to get through their gears, working with Archie Devlin in the midfield, but that's a collector's item from a very young pod. And a lot's been made about this England Men's Open side, favouring the youth, moving some previous Men's Open players into the men's 30s category. But their opening game against Wales, I was on the sidelines watching it. They were absolutely electric. Left foot step. Spanish looking to have a crusade and potentially get over the line. Nicholas White wearing number 5, making things happen. Adrian Rosic positioning into the middle channel. Open side quickie for Rosic. White's looking to rip long. Tap back, and unfortunately for Seb Conahan, he couldn't help himself but have a go at that ball. Fresh set of 6. Premier position here for the Spanish, actually. Missing a couple numbers on the team sheet, so we'll problem solve that one as we go. Is one of the mystery men wearing number 6. Looking to go hard at the line, create some scoring opportunities. Is White, Nicholas White, but it's a really good defensive touch coming in from Conahan, looking to make up for his error that afforded Spain this fresh set of 6. There's a lovely pick and rip, but that one just a little bit too far. And the Spanish Men's Open potentially guilty of just narrowing the pitch a little bit. Playing in the midfield only, not really looking to use the hands that are on offer. It's good work. Oh, the hands are just superb from England. Now it's Meredith having a go. Pennicid getting involved as well. Here's McMahon. Simon. Working with Trays and Ethan Gallagher. Simon coming down for Ethan Gallagher. That's foot in the ruck. Penalty ball. Fresh set hit for England. Trays. Simon, Gallagher, or just losing that ball. And it's an easy one for Gareth Hines, getting his 100th international test cap for Team Ref. We shout out the players when they get it, but Team Ref, just as important. The game doesn't happen without them, and Gareth Hines with 100 international caps today. And it was a lovely picture before the game. The referees from surrounding pitches coming and lining the entry. They gave Gareth Hines a little tunnel to walk through to celebrate his 100th cap. Back to the action. Louis Trays. Gallagher to Trays to Simon. Simon looking to just rip along. That is an absolute seed from Ollie Simon. This is diabolical from the young man who has gone from strength to strength in the club season and rips a dagger through the Spanish hearts. Finds Vaughan Meredith on the far side, who has showed us all of his attacking chops from a middle position at the club that he loves so much in Victor Touch, now representing the Wingers Society here for England and showing you can do a little bit of both. What about that pilt from Ollie Simon to take us 2-0 to England 6 minutes in. Richards with a touch. And Spain looking to get on the board early. Reloso. Here is Reloso. We're going to get into the goal area, but it's well marshalled by Cole Graham, who for the first time ever, I'm actually having to check the team sheet to make sure the number 10 is Cole Graham, because he's not running with his familiar middle partner Louis Trays. Normally you see both of those coming as a pair almost always. Again, look at this transition, and Graham, roll ball that stops on a dime. Gus McMahon unhooks the trailer, tries to shift through some gears, right foot step. It's a good defensive touch that brings up the 5th count. Archie Devlin, we're going to dive into his bag of tricks. Here is Devlin. There's Conahan, platforming for 5th. Conahan dummying, late pass away. Gus McMahon executes. And it's rinse and repeat stuff. This time it's Clacker with the finish. And that far corner is where it's all happening for England. It's lovely heads-up play. It's a relatively straightforward finish from Clacker. Had to be in the right space to get it down. But the work in the midfield is just diabolical from England. Rozik. They're going to get on the wrap. White having a go at the line. Here is Nicholas White working with Adrian Rozik. Rozik on the other side quickly. White stepping against the grain. Speculative flick pass. My word, what a bit of skill that is from Nicholas White. And I like it. Arguably deserved a score. If that one had gone over, it's probably shout for try of the tournament. Already, there's Simon, inside ball to Louis Trays, and then Henderson just purring through the space in front of him. Harry Richards having a bit of a run. But it's a good defensive touch to stunt that momentum from Esteves Blasco. However, I think Harry Richards has been deemed to have just stepped off the field of play. So Spanish ball, and Rozik to White. White to the mystery man, Adrian Rozik on the wrap. It's nice hands, but they just need a little bit more depth here, do Spain. Can't get around the midfield press if you're playing so flat to the line. And that one just goes to ground. It's sticky work at the moment for the Spanish. Would love to see them take a leaf out of England's book, just run with such depth. And England are certainly giving them opportunities to do some damage. And it's not quite taking advantage of it as of right now. Carbo. It's a lovely right-hand pill, but well marshalled by Vaughan Meredith. There is Ivan Carbo. There's Angus Brown looking to get in. Nothing doing. The Spanish man at the moment, Jordan Barrero. Left-hand pill trying to find its way to the outside edge. Esteves Blanco. found himself in a little pocket of space, just the pass a little bit too loopy, not able to quite get it into the hands in enough space. There's a lovely bit of open side play, inside ball from Vaughan Meredith, Connahan. Oh, it would have been clinical stuff from England. I think they've actually all subbed. They thought it was just going to be try time. However, there's 6 Spanish players. You could throw a hat on them all. That one's off the mark. What a lovely bit of interplay that was between Connahan and Meredith. And I think there was a wry smile between the two of them when that last pass just went to ground. England won't mind. Look at the dangerous putt on. There's Devlin to Connahan. Connahan straighting, diving, and scoring. Number 4 for England. Scored by number 4 for England, Seb Connahan. 10.5 minutes in. Lovely sweeping platform. Connahan, ball in 2 hands. Dummies, fixes defenders, diving at the line, so low to the ground. And what can you do from a Spanish perspective? You've got to find a way of stunting this English momentum, but that is a much easier thing that's said than done. Rozic looking for the wrap, wanted that wrap. White. Rozic. And a sweeper platform, a little bit muddled, a little bit janky, looking to carve through the 2 English middles, but that'll be the one area of the pitch where England defensive work will be the most stubborn. Is in that middle channel. No scores going through there, and if you can establish some midfield dominance with your 2 middle players, and the rest of it comes relatively easily. There's Simon to Trays to Henderson, who just loses his footing, bounces straight back up. It's good to see no injuries. It's the last thing that anyone wants is injuries on day one. Graham. Penissid to Graham. Shahabdeen in the back pocket, not used on this occasion. Here is Camille Shahabdeen. Back to Cole Graham. Penissid in motion. Tom Penissid with a right foot step. Long dive. However, that ball just going forward off the base of the ruck. It was a stunning dive from Tom Penissid, who thinks he scored. But he'll have to bring that ball all the way back. Forward pass. Penalty to Spain. Big touch from Sam Clacker having a go at the ball, and he's come up with the turnover as well. I mean, there's a bit of good touch IQ on display there. Graham, Shahabdeen, Penissid. Will Penissid get his score on this occasion? He will indeed. It was the first time of asking, and TP with a right foot step. It's England, their 5th. And it's this sweeper platform causing Spain all sorts of problems, and that dive from Tom Penissid is just magic. And Spain, we've got to find a way back into this game. They'd love to get a score on the board. That'd be something to take home with them. The score against England as an emerging nation against the tier 1s is always something that's worth celebrating, but these roll ball errors are stunting their progression to the English line. And you see just how easy England are finding it, getting out of their in-goal area, and Devlin says, well, I don't want to lose the hat, but I need the extra bit of pace to get over the line. And there's a reason why some call him the future, because he can do stuff like this. If you sit off him, you get your spacing wrong. Devlin has the footwork and the speed to get over. And Archie Devlin with the 6th for England. 6 minutes left to go in this first half. And now for Spain, you want to keep this scoring as low as possible. Try your absolute best to keep this one from going to double digits, but it seems like it's destined for a big score for England. I mean, they did double digits against Wales, and that's a difficult thing to do. Many nations will find that Welsh men's opens team hard to play against. They're quite bitey, they're stubborn, they've got some good structure. But England just enjoyed their time out there on pitch 4, and they're flexing a little bit here on pitch 2. And again, another roll ball error from Spain gives possession back to England, and the speed of turnover is causing Spain problems. Simon. Trays. Henderson. To McMahon. To Meredith. There's Pennicid. Meredith. Graham. Pennicid. Pays play out towards Seb Conahan. Conahan with the dummy and a finish. Seb Conahan stops on a dime. Sends the Spanish defender. And look at this. Option to just throw the easy 2-on-1, but Conahan with the step in the finish. And when you're chasing so hard out, if you're defending a player with the footwork that Seb Conahan possesses, that inside step is always an option. And for Spain, it's a problem. 7 to the good for England. Rosic. A bit of interplay, but just loses the ball. There's no dew on the floor anymore. It's maybe a symptom of fatigue and the pace at which England have run at throughout this game. Oh, lovely show and go. And Devlin is enjoying his time out here on pitch 2. It's industrious stuff from Lawton Davies and co to get off the pitch so efficiently. There's Pennicid to Trays, Trays to Simon, Simon to Clacker, and that's a little bit of a collector's item from Ollie Simon. There's not many passes that'll be too tall for Sam Clacker, and that one was on this occasion. Again, Clacker, touch on the ball, trying to dislodge it. Extra pass goes from Spain. A nice bit of momentum that they're able to manufacture. Straightens and dummies. There's Monero. That's 5th touch. Monero with a decent bit of work to do. Unfortunately for Ade Cabello de Leon, Henderson with the wingspan able to make the touch, and the way that England move this ball from right to left, left to right, forward to back, it is a terrifying thing to try and defend against. Conahan making extra meters. There's Cole Graham checking away to Ethan Gallagher, and that pass just goes to ground. It's better defensive pressure there from Spain, taking the time away from England. And Clacker gets up to make a good touch. Unfortunately, though, Ivan Carbo just hits the deck. I think there was a trailing hand from Clacker that potentially just rode high. And hopefully Ivan Carbo is okay. He's just taking a settler. I imagine, yeah, it's just a word from the refs to Sam Clacker, just saying, take your time, mind your touches. If they ride high, they ride high, but we want to limit that as much as possible. It is what it is. Roll ball. It's first touch. It's better line speed from England, trying to put the pressure on Spain. There's a nice bit of footwork coming in from the far link. Again, it's this side-to-side movement that is undoing a lot of their good work. Now this is 5th touch. Striking against a set defence. This is difficult from Martinez Covello. That one just goes to ground. A minute left to go in this half. 7 to the good for England. It's been one-way traffic, probably expected. Shahabdeen to Gallagher. Gallagher throwing the extra pass to Clacker. Clacker back to Shahabdeen. Lovely heads-up play, playing where the space is. Gallagher to Graham. Graham, Shahabdeen to Gallagher. This is England pairing through their motions. Shahabdeen. Penalty, England. And be looking to get 8. Graham Shahabdeen, Gallagher, and Conahan in the middle. There's Gallagher on the wrap. Gallagher with a skip pass out towards Harry Richards. That's an absolute dime from Ethan Gallagher. And they only need one to make it 8. Ethan Gallagher picked in this men's opens team for his not only his potential but his current ability. The sky's the limit for Ethan Gallagher. I know he's held in such high regard in this men's opens camp. He's playing in the middles and pulling strings at the half. 8 tries to 0 for England, who came through quite a, on paper, will look like quite a tricky game against Wales. 11-3, and they're already at 8 against Spain. Half-time England 8, Spain 0.
T-minus 1 minute.
So welcome back to the second half, where England are firmly in the driver's seat. An attacking clinic in the first half, 8 tries to the good over the Spanish Men's Open. And these boys have just rolled through their attacking sets with surgical incision. And then for Spain, his lateral movement isn't really helping them get forward. His White platforming, right footstep, escaping into the in-goal area. It'd be great if they get their score. Unfortunately, at the last moment, a touch and pass comes in. And that won't help Team Spain, although it's better signs from the Spanish earlier on in this game. And there's an early turnover from England. Roll ball error gives this pod another opportunity to get on the scoreboard. Adrian Razik, left foot step from the mystery man wearing 6 in the midfield. There is Razik coming over towards White. Back to Razik. Razik platforming. White picking, ripping long, intercepted by Harry Richards. And England will get an opportunity to get out of dodge and go forward. Late pass away from Gus McMahon, finding Seb Conahan. Conahan driving it up over halfway. Harry Richards scooping from wing. Unhooks the trailer, shifting through gears. Gives the extra pass to Gallagher, who has been the provider for so many scores for England. Gets the pass from Harry Richards, scooping from wing. Showing he can be out there on the outside edge and still a ball player, and what a support line that is from Ethan Gallagher. It's now 9 to the good for England. And it is an absolute clinic from the boys in white. And Spain. Cabello de Leon. Late wrap away. Looking at connect with Jordan Barrero. That long pass just falling out of the pitch. And Spain are looking quite industrious with ball in hand. They're looking for opportunities. It's just not quite happened for this men's open side from Spain, although it's wonderful to see them out here representing their country at the Europeans. It's Trays and Gallagher. Passing away to Vaughan Meredith. Meredith avoiding the touch on the first time and then having to come back to the mark. Rare roll ball error there from Vaughan Meredith, but doesn't force the turnover. There's Graham with a nice platform. Shahabdeen back into Cole Graham. Graham platforming now for Henderson. Late ball away to Seb Conahan. And this passive line that's run from this link is causing Spain all sorts of problems. Josh Henderson puts it on a dime for Seb Conahan. Right in front of him. Conahan doesn't even have to break stride. And he probably could have stopped, made himself a cup of tea, and got the ball down. So much time and space. The ball was so good from Henderson. That's 10. We're in double digits already. 3.5 minutes into the second half. Spain, interplay between the middles, looking for the sweeper platform, picking up against the ground, running down a blind alley, late pass away. Avoids the half-court turnover, but does bring up the 5th. Trying to put on a little bit of footwork and get through. McMahon, that's much easier said than done. Lawton Davies to Archie Devlin. Devlin sets off and just loses control of the ball before he takes the touch. There's a right smile shed between Devlin and Lawton Davies. And Spain looking to avoid burning too many touches, getting these sets on. That's touch 3, forthcoming. Razik playing away to White. White trying to get through Archie Devlin, but the young man playing his touch in Nottingham has added a lot of defensive ability to his game. We all know about his attacking side, but his defensive stuff that's come on leaps and bounds in recent years. Flick pass again. It's speculative. If you've not got a left hand, wing it out the back. It might happen. Lawton Davies. McMahon. Skipping over towards Pennicid. Pennicid with the right foot step. Beats one. And Lawton Davies. Back into Devlin. Devlin with good foot speed into the roll ball. Getting up bang over onto halfway. This is Ethan Gallagher, who's driving forward. This is Ollie Simon. Platforming here for Louis Trays. Is often the man with the keys to the defence. He does execute. Clacker with another one to add to his tally. I mean, the core skills in this play are just absolutely superb. Every roll ball's on a dime. Louis Trays always picking the right option. Clackers in acres of space. It's 12. And England setting their stall out early here. Probably not happy with some of the chat before the tournament, talking about potential banana peels out there. Well, I mean, they put 11 on Wales, they put 12 on Spain, and there's still 14 minutes to go. Early turnover here is Henderson. Richards. There's Cole Graham and Connor Hearn. Richards. This transition is purring through the gears. Left foot step from Devlin. And what more can you say about it, this English side? They've scored with the transition. They've scored with the fly, with the scoop, with the line attack, intercepts. I think if you've got a touch rugby bingo card, this England performance has given you a little bit of everything. Archie Devlin with the 13th for England, and the scoring certainly has not stopped. Gallagher getting up, making touches. Spain will be looking to just get over the whitewash as and when they can and look to get a score on the board. I think for England that the recipe now is keep them to nil. There's left foot, right foot step from Martinez, Cavello, but Pennicid and Trays not buying it, and it's Simon. Trays to Pennicid. Gallagher, extra pass goes, and lovely defensive touch coming in. Putting his body on the line for the shirt. And Meredith into play down that far side. And Henderson, I think, has got an over. He has indeed. It's 14. And England are scoring in all areas of the pitch. A wing quickie between Vaughan Meredith and Josh Henderson. This is, well, it's certainly enjoyable if you're watching this from an English perspective. If you're viewing this from a Spanish perspective, it's hard stuff. But you are playing against one of the youngest and most exciting teams that Europe has to offer. It's good defensive pressure there from Harry Richards, forcing the turnover. Shahabdeen just marches through the gears. This is, and there's not a lot of line speed coming from Spain. It allows England all the time in the world to go and do stuff like this. Gus McMahon platforming. There's Cole Graham straightening. There's Gallagher with the left foot step, beating one, and then trying to come back into the midfield. And Devlin. Pennicid with a rip pass to Devlin, who just flies through a gap. And what more can you say? Pennicid with a lovely left hand and just absolutely fired into the gut of Archie Devlin, and the hands are good enough. Pennicid applauds it. Devlin smiling, Pennicid's applauding. England keeps scoring. Sweeper platform here for Spain. Looking to get over, good touch from Louis Trays. Monero looking to get over. The fifth touch, Daniel Monero with a lofted pass into the wing, and Harry Richards always staring his opposite number in the eyes. Esteves Blanco. It was who was looking to get on the other end of that long ball. 10 minutes left to go in this game. I think England are shooting for 20. They're only 5 off. Trays to Henderson. Henderson to Meredith. Meredith back in towards Trays. Trays to Simon. Simon to McMahon. McMahon to Richards. And they go coast to coast, and Harry Richards gets in. And they've scored in every other way humanly possible. I think the only one that they've not quite done yet is score off touch 0. Every player involved with a touch of the ball. No touches taken. And this is a statement of intent by England, who have just purred through the gears with authority. There's not a thought in the mind of taking the foot off the gas. This is turning into a riot from an English perspective. It'd be lovely to see Spain get on the board and not have that 0 next to their name on the scoreboard. Open side quickie and come back against the grain. Inside pass was potentially the way to go. And there is some really positive optics to take for Spain. These inside passes off the back of the quickie setups are certainly an avenue for some success, but I think they need players with a little bit more international experience to be vocal about that and see these opportunities when they afford themselves. But England just aren't getting lazy. They're not stopping. Run with a furious pace from start to finish. Here's Lawton Davies, who's had to go through a Spanish player to try and get the ball running at such speed. I think, unfortunately, for the number 11, I'm not got a name down on the team sheet for, just fell over in that roll ball and then took a knee in the back off Tom Pennicid. And there's no malice in it. Pennicid's just going for the roll ball. Unfortunately, it's going to be a sore one. And the clock doesn't stop in touch. We continue on. We do hope that the Spanish player is okay. And thankfully he is up and moving. It looked to be a pretty sore one. Knee in the back as Pennicid was trying to scoop that ball on the back of the platform. There'll be no penalty or anything. It'll just be reset, ready to go. And England are off again. There's Henderson. Skip past to Clacker. Clacker going back on the inside to Pennicid. And sometimes you only need one. I mean, almost always in this game, England have only needed one. Wingers getting involved with creating scores. It's good recognition from Clacker that space was on his inside. Tom Pennicid, you can always rely on him to run these inside lines. The Pennicids are family steeped in touch rugby. From Andy and Max to Tom to Archie, they're everywhere. We'll see another one of them later on in the England Mixed Open. 2 games after this one. 16 to the good for England. Trays, skip pass, brilliant hands from Gus McMahon, a player who always puts in a 7 or 8 out of 10 in terms of performances. Might not get the same level of plaudits as some of these very exciting attacking talents, but he's a vital player in this team. You need players who will just get their head down, do the job they've been asked to do. Gus McMahon is one of these. Spain going through their subset again. There's Gomez Vivet. There's Ivan Cabo. And checking open side to Monero. Monero with a scoop. They're going to go long, left-hand pill, trying to finish in the corner. There's Angus Brown. Brings up the 5th. There's Monero. And coming over towards Brown. And just dropping the ball off. Not a lot of space for them to work in. England have just stayed so tight, so defensively astute. There's always a danger as well when you're in a game where there's not a lot coming against you. You can take your foot off the gas and start to relax, but England have run at a pace that's been terrifying, and those calls will be coming from the box. The likes of Mark Aldis getting involved with the coaching. He'll be setting some standards, not allowing those standards to drop no matter what the score is. They set these little targets throughout each game to try and go in hits. I imagine scoring off touch 0 was one of those. This England side has just been phenomenal. Devlin platforming here for Gallagher. Gallagher with an absolute ripper of a pill. Flat dagger into the corner, and Harry Richards always in the right space. But look at this, that so flat, so accurate. Richards doesn't have to break stride. And with 4.5 minutes to go, England might get their 20. Trays with a good defensive touch. And Spain are just asking for a little bit more punching movements forward. It was Martinez Covello who was gesturing with the hands, asking for a bit of a punch. It's Trace. Henderson. Trace to Simon. Simon accelerating, ripping long, and now Meredith's got another. And we're at 19. And for England, this is as easy as you like. Simon with a dish. Meredith slows up for putting the ball down. They're one away from the 20. And I've got a penny for the thoughts of the England coaches now. I wonder if there's, communications coming in, setting these targets, looking for 20, trying to keep Spain to 0. And I'm intrigued to know what the mentality is right now. 3 minutes to go. As they came through against Wales earlier on, 11-3. I mean, that was an emphatic victory. This is something kind of a category all of its own. There's Gallagher. Oh, I think Gallagher with a show and go, demonstrating he's got a bit of speed about him. Adrian Razik is in hot pursuit. And I think it is extremely apt that one of the youngest players in this England squad gets the 20. Ethan Gallagher, who has been flexing for Nottingham Hoods all throughout the season, had an absolute masterclass in the men's NTS final against the London Scorpions, just has kicked on throughout the season, got his reward representing England here, has established himself as a fully fledged English middle, and England get 20, and it's Ethan Gallagher to deliver them that reward. 2 minutes to go. Barring a couple unforced roll ball errors, this English performance has been absolutely perfect, and it's kind of making me and Seventh Touch eat our words a little bit. Although, I suppose on day one, the real test for England will be on pitch 1 later on, which I'll have the pleasure of taking you through, and is England Men's Open versus Scotland Men's Open. And that'll be a heck of a test to see Harry Richards, inside option to Penisard. The ball does eventually go to Penisard, and England not content with 20. It's 21. I think what's so telling about this score is England subbed as soon as Harry Richards went on his run. As we see that Ethan Gallagher score come back, just had that extra bit of pace needed to get over. And I think I can speak for everyone watching this from an English perspective. It's great to see Ethan Gallagher hit. Him, the likes of Sam Dixon, Tom Penisard, Seb Conahan, Gus McMahon, Ben Grinter, a couple of these players being rested for this game. See this youthful DNA come through for the England Men's Open, and not only that, but see them play at such a high standard, play at the same standard that we've seen them do for the NTS, in the NTS competition all season. It's just magical, and you've got some wonderful experienced players as well, like Camille Shahabdeen, Vaughan Meredith, Louis Trays, Lawton Davies. I mean, he's not old by any means, but he's so experienced. As you see, Vaughan Meredith with a late inside pass, trying to connect with Gus McMahon and give them the 22nd. And this England Men's Open side is a terrifying thing. terrifying thing, and I'm sure Scotland will have one eye on this game, thinking, okay, they've not really telegraphed any areas for us to go and have an attack against. And look at the hands on display as well between Ollie Simon and Louis Trays. Two boys enjoying their time out there. They'll be looking for their 22nd. Louis Trays gets the ball back. Extra pass goes. Clacker's got another. And there is 22. And I'll try and grab a word later on with one of these men's open players or one of the coaching staff, maybe Mark Aldis, and say, what are you more happy with? The 22 that you put over Spain or the 0 that you held them to? That might be one of the most emphatic performances we've ever seen at a Euros competition. It is a scoreline that is rarely ever seen, but it is. You don't have to adjust your sets. It is England 22, Spain 0 in the men's open category. And there is probably some positives to take from Spain out of that game, although it'd be hard to see it that way if you're wearing the blue and yellow of the Spanish Men's Open. But for England, they go marching on ahead of their game against Scotland later on. But coming up for you next, in about 10 minutes' time, we're in the men's 50s/55s categories. Again, two categories that have combined to maximise game time. And it's England again. And they'll be taking on the South Americans from Chile. I'll be with you in 10 minutes' time.
AJ!
Nice that he gets to play his 50th on the live stream. Yeah.
2 bad games. Oh wait, we're playing Spain again, aren't we?
Wales and Spain. At this rate, they know who to defend.
We might just tell Mark just to rest him for both, just so he can't score.
I feel like one of these.
I'll probably have to do more running in that game.
T minus 1 minute.
And welcome one and all. England 55s playing Chile 55s. A game that's got a fair bit of an unknown entity about it. We've not seen Chile making the long trip over to come and play and get some reps in Europe. Not a lot of opportunity for them to get involved with a tournament as big as this in South America. Lovely flick pass. Extra one has to go. And what an opening score that would have been if not for a superb defensive touch from Santiago Secondo. And there's early warning signs for Chile. Well, they scramble their defensive work so well. And Chile marching forward. Good core skills as well. Looking to have a little bit about them. There was a 6 touch in there, just losing track of the touch count. Garcia. Vidobro. And there's Ian Griswood with his 50th England cap today. wearing number 5, known as Grizz to his teammates and friends. There's a couple of embraces happening in the sub box for Ian Griswold. It's a hard thing to register 50 international caps. We've had a few Centurions. There's a half Centurion for you as well. And Chile just lose control of that ball and surrender possession back over to England, who lost their opening game against France men's 50s. By all accounts, didn't play their game, got sucked into a French style of play, which didn't suit this 55s team at all. Richie Bernardo getting involved in acting half, specialist winger, whose most enjoyable part of the game is subbing, and one of the most positive people you'll see in England touch. And England are going to play a little bit jouet. There's a nice extra pass trying to find Richie Bernardo, did exactly that, but not a lot of space for the winger to work with. Nice hands from Mark Collion. And Chile getting into their subset. Vasquez Snake has to come back to the mark after marauding his way up the pitch. Single shooters here for England, so Chile are able to play around it relatively easily. As Andrew Holmes for Chile, and appealing for a hard touch. Referees are happy. And it was anything but. Chile getting towards the line, diving. It's a good defensive touch. And both teams have found their way over the try line yet. We're not able to get the referee's whistle on their side. England going through their subset, just getting held up a little bit. Richie Bernardo has to take the touch and then work hard to go get involved in acting half as well. A lot of momentum. There's a nice fly option there from Griswood. Griswood with the extra pass to Brooksbank. A late switch back on the inside to Griswood. Griswood just delaying the pass. But Andrew Holmes just staying wise to the threat, being involved in the passing lane. Big touch coming in at the side. Referees are happy with the contact level. See Clive Loveridge and Andy Sharples in the sub box for England, just making sure that they're happy with the standards that are set, problem solving when they need to. Chile getting a little bit of a roll on. There's Marco Rock trying to get through as a couple of players take a tumble for England. Bouncing straight back up. Pablo Dinamarca Rock almost creating scoring opportunities. Griswood into play but with no real momentum, and then that ball just falling to the floor off Andy Brooksbank and gives Carlos Diaz platform to have a go. Here is Diaz driving at the line, and the Chileans open the scoring, and Carlos Diaz, the number 9, spots at the separation for England was just a little bit too wide. It's a nice 32 platform here, and you can see on that replay it's very clear to see the link in the middle separate. Both middles are on the touch line, they don't get up off the line. It's good heads up recognition from Diaz. And now England looking to create some parity once more. There's Gee driving, diving. Touch for Craig Wheeler, was working with Tim Gee. Can't quite get over on this occasion. They'll reset, working with Richard Horn. Tap penalty. There's Stephen Lines. Lines and Gee in the midfield. There is Gee. Again, plays just a little bit too lateral at the moment. Not a lot of go forward. Lines to Gee. Looking for the hammer option. They get it. And have to recycle the play. This is fifth coming now. And they go long. There's not a lot of space on the outside edge for Martin Reinhard to work with. Now this is fifth. There's Richie Bernardo looking to kill the ball in the corner. And there's a really good opportunity there for England to get on the score sheet. But there's just not a lot of depth on display. And just struggling with their setup. I think you'd just like for anyone to get that ball down a little bit cleaner. And they'll problem solve. They've got plenty of experience in the box. And that midfield turnover will help them do exactly that. England. Richard Bernardo. Platforming. And just becoming a little bit static. Steve Lines was caught behind the ball. It's checked away to Martin Hawes. There's Carlian. There's fifth. Scooping. There's a nice bit of pace on display. Finds Hawes. Just losing control of the ball at the crucial moment. Good touch from Martin Hawes. But there's defensive spacing that is too wide. And for Chile, Santiago Seconda airs away and gets Chile's second. And there was just gaps opening up. He leaves English players in his wake. And Santiago Seconda has the gas to get over for Chile's second. Brookbank. There's Griswood. We're going to create some scoring opportunities. I think that's half court. Potentially. No, referee's happy. Griswood. That's a big touch that comes in. Referees are happy with the physicality level as Griswood. And that one is certainly too big. I think it's got to be for sub-time. I think Dinamarca Rock is very fortunate to still be on the pitch. You can kind of see that coming a mile off. But England, tap penalty. Dunleavy to Griswood. Sweeper platform here. I'm going to dive at the line. It's good defensive touch. Better strike platform from England. Getting the ball down, all operating on the same page. I wonder if they'll go back to that sweeper platform. There's opportunities just to go open side, pass the ball through the hands. They do get a tap penalty, so fresh set of 6 here. Dunleavy. Griswood. They do come to the sweeper platform, but this time going from left to right. Not a lot of space for Andy Verney to work in. There's Verney. And another sweeper platform picking up against the grain. That's a lovely option. Andy Verney gets over. And it's Keith Dunleavy creating scoring opportunities for Verney. And it's 2-1, draw and pass, lovely line, lovely hole, lovely score. And England get their attacking structure right and get their reward for it. 2-1. And Chile come marching forward. There's Velasco Ivanovic. There's a roll ball error. Velasco Ivanovic was claiming for a foot in the ruck. Referee's hand, but there's just loss of control and airing towards the side of the referees. There's a potential banana peel there for England. Almost got tripped up in the subset, but they do a good job of problem solving. However, that one is off the mark. So midfield penalty here for Chile. And it gives Velasco Ivanovic it's that ball. Not gaining a lot of field position on first or second. And Velasco Ivanovic now goes through the gears, but just drops that one off a little bit too late. Touch pass given or forward, or any which one, that'll do. Penalty ball for England. Nice wrap away. That's a good roll ball as well. England slowly starting to roll through the gears. Mark Hobson. There's Dunleavy. There's Griswood. 50th cap for Griswood. There's a nice platform. Looking to drive at the line. Dunleavy wanted to play quickly. Gets it. Offside penalty for England though. That was much better. I believe it was Craig Wheeler getting the penalty. It was good. Foot speed into the roll ball. Griswood opts to keep the ball in hand. Now works it over towards Verney. Griswood. Wheeler to Dunleavy. Extra pass goes. Just falls short of John Kearns. But it's better work from England. They're finding their feet in this game. The referees have set some good expectations with the physicality of the touch. They've marshalled the game well. Chile have been slightly more opportunistic with their scores. That one carved through the middle is the really good example of that. Just defensive spacing of England left a little bit to be desired. England have re-established themselves in this game. And Chile, with Cristian Rodriguez platforming. There's a good drive and there's a few touches in there and it's easy stuff. Cristobal Garcia, Huidobro, caught at half, turnover for England. They've certainly shored up some mistakes that they made in the first 10-12 minutes, especially defensively. Defensive spacing's better. You know, if you're looking at this from a touch perspective, well, from a rugby perspective, you're wondering what I mean by that. It's you don't want to defend too wide. You want to force these extra passes, very similar to all codes of rugby. That's half court and turnover. I think England have just problem solved that very well. Chile driving. Oh, there was a really good opportunity for Chile to get their third on the board, but just an unforced error creeping in. It's good hands from England. He's gaining extra meters with relative ease as of right now. There's Wheeler straightening. Kearns comes involved. There's a nice fly option. Feeding towards Hawes. Hawes back inside. Oh, it's a nice hole. And unfortunately, though, for England, that last pass just drifting forward. It was calls from the sub box. I'm not sure if you could hear it, of just players asking for hands. Unfortunately, it didn't go. There's always this tendency in such to move laterally with the ball rather than going straight. And potentially that was a good opportunity just to go straight and feed the ball through the hands. The fifth touch here for Chile. Right foot step. Trying to create a little bit of space. There's good pace on display. And there's 6 more. And Velasco Ivanovic certainly has a little bit about him, especially in the pace department. And Chile. Line attack opportunities, driving at the line. Diving touch comes in. And putting his body on the line was Mark Carlian. A splitter platform here for Chile. Velasco Ivanovic almost ghosting over. It's really good to see Chile playing with this level of structure, looking at splitters, sweepers, shorts. Again, coming back to this splitter platform, picking up against the grain on this occasion, but the defensive pressure forces the turnover, and England will take a lot of confidence from that, although this turnover is a little bit too slow. The restart's got to get underway quicker than this, take advantage of the disjointed Chilean defence. And Griswood will come on and get involved. 6 more. Here is Griswood. Verney, try scorer Verney. Griswood picking up, coming over towards Keith Dunleavy. There's nice ball movement there. Just need a strike off the back of it. Keith Dunleavy. Skip pass over towards Griswood. 2-on-1. Finds the wing. Stepping back on the inside. Griswood had an opportunity to go through with that pass from John Kearns. Just a little bit late as judged by the referees. 90 seconds left to go in the half. England would love to go in to the break all square. Just a break of play. Missed the hand signal from the referee. A minute left to go. Tap penalty for Chile. Good line speed on offer from England. Show and go from Chile. Dummying, straightening. It's really good awareness to get the ball down smoothly as well. Take my hat off to Andrew Holmes. These micro touch skills are much harder than they look, especially when a lot of teams are guilty of a little bit of white line fever. And Chile play quickly, late pass away. And that'll be try time. And Chile, 3-1. And it's becoming a bit of a mountain for England to climb. I've just given big compliments to Andrew Holmes. And he vindicates me by getting a score on the board. 3-1 to Chile. Score at the start of the half, score at the end of the half. They've punctuated their performance wonderfully in this first. There's one final opportunity for England to get on the scoreboard, but that one goes to ground. And at the half, it's Chile men's 50s 3, England 55s 1. So we're about to get back underway. England men's 55s versus Chile 50s. Chile with a 3-1 lead, and might I add, probably the best kit here. I'll be perfectly honest, if you're watching this from a Chile perspective, I'd love one of your kits. Just putting it out there, really. Chile with a sweeper platform. Driving through the offside player. Play on call from the ref. Dunleavy was claiming the touch. Clear calls, offside, play through, Chile 4. And that's the fast start that Chile were after. There's good hands initially. There's great interplay between Carlos Diaz and Pablo Dinamajarok. Wonderful score from the Chileans, who will be taking full advantage of this opportunity to play a lot of touch against some more established nations. They'll forgive me for saying. It'll do wonders for their own development. And they're certainly out here showing that they deserve to be here. And we love having them here as well. You know, if you're a fan of rugby union, he got so much airtime over recent years, and certainly deserving of it. Rodrigo Fernandez, the Chilean number 10, the Chilean national team. Rugby in Chile going from strength to strength, becoming a fully fledged team in Tier 2. It's great to see them here playing touch. The sport we all love. It's such high standard. I've been so impressed with their structure, the way that they have these set pieces to use. It's really impressive. And you see it here again. It's a bit of a bobbly roll ball that potentially could have been off the mark. Referees are happy with it. There's defensive spacing a little bit better from England, but there's a bit of pace on display, diving at the ground. And this time it's Cristobal Garcia Huidobro with the score. Lovely late switch. Christian Rodriguez. And England were scrambling in their defensive set, struggling to create some sustained pressure. And very quickly it's becoming England 1, Chile 5. And England will be hoping to avoid scores consistently going against them. There's a late switch, but one just goes to ground. And it's great to see England still playing their structure that they want to play. They're not changing the game plan all too much, although you might be wondering why. Well, this is sort of tune-up games for the men's 55s. Older categories, looking to go through a lot of their structure, build some relationships in pods. These age categories, they go through quite a lot of change, all the way from the women's 27s being the lowest of those age categories, all the way up to the men's 55s. Obviously, a lot of people age out. You can't really, it's harder to build for tournaments like this because you're not too certain who's going to be there. And it's hard work for a coach, but these tournaments are invaluable for these teams. It's fifth touch now. Griswood checking away. Ball goes to the wing, and it's just not taken. And John Kearns, on another day, could have had 3. And his passes just maybe a little bit inaccurate, dare I say. As Kearns can't quite get over the try line with ball in hand. And as it stands, Chile still firmly in the driver's seat. That's a lovely fly option, getting around the single shooter. Chile moving the ball to this outside edge effectively. There's Vasquez, Schnacker. And again, lovely interplay between the Chileans on this near side, an area in which they've found success on this English defensive line more often than not. His first touch, it's better line speed from the Chileans, and it's good foot speed into the roll ball from England. The pace just slowing a little bit on touch 3, but the fresh legs come onto the field now. And there's Guy. Checking back on the inside for Guy, but Guy's off the mark. That means they've got to attack against a very set defence. And Kearns will just kill it in the corner. And Chile, the familiar outlaws pattern. And getting off the field with that lead runner and the half wrapping round nice and deep. Conditioning England to stay honest in their defence. England then give away the penalty. Fresh set of 6 here for Chile. Second touch getting up on into the red zone. Dinamarca Rock. Here he is with the ball in hand. A player who's created so much success for Chile. Scooping platform. There was a speculative flick pass, but the offside penalty comes in first. And Chile split a platform for Dinamarca Rock, who just flies towards the line. It's good defensive touches though. Stephen Lines getting off his try line and making touches. Again, splitter. A little bit janky on this occasion and coming open side. Late switches away. Referee's happy for the play on, for touch, scooping, driving. They're going to go long, flash pass into the link channel, but it was Richard Horn on this occasion, staying wise to the threat. Dinamarca Rock. Straightening, setting 32 platform. There's a good bit of pace, and the grubber kick is a unfamiliar option in touch. Obviously, completely accidental. That pass just a little bit unforgiving as the Chilean far link and wing go through some remonstrating with each other. And play on was the call. Does he have the pace to get over the line? Not quite for Richard Horn, but he's certainly given England premier position. And coming over towards the short side, being caught in the same area of the roll ball. Need to move the ball from left to right. Horn. His third touch, again taken in the same area. Lines. Checking away into the link channel, looking for the link punish, picking up against the grain, lofted pass into the wing, but that one just hits the deck. And it's good work from England to give themselves some decent field position, just unfortunately on this occasion, not able to utilise it in the way that they would have liked to. And they did get the turnover in the midfield. However, it's just back-to-back turnovers at the moment. Chile rolling through with lovely momentum, creating 3-on-2s and 2-on-1s. The hands don't quite go. They needed to. There's opportunities on this near side. Chile moving the ball over to the far side. And that'll bring up the 6 and change. It's, again, good touch IQ from Chile. I'm really impressed with the sort of touch core skills that have underpinned a lot of their good work. I imagine a lot of these players coming from the rugby union side of things. They've got some very nice core skills. They love running at pace and into space. But it's a hard thing to come from one code of rugby and then learn the ins and outs of another. But the Chileans have done a really good job of that. There's a nice check away to Keith Dunleavy. Skip pass over towards Kearns. Kearns platforming here for Dunleavy. Late pass away to Kearns and then follows suit. There's an NFL pass back in towards Griswood. Griswood to Dunleavy. Dunleavy trying to find Kearns. England obviously have the ball skills potentially not able to run with enough momentum to really challenge this Chilean line consistently in the same way that the Chileans have been able to do against England. And obviously this is 50s playing 55, so there's a bit of an age difference that comes with a bit of fitness, bit of mobility as well. How wonderful is it in a world where there's so much made of movement and activation and exercise, that we've got an exhibition of 55s and 50-year-olds playing touch under the sun for 40 minutes here at the European Championships in Vichy. England get their fresh legs on the field. It's 32 short. Extra pass goes. That's ball down. And England get their score. It's really well manufactured. It's Hobson. Getting the ball back from Wheeler. And Wheeler started that run for the 32 as he was subbing on. So he had a 20-metre run up, hit the ball at pace, late check away, 5-2. England will be happy with that score. There's Dinamarca Rock operating in the midfield. There's a really physical touch coming in. There's a nice check away to Carlos Diaz. And there's just good pace on display. And Diaz just shifts through the gears, gives Chile their 6th. Dinamarca Rock. Passing away to Vasquez Schnacker. And then Diaz. Just shifting through the gears. Great score from the Chileans again. Lovely core skills. And England get over. And Craig Wheeler provide a turn scorer. And it's just, they get this structure. It's much better. Dunleavy checking back on the inside to Wheeler. Dunleavy back to Wheeler. And they've stopped the extra passes that was, a little bit unneeded, unnecessary. And just getting the ball down cleanly, getting that roll ball sorted, all operating on the same page, and we're getting more scores because of it. There's a nice pace shown as well by Andrew Holmes, representing Chile. However, off the mark penalty. Turnover. And getting through the initial press, getting onto the set back defenders. That's very nice. And Martin Hawes straightens. 5th coming now. And coming over towards the short side. That's 6 and change. However, there's a penalty. So England with a golden opportunity. Big dummy from Hobson. Wheeler. So Carlyon. There's Carlyon trying to get onto the link punish. It's good conditioning. And Chile get up over halfway. 5 minutes to go in this game. Just having to come back to the mark is Dinamarca. And unfortunately, it's probably the only occasion in this game where Carlos Diaz and Dinamarca aren't operating off the same hymn sheet. They've played together wonderfully. And you can tell that this is bruising work. We've got a player for England out there running with tissue up his nose from a nosebleed. That is really putting your body on the line for the shirt. Shout out Richard Horn. It's Dunleavy, Griswood, 50th cap for Ian Griswood. Dunleavy. That pass just a little bit tricky for the winger to reel in. And the sun is well and truly out now. The heat is beating the players on the pitch. I'm sat here under shade and even I'm sweating just a little bit. Can't imagine what it's like for these gentlemen out here running. There's a nice platform here for Velasco Ivanovic. They play away. If he's happy with the touch. Santa Maria is claiming for something, but referee's not giving it. There's Santa Maria. Working with Varas Valverde. That one just goes to ground. Forward pass, tap penalty for England. There's 3 scores in it, 3 minutes left. The score here for England does pose the question of what they can do going into the latter stages of this game. That's really good work from John Kearns. Kearns gets involved as well. Griswood comes off for a much needed break. Brilliant player in this category is Ian Griswood and is Tim Gee. The touch, 2-on-1. If England want to execute, just had to go to the wing. Had to go to the wing. That'll be one that they watch back and think, an opportunity there just to execute your bread and butter 2-on-1. Martin Hawes opts to go back on the inside, which sometimes is the way to go. You get defences overcompensating, chasing too hard to the wing to try and scramble defence that 2-on-1, and then your inside pass undoes them completely. But on that occasion, I think John Kearns might be having words. Big touch from Hawes. A scoop hit for Holmes, and Lick's inside pass is good. Now Holmes connects with Cristian Rodriguez, and Chile gets 7. So Chile, we're going to get their 8th score on the board. And that is a lovely score. A skip pass over the top. Finished by Corneo Robinson. However, I think is going to be given a forward pass in the end. And the final hooter goes. England might try and do something special on last, but that will be all she wrote. In the 50-55s competition, Chile are the victors, 7-3 over England. And coming up for you next, we're going to take a very quick break of about 10 minutes. We have England Mixed Open. I'll first look at them on pitch 2, and they'll be taking on the Swiss Mixed Open. That'll be with you in 10 minutes' time. So welcome to our first look at England Mixed Open, a team that has opted for youth and exuberance over the familiar steely-eyed experience that we are so used to seeing. It's a much changed side from the team that finished bronze in the Touch World Cup. Jake Morris, Ben Lenori, Will Stockdale, Will Coombs, Grace Purgos, Jared Lewis, James Fay, Lydia Ticehurst, Anu Shanalanko, Harrison Cross, Lily Merritt, Heather Richardson, Max Pennicid, Russell Reid, B. Graham and Cara Edwards, and Harrison Cross with the earliest of scores. First time of asking. Less than 20 seconds on the clock. And Harrison Cross does what he's done for Eagles all season. Carve defence to ribbons. We're so used to seeing him throw long and use that absolute wand of a right hand that he's got. Well, what about the diving? 1-0 to England. Early warning signs here for the Swiss. Fire up option here for Swiss mixed touch, 2-on-1. Trying to bounce around. The defensive touch is good enough over on that far side. There's Nils Burry working in the midfield with Louis Maloney. There's Maloney bouncing, right foot step, trying to connect with Yasmin Eastwell. England see out the first offensive threat. There's Lenori, Anu Shanalanko, two players who've played together so much. There's Stockdale. And Will Stockdale, one of these bright young sparks coming from the Nottingham Hoods, just an electric player. Certainly someone who's coming on leaps and bounds. Speaking of someone coming on leaps and bounds, there's Heather Richardson getting involved, who has developed superbly in recent years and is slowly becoming one of the more dynamic players on the circuit. As you see Richardson have a go. Not quite happening on that occasion. I won't mind it all too much. It's nice to see Will Coombs and Jared Lewis get their crack at the whip as well. There's a good touch there from Jared Lewis. And that's an off-the-mark penalty. Russell Reid getting up and putting the squeeze on defensively, forcing the turnover for Lewis, Morris, Reid and Richardson. There is Jared Lewis coming over towards Jake Morris, wanting to get on this link punish. Swiss middles working hard to cut out the space. 32 scoop here for Russell Reid, finding Jared Lewis. Jared Lewis puts the brakes on. Defended effectively for now. Lewis, Reid. There is Lewis to Morris. Morris wants this link to be a little bit more honest. Russell Reid with the extra pass. And unfortunately that ball just is dropped over the try line for Grace Purgos. She won't need many practice runs. A clinical finisher. Grace Purgos was part of the South East Sharks side in Nationals. Has fully established herself as clinical winger, especially in the mix. We're so used to seeing her in the women's, representing Nationals, showing her chops there. Now the Swiss driving, spinning the ball open side. Russell Reid tries to get over to make a touch. It's well fielded in the end from England, who stay nice and disciplined with their defensive spacing. Charles Grimes is trying to create avenues to explore, working alongside Jonathan Furiman. There's Russell Reid, extra pass to Morris. Morris platforming. A really good foot speed into the roll ball. And here comes try scorer Harrison Cross working with Pennicid. There is Pennicid driving with a familiar bucket hat, just leaving Swiss players in the dust. And Harrison Cross has got a brace. And what more could you ask for from an English perspective? Cross platforming for Pennicid. Pennicid just shifting through the gears. And it was really good work initially as well from Lydia Ticehurst, who set really good platform off that latch in the subset. And then Pennicid, ball in one hand, leaves the Swiss eating the dirt. Cross with 2, England with 2. 4.5 minutes in, Swiss are yet to really threaten. It's a nice fire-up option. Again, trying to use some footwork, but it's easier said than done to bounce around these English links. And Shanalanko getting up to make a dominant touch. Now, the Swiss coming over back to the short side, but between B. Graham and Lily Merritt, they see out the threat. And if I was a Swiss middle, like Jonathan Furryman or Louis Maloney, the last link that I'd be trying to do something against is B. Graham. We've seen her not only in the University Series, but at the NTS, at Nationals. Again, you've got to compliment this England selection. And they're out here proving that they're worth their weight in gold. Lenori up making touches. Oh, what a lovely ball that is. And executed to perfection. Louis Maloney with a ripping pill into Margot Destronde. And that is a flat pass. And what about the hole hit from Margot Destronde? 2-1. That is absolute money from the Swiss middle, delivering a pill on a plate for Destronde. Fate platforming, Cross having a go, accelerating. Harrison Cross has a hat trick in 6 minutes. A player who is hitting his stride at the right moment for England. Pennisir to Cross, hitch kick step, bounces around the middle, who's left in no man's land. Bang that on your Instagram, Harrison. Not many people say they've got a 6-minute hat trick at the Euros. That's an emphatic start, and I suppose really for Swiss mixed open, you got to nail down the number 10 because he has your number dialed in to perfection. There's Santiago Olds, right hand pill, trying to get into the in-goal area, but Pyrgos with a chase. It was Julie Poffet trying to make something happen. Speculative flick pass back on the inside. I really like the look of Santiago Olds. Certainly got a bit about him. Nice step, nice long ball. Russell Reid playing away towards Jared Lewis. B. Graham has to latch and does so effectively. There's Anu Shanalanko. First time to see the speed merchant out of Exeter flex his muscles. And Anu Shanalanko connects with Will Stockdale. And again, it's these connections that are just causing Switzerland all sorts of problems. And what about this for a turn of pace? Brilliant platform from Lenori, and then Alanko leaves the Swiss chasing shadows. And took a little bit of finishing as well from Stockdale. But he's no stranger to getting over the whitewash. The ball's back in Swiss court. What can they create? Well, they're going to need to threaten this line a little bit more often. There's Rinaldi, Maloney picking. Looking to step, late pass away. And what a wonderful line that is again. And this is a hole-hitting clinic from this Swiss pod. Again, it's Margot Destronde, who's got 2 now. And Louis Maloney just completely sells this English defence, looking to go long and then just drops a late one off. Destronde teaching everyone here how to hit your holes. That's hole 1. That won't be somewhere that England would be happy to concede. However, late pass dropped away, this time to Heather Richardson from Russell Reid. Brings it to 5-2. And Russell Reid starts the play, furious foot speed, sweeping round, Morris with the easy pass, and then Reid, Heather Richardson just flies through the gap. Again, a player who's just become so dangerous to play against. Nine minutes in. And here's Raf Rinaldi. Flick pass over towards Olds. Olds getting down for Grimes. Grimes going towards the wing. That ball just dropped over the line. Loss of control there. They had the advantage. The penalty for Renardi, Grimes, and Olds. Here's Olds bouncing and coming down towards Grimes, but Olds just moving away from where his acting half was. Here's Raf Renardi stepping back. Sweeper platform to Olds. Olds to Grimes. And we are in for a proper game here. 5-3. It's time. The Swiss get over. And it's Grimes who executes. It's a lovely sweeping platform. Raf Renardi asked to get that ball down cleanly. Stops it on a dime. Olds to Grimes. Grimes with the right foot step. Gets around B. Graham. The Swiss have come here to play. And James Fay with a tap penalty. A roll ball for the fresh set of 6. Harrison Cross. Pennicid in motion. James Fay feeding to Pennicid. Pennicid diving. Good touch comes in from Lucas Schaller. Cross. Fay back to Cross. Harrison Cross using the footwork, diving at the line. Harrison Cross has got 4 in 11 minutes. And it's absolutely superb stuff. And this replay really tells you all you need to know. I mean, this is a pod where you've got James Fay, who's been honing his trade at Manchester Chargers. You've got Max Pennicid, who we've already seen is as dynamic as he is, and yet they're both getting the ball down for Harrison Cross. When you're hot, you're hot. And the cross is burning. The Swiss try and have a go down that far side. Ball just find its way into touch. Russell Reid, the late pass away to Heather Richardson. Heather Richardson to Merritt, and then there's a 6 more in there as well. It's great to see Lily Merritt representing England in the mixed as well. Young player, loads of experience playing in the club season. Also, loads of potential as well. Certainly is not the ceiling for Lily Merritt as of right now. It's great to be seeing these young players get their chance to show out at Euros under the sun in Vichy. Here's the pod though that's had the number of England. There's Olds working with Niels Burdi. Santiago Olds. Oh, that is diabolical. Don't you dare. Santiago Olds with a right foot step that beats the English defence all ends up. I mean, first of all, beats one, takes the touch on Anu Shanalanko, and then look at this. See you later. That's one for the highlight reel. Cross to Fay, to Pennicid. England very quickly establish themselves back into the red zone of the Swiss mixed open. Harrison Cross with the open side quickie. Pennicid back to Harrison Cross. Cross with a skip pass. There's a little bit of an execution error there from Harrison Cross. I mean, as of right now, you're forgiven for that one because he's got 4 scores to his name. Tap penalty because the pass went forward. Pennicid and Cross getting up to put the pressure on. There's really good line speed coming from England. James Fay spearheading it, leading by example. Pyrgos with the most recent touch. There's Margot de Stondo. She's got 2 to her name, however. There's 7 on. I think subbing early is the call from the sideline ref. Harrison Cross. Lewis. Russell Reid, Morris, and Graham come and join the fray. Jared Lewis, open side quickie, coming over towards the short side now. Late flick pass away, almost finding Merritt, but that one drifting forwards. There's still only 2 scores in it. 5.5 minutes left to go. The Swiss mixed open have really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons here. I think a lot of people thought that a lot of people thought that England were a little bit of a shoo-in in all categories. Well, there's a banana peel right now for the English. Pyrgos, good touch. There's Eva Stouffer driving. That's good speed on display as well. Late pass, almost executing. Charles Grimes, certainly one of these Swiss national players that has impressed so far today. Him, Santiago Olds, Raf Renaudy. Swiss team, oh so talented. And are showing out and showing their best against England. Still find themselves 2 scores down, but they won't mind it all too much. You know, there's a platform here for them to strike, and they've stopped the flow scores going against them. Here's Anush Alanko. Certainly has the ability to go and execute. Alanko connects with Lily Merritt. Merritt's got a bit of finishing to do. And Lily Merritt does it superbly. Anush Alanko committing defenders. And what about this for a finish from Lily Merritt? Had a few bites of the cherry, getting the ball down. Diving finish. Narrowly beats Josephine Ellis to the line. But has the pace to execute. Lily Merritt with England's 7th. And that's one to remember for the young winger over on the far side. There's Santiago Olds on the field. Wrapping round, not taken. On this occasion, Niels Burry stepping back against the grain in the midfield, working with Louis Maloney. He's also been brilliant. And then you've got the brace scorer, Margot de Stonde, over on the far side in the link channel. There's Olds. Opens so quickly for Olds. Fire up option for Maloney instead. Maloney with the left foot step. Beats one. Step back on the inside. That's ball down. And Niels Burry gets on the score sheet. And this Swiss mixed open side are demonstrating just how clinical they can be in line attack. There's Burry. Fire up option to Maloney. And the defensive spacing is just a little bit too big. Harrison Cross is chasing. I've no doubt that the touch was made, but after the ball was down, and Burry demonstrating just how good he can be on live stream. Russell Reid with a flick pass to B. Graham. Not taken on that occasion. Things are slowing down in the try-scoring category for England. It's still a 2-try game, 7-5. Certainly the best game we've had on live stream on pitch 2 so far today. Right foot step bouncing around the oncoming press. Pyrgos puts on good defensive pressure. There's Luca Schaller. Here is Olds. I mean, for my mind, he's almost always in this line attack set whenever it comes on, and now he's working with Grimes. I mean, I suppose when you're as good as Olds is, you just put him on whenever you can. Scooping platform potentially. Let's just give him ball down. I think it was any play at the ball. There's Grimes not able to connect with Santiago Olds on that occasion. He gives England an opportunity to get out of dodge. Ticehurst has to come back to the mark. Russell Reid, they're going to go extra pass to Morris. Not taken. There's Heather Richardson. And I think that's a hips not square penalty. So with 90 seconds left to go, there's an opportunity here for the Swiss touch to bring this back to a 1-try game. Balls away. Lenori gets up to make the touch. There's Anush Alanko following in suit, trying to chase down Charles Grimes. Here is Santiago Olds. Olds on the open side quickie. Dummied, not used, ripped long. It just hits the deck. And England got their defensive spacing a little bit better. I think they know who the danger man is for this Swiss mixed open side. It's Santiago Olds. And he sticks out like a sore thumb when you've got hair like that and feet as explosive. You know what's coming. You know who's going to deliver it. And they'll have another opportunity to do so. And I think it might be the first time in this game that Santiago Olds hasn't had a line attack set 19 minutes in. Instead, it'll be Niels Burry, Louis Maloney, and Charles Grimes operating the midfield with Margot Destonde. It's Burry. Fire up option again into the link channel. Should be try time. And it is. And with 30 seconds left on the clock in this first half, it's a 1-score game. This fire-up option is causing England all sorts of problems. This time it's Louis Maloney committing defenders. And the Swiss are flexing here in the first half, bringing it back to a one-score game, and it is half-time. And my word, what a game we are in for. England 7, Switzerland 6. This mixed open category is delivering some attacking clinics. I mean, less said about the celebration there from Charles Grimes, the better, throwing a speculative hand signal up towards our camera box. Nothing untowards, just does the 6-7 sign, which is not the favourite at the half in the mixed open category. What a game this has been so far. England 7, Switzerland 6. So second half about to get underway. And the Swiss mixed open are throwing a spanner in the English works. English mixed open, a team that have found so much success. Yes, it's a much changed side, but I don't think many people before this game would have seen Switzerland do as much damage as they currently are. Like spearheaded by the buzz-cut blonde Santiago Olds, who has just been electric, underpinned by some amazing work. Stand out, Margot de Stondo, number 13. We're underway, 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes for England to continue on in their crusade, and 20 minutes for the Swiss to take an almighty scalp in the mixed open division. Sweeper platform here for Santiago Olds, not used. Step back option. Really good defensive work from Will Stockdale. Lenori up making touches. Late pass away, Stockdale lingering in the eye line of Louis Maloney. However, there's an unforced error creeping in, and it gives the Swiss another crack at the whip. 7-6. Santiago Olds again not used. Fire up option, diving at the line. I think the referees are going to give this. They are. And there is a wry smile on the face. How good is this? It's Louis Maloney again. Gets the ball off of Nils Burry. Santiago Olds uses a distraction. And we are locked all square. 7 apiece. Faye. Penicid. Faye again. There's Russell Reid. Faye in motion. Penicid just a little bit slow to the ball. Faye clapping. And Max Penicid wants that ball up nice and early. Russell Reid for James Faye. Faye having a go, driving, dancing. Offside penalty, fresh set of 6. Faye to Russell Reid. Back into James Faye. Back into Penicid. Penicid wants this link punish. Instead it's the doggy's option. And Russell Reid gets the ball down. And the 14 is flexing. Yes, we've had 14 scores in the game. It's now 15. England 8, Swiss 7. Russell Reid with the latest. Big. The Swiss mixed open with another opportunity to get scores on the board, and so far from an English perspective, defensively, spacing's been a little bit too big. Santiago Olds again uses a distraction. Nils Burry coming over towards Louis Maloney, much better defensive spacing from England. Jared Lewis just flies up through the roll ball. There was a bit of spite about that carry from Jared Lewis. I think maybe feeling a little bit frustrated that they've not been able to manufacture some momentum, and then Ben Lenori gets the fresh set of 6 off the hard touch from Santiago Olds. Roll ball, restart. Anush Alanko to Heather Richardson. Good foot speed from Heather Richardson. Faye to Alanko. James Faye checking away to Stockdale. Back into James Faye. Bouncing around one. Will Stockdale wants his ball back. And I think the referee's given loss of control, which, I mean, they've got a better view than me, that's for sure. The Swiss, third coming, muscular touch. Merritt fronts up to it well. There's De Stonder setting good platforms. There's Thomas Angst straightening. And Grimes, and to get through, James Faye does so. Grimes needs to find some support and connects with Thomas Angst. And this is shaping up to be one of the games of the tournament. What speed. I tell you what, you've got to be fast to get around James Faye, and Charles Grimes just flew through the foot speed. Russell Reid, Penicid, checking into the midfield. There is Russell Reid. Back into Penicid. That's try time. And that's much better from England. It was clinical. It was surgical. They go and execute when they need to. The other thing to notice as well, and we're 5 minutes into this second half, and we've not seen Harrison Cross back on the pitch. He's got 4 tries to his name already. I wonder if that's an injury that's just come in for Harrison Cross. But his teammates are picking up the slack. They're filling the gap The Harrison cross-shaped hole in this mixed open side. What about this from Russell Reid and Max Pennicid? How good is that? And then, off the back of the tap from the Swiss, early turnover. Jared Lewis taking the ball back. There's James Fay. Late pass away to Morris. There's Heather Richardson, who just gets asked to latch all the time in every team she plays in, and she does it so well. Slightly overrunning the mark on that occasion, but it won't matter all that much. There's Anushka Alanko working with Ben Lenori. Lenori platforming for Anushka Alanko. Alanko feeding towards the wing. And Pyrgos with a diving finish that's nullified by a wonderful defensive touch from the Swiss winger, not quite able to get the number. There's a try saver, stops England going 2 ahead. Santiago Olds isolated, Anushka Alanko making it very clear that that was off the mark. The Swiss continue playing, and Anushka Alanko wants to go quickly. Quick tap. Anushka Alanko bouncing off the right and then the left. Lenori working with Stockdale. Alanko, Lenori, back to Alanko, diving, trying to find Lenori once more. They're two players who've played together a lot, especially at the University Series, repping Exeter. Alanko, Lenori, ripping long, Lenori leaving players in the dust, and that's try time. And Merritt has been asked to finish 2 scores with very little margin for error. And she has done so superbly. Lenori dropping defenders with a footwork and then ripping a pill. And it is a 2-try difference again. 9-7 in favour of England. And this is fast becoming one of my favourite games to watch. This is marvellous attacking stuff. And Santiago Olds has had the keys to the defence. Niels Bury checking back on the inside towards Grimes. Grimes platforming, Bury in acting half. This time does feed Olds. And Santiago Olds is asking the question of the referees. A touch given. Call made with authority from the on-field ref. As Olds. Bury back to Olds. Olds with the right foot step. Maybe should have just dove himself. However, is that ball down? It isn't. It's a brilliant covering touch on the far side. Yeah, that's Lydia Ticehurst. The covering touch. You see this on the replay. Santiago, I thought, could have just dove there. And it's a brilliant covering touch just before the ball gets grounded. My word, this game is scrambling. Here's Anushka Alanko rolling with pace. Looking in towards James Fay. Still 1 touch left in the chamber. Alanko platforming here for James Fay. Fay with a right-handed scoop. Right-handed step. It's well defended. Turnover. Cutting through the English press with ease. Morris is asked to do some hard defensive work on Rafa Rinaldi and stands up to it well. There's Margot de Stonder driving, followed in suit by Schaefer. It's a lovely pick and rip. This is danger now for England. 2-on-1, check back on the inside. Heather Richardson comes up with a defensive intervention to stop the Swiss getting over once more. And what about the pace from Louis Maloney, causing England all sorts of problems. This is a Swiss mixed open team. I'd love to see play this fixture out again. There's Schaller. And they want to get the dynamite man with gunpowder in the boots. Santiago Olds onto the pitch. Maloney, though, with the right foot step. Might not need him. Maloney sees Santiago Olds coming on and says, no, thank you, sir. I've got this one. We might be down a man. It might be 5v6. But Louis Maloney single-handedly gets through this English defence. Right foot step gets through Anushka Alanko. That's not something we've been able to say all too much this season. There's problem solving to do for the English mixed. And there are flowers to give for the Swiss mix. Russell Reid, oh lovely, how good is this? Lily Merritt with a hat-trick, and that might be the best of the bunch. Russell Reid to Lenori to Stockdale, extra pass to Merritt. And that is what English mixed open teams can do when they are fit and firing at their best. They re-establish a 2-try buffer. That'll be the easiest one for Merritt to score. It's the easiest finish he's had, but it's probably the hardest team score of the bunch. How good is that? 10-8 to England. And the Swiss. Santiago Olds. Charles Grimes. However, potentially the tide starting to turn. Offside penalty. And just taking a moment just to listen into the Swiss sub box. They might have found themselves 2 scores down, but they are so vocal. It's James Fay. Jake Morris. Back into James Fay. To Morris, to Russell Reid. Reid to Morris. Morris platforming. Fay with the right foot, left foot. Oh my word. Does him in a phone booth. And Merritt with a 4th. Sends his opposite number 1v1, leaves him tasting grass. And James Fay might have been carrying an injury into this, but those feet are fit and firing. Look at this. Skimming acting half. There you go. Adios, see you later. James Fay, my word. When he's fit and firing, one of the best players England has to offer. There's Rafa Nordi. He'll be looking at carve a try-scoring opportunity for Switzerland. Pass just going into touch. And then now the Swiss find themselves 3 down. A better transition here from England. Nice pass over to the open side. And Russell Reid, who has just been magnificent all throughout this game. Manu Shanalanko feeding over towards Penicid. Not a lot of space for Max Penicid to work with. However, that one's just gone to ground, so the Swiss coming undone. And Russell Reid, Penicid, Lewis. Russell Reid picking against the grade, feeding to Jared Lewis. Well, maybe just not deep enough on that occasion. Penalty. Off the mark, and so the Swiss get a fresh set of 6 minutes to go. They need to find 3 scores without reply to really make something special of this. Fire up option, well, Redland's option, but that one definitely drifting forward. Louis Maloney can't quite connect with Santiago Olds, and they'd also maybe not found the space that they needed on this short side to run that Redland's option. Merritt platforming, there's Penicid, there's Lewis, and Reid, and Jared Lewis driving at the line, trying to beat Santiago Olds. And Santiago showing he's not just a bag of offensive talent. He's got the defensive work to back it up as well. Been so impressed with Santiago Olds. Got a proper bit about him. And Russell Reid to Jared Lewis, held up in the touch a little bit. Max Pennicid looking to drive through what he thought was an offside defender in Louis Maloney. Reid, dummy switch, 2-on-1, hands wanted to go. There's calls for 6 more. Referee's just giving ball down, 5 minutes to go. It's getting to crunch time for the Swiss. Santiago Olds. And Margot Destonde comes and latches. Takes Max Pennicid out wide and then comes back into Max Pennicid. Look at the meters made from Margot Destonde. Is Rafferty accelerating, trying to go outside Russell Reid. Tell you what, that's a 100-metre foot race I'd pay good money to see. Rafferty going one-on-one against Russell Reid. And both absolute speed merchants. Lewis to Reid. Platforms on a dime. Lewis shows the dummy and potentially gets caught. That is touch and pass. And some late errors creeping in for England Mixed Open. Potentially a symptom of the heat and the stress that the Swiss have put on them. Maloney comes and joins the fray. And Rafferty and Charles Grimes. There's Maloney. Maloney with the left foot, right foot, and then feeding over towards Rinaldi. Rinaldi with the ball down. I think surely that must have been given. Jake Morris with a spectacular touch out of nowhere. And Grimes looking to throw and just a little bit of interplay that's not coming to fruition for the Swiss as of right now. There's Pyrgos over on that far side. Lenore just unfortunately losing control of the ball. And Swiss want to go quickly. I feel for Charles Grimes there. Thought that play of the ball was completely legal. There's Rafferty. There's Nils Burry. Burry with the left foot step. There's Charles Grimes. And now Santiago Olds. There is Santiago Olds. Stops on a dime. Checks back on the inside. A flick passes away. However, the offside penalty will stop Stockdale from going full length. There's Maloney leaving players in the dust. No touch claimed. And Louis Maloney at Swiss's 9th. However, I think the refs have got something to say. No try. He can be given forward pass. There's frustrated body language in the sub box. Ticehurst. Anu Shanalanko. Stockdale. Russell Reid. Lovely hands. Getting over to the outside edge. And it's B. Graham driving and then getting a penalty. 90 seconds left on the clock. And I think this one's a little bit too far gone now for the Swiss Mixed Open, who have put on an absolute... Well, they've played their part in a brilliant Mixed Open game here at the Euros. There's Fay to Lenore. James Fay picking against the grain, ripping long. Merritt with the hands like glue. Executing. The sideline ref might have something to say. They don't. That is try time. And that's 12-8. And Lily Merritt has barely put a foot wrong all game. She's had 2 finishes which were anything but straightforward, and 2 that required expert hands, and she delivers and executes when she needs to. There's Rafferty, Santiago Olds. Back towards Luca Schaller. Schaller looking to go back towards Old. Ends up getting into the in-goal area, feeding to Rafranori. Diving touches come flying in. And Lenori, even with 30 seconds left to go, willing to put his body on the line. And there's Santiago Old ripping long. And there is the full-time whistle. And England Mixed Open come through a very tall task. Relatively unscathed. There was worrying moments in and amongst it. I suppose the more worrying thing is that Harrison Cross didn't play a single minute of that second half after scoring 4 in 10 in the first. But England Mixed Open problem solve effectively and create scoring opportunities at will. And what about Lily Merritt on this near side wing? Superb finishes, brilliant defensive work. England probably couldn't have asked for a better game to play in the Mixed Open. And hats off to Switzerland, who played their part magnificently. They ran England so close. In the end, England pulled away with it in the final 5 minutes or so. At full time, England 12, Switzerland 8. So welcome back, where we have more men's 50s, 55s actions. This time it's Ireland versus Jersey. And if you've had this stream on the background all day, you've probably got sick of my voice. Well, thankfully, for the first time today, I've got a co-commentator. We did interviews. I mean, we've done co-coms for so long now. It's myself and Lloyd Duffy. Lloyd, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm enjoying the sun. I'm enjoying how much shade this little gazebo's got as well. But yeah, it's been a good day of touch so far. It's been great to ref and great to watch.
Absolutely. And you were reffing one of the mixed men's 50s clashes earlier between Chile and England. What are we expecting out of Jersey and Ireland?
Well, we think these are probably teams kind of lower down the pecking order, and they're not expecting to get high finishes. But this Jersey team is one that 20 years ago was turning up as the 30s. These are experienced boys, some of which only recently stopped playing 30s. We can't, completely look away from them and think they might come out of the bag and pull something off here. Immediately as we see a good strong drive at the middle.
And they've got nice kit as well. Just putting it out there. I've been complimenting people's kits who I want. That's Jason Kerr getting down for Peter Marks. And Jersey might open the scoring. There's good covering defence out there for the wing. It is really nice, isn't it? Like in the men's 50s, it's quite a tactical game. And I think what we saw earlier, especially with the Chile-England game, is that there was a lot of heads-up play coming from Chile, and I think that kind of surprised England.
Yeah, especially because there is a slightly slower game. So in this kind of situation, you get these, I'm going to run, and I'm just going to run around them. You can't really get that pace, so if you throw the edge pass, you create that space with the hands, you're going to get a lot more distance. As we see, a fresh set of 6 given. Turnover, Jersey now takes the transition. Simple through that. Doing well. Touch Joy the halfway line.
Yeah, it's good driving here from Jersey, who straighten and create some inroads to go and strike off the back of. It's Jersey's number 1, Brett Graham. Technical problem solving happening. I'm Joe Wright. I'm not only a commentator, I'm also a mechanic and an engineer. Apologies for any dead air. We just had a little bit of a mic problem with Lloyd Duffy's mic.
It was not plugged in.
I was wondering what was happening, but we're all there now. 3 minutes in, still locked all square.
Already we're seeing Jersey, they're in transition, getting the yards, they're getting a strike on the 7, and you've got to feel that Ireland's offensive policy will only get them so far if they keep giving away these yards. You see slow down in the midfield now, possibly looking for the check, as Mark Peters goes down, setting for the scoop here. Jason Kerr picks up, he's got the yards, one-handed pass, he's going one more, oh, good little touch and one step back.
Yeah, he's good. Although Jersey are finding their way in behind those single shooters of Ireland a little bit too consistently for probably Ireland's liking. Historically, a division where Ireland haven't really found all that much success in their 50s, 55s programs. But what we've seen a lot over the recent years is in the Opens, you sort of have your core group of players and they sort of stay with you for 4 to 8 years. Whereas in the age groups, people age out all the time. So these divisions are constantly evolving and moving. And I think you're astute in your observation that this Jersey side's just been together for so long now. They know each other through and through. And I think you're seeing their attacking structure do the damage now. As you see an open side quickie, going hard at the line, diving. It's a good defensive touch that's made. Jason Kerr certainly trying to condition these defenders to stay nice and tight.
And people talk about Jersey as if it's, it is a very small country, a very small nation, but they produce these players that are now playing in the England system, the Yanis Alankos of the world. We've got the Cole Grahams, players who originally were part of these Jersey mixed teams at the World Cup and now breaking through into the England mixed teams. So there is talent there, they shouldn't be underestimated.
Absolutely not. And I think we've see something similar as well as we just see an injured player on the floor, and we'll move away from that it looks to be in a little bit of discomfort. So, but I think you've touched on a very nice point there. You see a lot with like the Cayman Islands. A lot of people go to university either in England or in the States, get like big jobs in the city, sort of stay, and then eventually come home and then start to rep Cayman Islands after playing touch and any code of rugby really for so long outside of that. And in fact, I think what we're going to do is both teams have been sent from the field. We're going to take a little bit of break of commentary because our Irish player yeah, we're going to take a bit of a break because the medics are coming over and we want to sort of give this the air that it needs. The clock will continue to run, but player protection is absolutely paramount. So we will be right back with you when we know what the state of play is moving forward. And so we are back. It's great to see the Irish middle up and moving. We wish him all the best. That is a really unfortunate injury and it looks like quite a bad one. So soon in the tournament.
Yeah.
Is it a little bit of problem solving now to happen for Ireland? Because not only have you lost a player who is willing to put his body on the line, it disrupts the pods, it disrupts the flow. It's a hard thing to react to, isn't it?
Yeah, and on top of that, firstly seeing it, your mate probably go down isn't helpful, and then having to defend a fresh set of 6 where everyone's brains are scrambled. Normally you're kind of going off and on, and now just you've got to defend another fresh set of 6 out where everything feels like it's going against you. As Jersey pick up. Oh, Tim McCready having a go. As Ireland keep them out. And now Jersey have to suddenly, after being on the front foot for so long, go back to defence. And Ireland are getting yards. Oh, touch is called. Ireland's number 4, Patrick O'Sullivan, doesn't feel he's made it, but it's a game of honesty, and we have to say the Jersey player looked like he made it from here. Ball into the midfield now. Back inside. 33 scoop set up. That's Max Vongra on the field, right on it. She's like, nope, player's onside, that's just half court.
Okay, a little bit of cleaning up to do. Apologies for anyone watching this from a Jersey perspective. Yes, we have just been made aware that we had the Guernsey flag up for a few minutes. That has been problem solved, so thank you all for bearing with us. As you were saying, Lloydie, back to as you were. Let's move swiftly on. Still locked 0-0, but is it still a case of Jersey looking really nice and composed and stitching things together as we see this number 5, Jason Kurt? He's certainly one to keep an eye out for. I really like the structure that they use. It's really impressive.
We're seeing there's 2 kind of systems you have with these teams where maybe they don't have a deeper player pool. Is you have a good pod and a bad pod, or A pod, D pod, however you want to say it, or you mix it up and try and even them out. I feel Jersey have done the latter. They've got a very even pod structure here. There's a player in each pod that has the potential to strike, and if he gets the reception he's getting so far, it's only a matter of time before they get one over. As Ireland get out of their own half for the first time in a while, number 9 making yards, that's David Dowling.
Yeah,
he's clear. He's looking for the offside. Does Celine Swanson on field agree? I think it would just be a touch.
I think it's an interesting one as well because it looked to me that Dowling had touched the offside player. So if you initiate that touch, it's often just you've got to play that where it is, and then there's an old off the mark conversation as well. I think it's great chat from the referees. I actually think what I've said is just come to fruition, which is vindicating.
It's fantastic stuff because the amount of times, we both played too, you're in a situation where you don't understand why the decision's gone against you, and the ref just blows the whistle and runs off, but Celine's done a fantastic job explaining all this what's happening. As a handling mistake means Jersey, for the first time in a while, aren't using their transition to get back into the Irish half.
Yeah, and we had the pleasure of calling the Irish men's 30s earlier on, and their transition was just amazing. You know, the likes of Stephen Troy, Stefan Fletcher, Mike Kelly. That transition was just electric. And I'd love to see this Irish men's 50s dive into the same box of tricks and move with a little bit more momentum. That's nice.
There does seem to be too much. I'm trying to find the hole, and yeah, I'm sure a lot of people played Union or League, and sometimes you find a little hole and you can plough your way through because they're going to get a hand to you. But a hand to you in this game is a tackle. So that little hole needs to be a big hole, or set some platforms, show some momentum. Don't just try and do it all yourself.
Absolutely, and it's a team game, right? And we see it all the time in the mixed, especially. There's teams that are able to use all the players. I mean, we just saw it in the England mix where like Lily Merritt had one of the best games I've ever seen her have. Heather Richardson was just unplayable. She was asked to just latch every single time, and she was making 10, 15 metres each time she was asked to do so. It's not just evident in the mix. It's evident across all codes. If you've got the structure to bring other people into play rather than trying to do everything yourself, you've got to find more space.
You're exactly right. Everyone talks about mix and say quite often it is the team with the best female players that win. But often in men's or women's, it's a team that always have the fewest weak links. If you have 5 solid players and 1 really good player that can rely on them, it's going to get a much better system than 2 really, really good players that don't trust their teammates. And here, this Jersey team, you feel they're trusting their teammates a lot more. They're using each other.
I think as well, just the referees are just going to have I think there was a potential score given, but I think it's going to come all the way back for forward pass off the base of the ruck, which is heartbreaking for Jersey. We're stood right behind their sub box, and their whole team was screaming, "Just go and score!" Maybe to try and take the opportunity away for it to be chalked off. But they'll get another crack of the whip. There's loss of control there from Ireland, and they can't keep giving Jersey opportunities. They are going to make them pay.
Again, there's a few scores here that different ref, different day, could go the other way. I feel the refs have gotten right so far, but again, it's that narrow margin between are they onside? Are you controlling the ball? Is it a 4 pass of the ruck? Or my classic favourite, have they actually stepped over the ball? I don't think he did there, but we'll see him go through. A little step back hole one, but good touch.
We've seen that hole one open quite a lot as well, and just for a little bit of clarity, could you explain to the people who are listening what we mean by hole one? Because I've used it a few times, and it's quite hard trying to do lead comms and then explain what you're trying to say as well. So now I've got a co-comms.
Score though.
Oh my word!
Simple hands out to the wing. We've seen some good defence before from Patrick O'Sullivan on the shot, but Jersey have just gone the other way and conditioned. But yeah, so Jersey are running a lot of these quickie platforms. So we talk about the 3 options for quickie. Is initially you go to their short side, so you're targeting the area where there are the fewest defenders, and you've got to try and beat the man there. Once you've got them pulling a hard corner that way or running that way really hard, we look at the step back, and that's go from the 32, the mid-link channel, to the mid-mid channel. Now, the person covering that channel has to be the other middle, and so what tends to happen is if the links get too wide and the mids are too tight, you get a massive hole appearing in the opposite mid-link, and that platform mid is chopping that hole one. So that's hole 1, then hole 2, and hole 3 on the outside.
Yeah, and I think as well we've seen it all throughout the day. I think the best example of it was in that England Men's Open game against Spain, where I think it was Tom Lawton-Davies absolutely fizzed a pass into the chest of Archie Devlin.
I can't believe he caught it.
And he just ghosted through that hole one. It's a really good example of what happens when you start that line wide and come back against the grain. It's dangerous. Speaking of danger, there's Ireland getting on the scoreboard.
You have to say it's not been coming, but out of nowhere, Damien McAllister in the corner. Fantastic stuff. And suddenly, this game that you feel Jersey's been aching and trying to get a score and finally got it, is now 1-1. Back to level.
It's funny how quickly things can turn on its head. I mean, we saw it in the mixed open game just before this. Harrison Cross, who I've got a break coming up, I think, after this game, so I'm gonna go hunt him down and see what's happening with him, because he scored 4 in 10 minutes and then didn't play a minute of the second half. So I wonder if that's potentially an injury. But you saw it in that mixed open game where Harrison got his 4 scores, and then all of a sudden, we were back within a one-score game. It touches a game that can just flip on its head very quickly.
Well, yeah, again, it's a big tournament. We all sit here and think, oh, we play touch week in, week out. This is an international level tournament. This is the biggest tournament in Europe. And you'll get an adrenaline dump. If you go out there and you've had this massive adrenaline rush, score 4 times in this heat, suddenly, as he goes down, absolute lovely footwork from Brett Graham, finds a little space in that 33 channel, and Jersey take the lead again. The scores are now going. The ball is rolling. Ireland time to apply.
Absolutely. I think you've summed it up very nicely. I mean, I imagine that juggle kind of put the Irish defence off their pace a little bit. And as you say, Brett Graham.
But it's exactly what we were just saying is, you get a bit comfortable and all of a sudden someone scores. Same things happen there. You see a guy about to drop it, get a bit comfortable, get a bit lazy. Oh, he's on the floor, ball is down.
Yeah, you can't switch off. As you see Gerald Pelosi try and make something happen for his team. Ireland have got to go forward just a little bit more. That's a nice bit of speed getting into the in-goal area. Can he connect with some supporting players?
Oh!
Unfortunately, it's just ball down. Andrew Selby couldn't take that one in his stride. But what about the pace on display from Patrick O'Sullivan? Ireland need a little bit more of that.
Well, yeah, but it's all come from Andre Miranda's platform. He's found that space, he's got on the back player, he's given a solid dump, and an absolute excellent pickup from Patrick O'Sullivan. You know what, that finish was difficult, and if he got it down, we'd maybe call and try the tournament so far.
Yeah, it was almost an absolutely cracking finish. As we see O'Sullivan with another opportunity to get over. And just steadying the ship, looking for this 32 platform. Nice solid ball down, diving hard at the line.
Oh no.
Nice chat from the refs. I really do hope that it's not another injury for Ireland.
Ball is down.
I think they've given the score, and I think Patrick O'Sullivan fully deserves it. But he got up a little bit too slow for my liking. I was worried that this Irish 50s would have had 2 injuries in quick succession. But, I mean, he fully deserves this score, doesn't he?
And we've praised Jersey so much this game about their go forwards, their attacking. But their line defence policy, Ireland have been past the 10 metre twice, and both times they've scored. And you've got to start asking questions of, if Jersey can't keep them out, then are they just going to keep racking up numbers?
Yeah.
Are they going to make a game that Jersey probably feel they should be winning into a game that they're drawing or perhaps even losing?
Yeah, we've got 3 minutes to half time. And you're exactly right. Jersey have had the lion's share of field position, but they've not really done much with it. And there's a bit of a tumble there in the midfield. The referees are happy just to let this play, which is nice. But it probably doesn't feel all too good for the player who took a bit of a roll.
Brett
A nice
Graham on the
scoop
ball,
as well.
throws it to winger. Oh!
It's just fallen short of the winger. And again, there's another Irish player down. Hopefully he gets up quite quickly. The referee, though, is holding up the signal.
Yeah, Alanko Kanagasa Bapathi in the corner there, right above his head. A little bit taller or perhaps a little bit low on the pass, and that's a score there.
Absolutely. And this game, this first half especially, has been marred with injuries for Ireland. This second one doesn't look to be too good either.
I think this is the second game for both teams here, and that is what happens in the 50s division is perhaps, the body's not working as well anymore, things are going to happen, and a lot of these players are also people who picked up the game maybe later in life, maybe will play from Union. We saw in the Chile game how many physical touches there were, and not a matter of people being hard, but just people coming to touch upright and getting themselves injured as a result of different levels of technique.
Absolutely, and thankfully Jason Keane is up and moving and making his way back over towards the sub box, so that doesn't seem to be as bad as the first injury, where I think there was a lot of gestures towards the collarbone, which is a really tough one to take if you're an Irish supporter. There's a nice drive though from Ireland. They'll be looking to shift through their own gears. A minute left to go in this half, and look to get more scores on the board. There's
Andrew Wallace appears to be going down for Andre Miranda, who picks up 6th touch.
Yeah, unfortunately just losing track of the touch count. I mean, it is hard, right? And I suppose you can talk to us about this as well. Especially in this heat, when the game's played at pace, it's hard to keep track of this touch count. We see it quite often.
Oh, I think people, with how hot it is, underestimate how difficult it is. I think I had one last game where I was like, oh God, I hope it's 4th, because I have no idea if it's not 4th what this is. And yeah, you can figure it out sometimes because you go, oh, they're latching on, this must be forthcoming. But then they save a touch in transition maybe, or perhaps they lose a touch and someone's not happy. I feel, the standard of refereeing here is very high. There will be mistakes. There always will be. But in general, the referee probably knows better than the players.
Completely agree, and that does take us to half time. Well, we are locked all square in this men's 50s. 2 tries apiece. Ireland have overcome some fair adversity. They had one quite bad injury, 2 other worrying moments, but the rest of the players seem to be fit and firing. At the half in this men's 50s clash, it's Ireland 2, Jersey 2. So welcome back. Second half of this men's 50s clash between Jersey and Ireland. A game in which Jersey probably feel like they've not taken all the opportunities that have been afforded to them. And Ireland have probably gone into that second half break feeling much more comfortable with the scoreline as it is. Would you agree with that, Lloydie?
Yeah, especially when you feel like they've had a few knocks, they've come down, they've gone down once, they've gone down twice, and every single time they've come back up. You've got to feel they're coming into this going, this game is in the palm of our hands, we can win this, as a possible forward pass infraction and a penalty turnover.
Yeah, marginal. It's marginal. Marginal. Agreed. As the Jersey coach walking in front of our sub box, just agrees with our call. It's marginal. I mean, it's nice endeavour. I mean, I love the little disguised pass to create that 3-on-2. This is the one for me from Ireland. He's certainly got the keys to this Jersey defence. I mean, the last thing you want to see is him taking a tumble and having to sub off. But Patrick O'Sullivan has been brilliant for Ireland.
And you do often notice things when there's a change of halves, is that Jersey clearly have a lot of good right to left passes on their team. So in the first half it was coming towards us in the commentary booth, but now on the far wing I believe it is, I don't know actually.
We'll problem solve that one. We'll wait until he passes in front of us and then we can give him the plaudits, because he's always in good areas. He's just asking for that pass to be delivered with maybe a little bit more zip on it, so it's not as loopy. You know, it takes the time away from the defence to come over and track across, as we see Tim McCready try and make something happen for Jersey. And I tell you what, we've all been there, but Frank Ennis couldn't help himself but try and have a go at that ball.
Oh, it's white line fever. In your head, you've caught it, you've ran the length of the pitch and scored, and then you come back to reality and the ball's on the floor. Little quickie platform, you've got a feeling like, oh, ball is down.
Yeah, that's a great score from Tim McCready.
Number
It's
11.
brilliant.
You've got Gerard Atchery did his best to shut in, but it wasn't enough. And you've got to feel now Jersey also, they're getting the links biting to stop these quickies. The option's going to appear more and more and more.
And they're doing really good work, which is the really impressive thing, because Jersey, it's very easy, isn't it, when things haven't quite gone your way, your head drops a little bit and you stop going back to your bread and butter. They've not done that. They've been repelled on the try line a fair few times, but they've never stopped coming forward. And I think it's a real part of the Jersey DNA in touch.
Yeah, they've definitely said our quickie platform is better than their quickie defence, and we're going to use it and use it and use it, and eventually it'll come up good for them. But will Ireland do what they've been doing every single time so far and making it level again?
Yeah, well, this pod will be looking to do exactly that. Looks extremely athletic. Long ball goes to the wing. There's not a lot of space to work with. There's a nice bit of recycling. I tell you what, this should be a magnificent score. They can create some opportunities on the near-hand side. Unfortunately, that one just drifts forward. But again, you see the Irish's ability to manufacture some good bit of go forward on fifth touch. You can't really switch off against them.
Yeah, again, you have to say there that with a better ball to hands, that is a good chance for Ireland, which has come, again, second half started and it's been very, very close, much closer than the first half felt, even at level. As Jersey come flying up the wing here, taking some touches, taking some hard drives.
Yeah, it's leg-burning stuff, especially in this heat. But there's good momentum, fourth touch, fifth coming. There's opportunities here for Jersey to have a decent scoop. Not scooping, instead platforming, and again just slightly losing track of the touch count, taking a bit of a tumble. I think there was a bit of disparity between the players. I think the winger was calling last, and the midfielder wanted that last platform that would have been sixth touch, which he thought was fifth. There's a big dummy that comes in.
We see this pod of Tim McCready and Brett Graham, and clearly the plan there is they're going to get number one Brett Graham on that scoop every single time, and sometimes that means losing the touch count because you're trying so hard just to get him on that ball.
Yeah, speaking of the familiar scooper, here's O'Sullivan driving, trying to create a 2-on-1.
Andrew Wallace gets it down, perhaps a little bit slow to half, but can he make some magic out of nothing? Oh, touch is made, almost found the gap.
It's very close, and certainly Patrick O'Sullivan is one of these bright sparks in his Irish 50s who looks to have a little bit about him. And I think going into the last stage of this game, if it remains a one-try game, Ireland will be looking towards O'Sullivan to create something for his team.
It does feel like one of those situations where maybe you make the pods a little bit, change the pod order to get those strike players on the pitch, because they're down. They've got to get a point if they want to make it at least a draw, potentially even more.
Yeah, and they've put themselves in relatively good stead to do exactly that. They've by no means, struggled in this game. Jersey have just had the a little bit of better striking platform. Well, I think this one's going to come back for the touch that was made over on the far side by Andre Miranda.
Lovely scoop from Jason Kerr, though. He must feel hard done by there, but, refs are right on it as always.
Yeah, touches like that worth just as much as a score. Miranda showing up for his team. There's O'Sullivan trying to bounce around the oncoming pressure. Nothing doing on that occasion. Miranda gets in at acting half. Good line speed, though, from Jersey. Fourth touch, not over halfway yet. It's good midfield defence.
Damien Maltwood steps up to make a touch. Ireland taking the space out wide. Oh, and he's overrun it a little bit. It's going to be static last. Can Ireland create something out of nothing as they tried before?
They've certainly got the ability to do it. It's a nice shape on the pass out towards the left-hand side, trying to create a bit of a pace mismatch. And it was almost the look of trying to put the ball on the toe there and have a stab into the backfield. But easy turnover there from Jersey. Really good defence. Really good midfield defence. Shut out that transition really well.
And I like that because they say, we don't care if you kill the ball far side. We're killing you in transition anyway. Go ahead, throw it over there. We're going to keep you exactly where you are.
Yeah, Jersey is having to come back to the mark. Referee, Johnny on the spot. And I think the right call has come to fruition. I can sort of see you eyeballing the refs there to be like, is the call going to get made? And it was exactly that.
To be fair, sometimes these lines are hard to see, but I feel today the lines are pretty good. I feel, people got to do better.
Yeah, agreed. You got to have a bit of pitch awareness about know where the out of bounds is. And we are 7 minutes into this second half, scoring slowed up considerably. It might favour Ireland going into the latter stage of the game, and crucially, no more injuries, which is always the important thing. Ireland taking this ball back into the midfield and then trying to expose an outside edge. Again, not a lot of dynamic platforms being set, but moving the ball from edge to edge relatively nicely. Coming over into this 21 channel.
On the 32. Has he found space? No, excellent work. Brett Graham is trying to fight for a man of the match award this game. He's had an absolute stormer in attack and defence.
Yeah, he's certainly got the bit between his teeth trying to make something happen for his team, which is oh so impressive. And there's calls from the Irish middles just asking for hard touch penalties.
I just feel he's quick off the line there. The Islanders stagnated because he's just done so well to get onside. And as we were talking about in the first half, what was happening is Jersey weren't doing well in the line defence. They might have kept Ireland out here for the first time in a very long while. And as a result, we'll keep the lead.
Yeah, well, Ireland just got to get a little bit of attacking platform coming. There's decent enough work, but it's just becoming a little bit disjointed. You could sort of see it on your picture there. There's massive gaps in between the middles and the links. They're struggling to generate some go forward in terms of their line speed and well, that attacking structure is really difficult for Ireland to come up with at the moment, whereas Jersey, it seems like they've got these default plays in their back pocket that they can just use at will.
But you do feel that the Irish midfield defence has been better this time. Barry Keogh comes flying up, makes a touch, kills the play, and now Ireland aren't rolling. They might keep Jersey down this end of the pitch. Fifth touch coming, Ireland are onside. Can Jersey do the magic? No, it's going to be ball to ground, and Ireland have got the ball in a very dangerous position with 6 touches to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. But they'll need to, not fall into the trap that we've seen a few teams fall into, which is burn too many touches, trying to get the fresh legs on or cough the ball up on one. Hard touch, though, is given, so tap penalty here for Ireland. So they'll go through the rest of their subset and have the fresh set of 6 to work with.
Finally, a bit more momentum on this from Ireland now. And, who do you expect? It's Patrick O'Sullivan again.
Yeah.
He's got the pace. If they don't set for him, I'd be very surprised.
Yeah.
Here's Quickie, splitting open side. Is he going to give it? Oh!
Hand in the passing lane, easy 6 more. You know what? I don't want to tell Ireland how to play.
Just give it to him.
Just give him the ball. Set him on a 32 short or a sweeper and let him go. Someone who's that fast, it probably doesn't get the best out of him trying to run quickies.
Oh, the ball is down.
However, I'll just go home and eat my words, shall I? I'll book my flight home to now because Patrick O'Sullivan equalises off the quickie.
And we kind of have to say here that Jersey put in so much work to keep that lead, and then Quickie platform short side. Eventually, it's what paid off for them. They've targeted the weaker mids, they've dived at his ankles, and it's level again, all off the back of that one man, Patrick O'Sullivan.
Yeah, it's a good call from the referee as well. The retreating defender didn't quite hit the line. For O'Sullivan got the ball down, 10 minutes to go. Ireland are certainly making a bit of a fist of this, and Jersey, for all of their good work, and they certainly play familiar patterns that we're more used to seeing or more accustomed to seeing. This traditional touch structure, not really been able to pull away from Ireland on any occasion.
You say that, but then what was just scored by Patrick Sullivan's textbook? Show the open side quickie, get them cornering, getting them confused, get them squared up, then go short side. Mid's immediately squared up, he just burnt him on the outside. It is good touch. It's maybe basic, but it's good touch.
It is, and sometimes you just need those fundamentals. I think you see the difference in momentum as well. The swing has been very noticeable. Just the speed of turnover, Ireland are going a little bit harder at the roll ball. They're working harder to set good platforms. That's now fit. Well, that's 6 and change.
And they must feel they're back in this, and because everyone's gaining more momentum. You've seen Barry Keogh putting some pace on the ball. We've seen David Dowling putting some pace on the ball. These are players who in the first half weren't making those yards, and now they're going, actually, we can win this. They're driving straight. They're doing nothing silly. They're not trying to find those random holes anymore. They're running straight at the offside player, and they're getting the yards.
Jersey have upped their intensity in this transition, trying to create some opportunities to go forward.
Mark Peters on the short, maybe running into his own player. Ooh.
A little bit of a tumble and a wry smile from the coach as well, which I think is always lovely. Fifth touch. What can Jersey create when no touches in the back pocket?
Again, there's going to be space on the outside again. Can they find the number 12 on the wing? Oh, a little bit dummy, little show and go. Oh.
I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. I just wonder if Jersey could apply a little bit more depth onto their attack. I think so far the teams that have really stood out are the teams that have that depth in their attack. I was having this conversation with someone earlier, and yesterday actually. They're saying, like, the three things you really look at if you're trying to sort of spot if a team is emerging, developing, or established. The established team, like the three big things that will separate all three sort of standards of teams: time in which the ball's on the floor, keep getting the ball off the floor nice and cleanly, and accurately. More importantly, number 2, depth, attacking depth. How deep you are when you're trying to roll through your attack. And, do you have these options? I think you see England do it really well. You see Ireland do it really well. You see France and Wales do it really well. They run with such depth and such purpose. And what they try and do on fifth. As soon as fifth touch comes, are we just defaulting to killing it in the corner? Or do we have things like switches, wraparounds, that little bit of composure and skill that you need to become a viable threat on fifth? And I think what you're seeing here is these are two nations that they have the ball's not on the floor for all too long. Normally there is a half there, nice and ready. There isn't that depth, unfortunately, in their attack. And they are trying to create stuff on fifth. So if they could just add that level of depth to their attack, these are two teams that could progress quite quickly.
And that depth is essential at every level. And from the basics of running a short and getting that line on, to when you're running the passive options, when you're running blocker options, every single time screaming depth for the players I coach. And we see it happening here. Oh,
there we go.
Out of nothing again.
Who else is it? Who else is it but Patrick O'Sullivan? My word. He's had a game to remember. And the defence just switches off. The referee gives the signal, blows the whistle, is ready for the tap penalty. And the only person who reacts to it, Patrick O'Sullivan.
And suddenly, for the first time in this game, Ireland are up. Jersey must be, kicking themselves. They've not scored their chances, and now Ireland have scored all theirs.
Well, I think it's going to do one of two things. It's either going to kick Jersey into life, and they're going to get over on this occasion, or Ireland are going to start to pull away with it because they've got their tails up there. They've got that momentum.
Tim McGreedy and Brett Graham looking for the quickie option again, picking up this time. Oh, that's a fresh set of 6. You know what? I don't mind that at all. I feel that the trail line's working really strong there, and number 12 for Ireland, Frank Ennis, has actually maybe saved them levelling it up.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just need it, and obviously you don't get sent for playing at the ball. Oh, that might be ball down. I think that is ball down. I wonder what the referee's saying. Oh, that looked pretty good to me. What do you think, Lloydie?
Oh, it looked like ball down to me, but if it's not, you've got to feel that platform mid's got to be chopping that whole one we've discussed.
Yeah.
It was massive, it was open, and even if you gave the pass, there wasn't a player there to do it.
Surely. We've got to see it now.
Open side this time.
Oh,
He's got him in a twister. He's absolutely cut him up.
Oh, I think they're going to give... I think it's going to be penalty ball for Jersey. 4 minutes left on the clock. I'd love to see, and this is just my personal opinion, I'd love to see refs just give it. The advantage is the score. Just give the score.
So, in theory, obviously we can't see the scoreline from here. We don't know who's on or who's not.
Oh, yeah, true. He might have grounded it short.
Maybe the player was on, but a different player made the touch. There are exceptions to this. But, you know, again, refs right on it.
That's the second penalty in quick succession. Good chat from the ref there. He saw the hand signal. One more, and someone will get sent for the rest of the possession. There's again another nice onside quickie. There's good defensive touch that comes in from Ireland. And this really feels like crunch time now. 3.5 minutes to go.
You've got to feel if Jersey don't score here, this might be Ireland's game. Not just because Ireland will still be up, but heads will surely go. This many sets at the line. They're coming this close to scoring. Oh!
Good touch.
Whoa! These are so close. He's going to go either way. It's got to be disheartening at some point where you feel you're not getting the calls. But again, the referee's positioning every single time has been right there, within a metre of it. You've got to know they're getting it right. As it opens side, Quickie's coming again. Oh, not a great roll ball as he goes short side instead. That must be ball down. Oh, touch is called. Excellent touch from number 12, Frank Ennis. He's kept them out basically by himself in this set.
Yeah, you can't help but feel like, what else can Jersey do? Instead, they come over towards this 32 short platform. That's fifth. Now driving hard.
Oh, that's ball down.
That has to be.
That's ball down. And Jersey have earned it. You feel they've had 6 50-50s go against them. And then finally, that's 100%. Ball is down. It's level again. 3 minutes, anyone's game.
I really feel like probably the fair result here is a draw. Because both teams have, neither have really pulled away from one. They are hotly contested. Yeah, you're so right. It's nice. You condition those middles to be nice and tight off the quickie platform. You then go 32 short, back them being a little bit leggy. That's exactly what they look like. But the recipe for success here for Jersey, you've got to keep out the number 4, Patrick O'Sullivan, who is going to be trying to spearhead his team to a win that will feel like an almighty scalp has been taken. O'Sullivan playing away, now coming back into this near mid-channel. Opportunities here for O'Sullivan to have a scoop, driving hard at the line. Late check away, and Jersey retreat past the try line. And it is Patrick O'Sullivan, try scorer turned provider. And there's moments left in this game. And the number 4 for Ireland has been the difference maker.
And you've got to feel it's a case of Jersey have just had, 8 attacking sets since Ireland had 1 full complete set at the line. And they only scored 1 right at the end. And then Ireland have come up the other end, 1 attacking set, 1 set of 6. And Patrick O'Sullivan provides the business out. Little assists. He's got to be all man of the match so far, surely.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's anyone else in the conversation. 90 seconds left to go.
Jersey need this now to salvage a point. As the open side quickie comes out, he's in the space. Oh, touch is called.
Yeah, they're going to need to find a way to stay in the fight here, Jersey.
I think they're running this open side quickie. They're running it well. The links aren't shutting in. Just have a go on the outside. Stop stepping back into a man.
Yeah, I wonder.
As they have a look at the short side this time. Oh, he's in.
Oh, is he offside?
Oh, he's on.
I tell you what, the only person running Patrick O'Sullivan close for man of the match is Frank Ennis, because defensively, he's barely put a foot wrong. He's defended these quickies well. He's staying nice and tight. He's setting some good line speed expectations. He sets good standards for the rest of his team. And Ireland need a little bit more of that.
I tell you what, if I had this many close calls in a game, I'd lose my head. And so fair play to the Jersey boys for keeping it switched on, because again, it's marginal every single time. It's a game of millimetres, not even inches.
Yeah, I would also, at this stage, I'd be looking to just throw this ball to the wing and say to the winger, you've got 10 seconds to eat off the clock. Go and burn as many as you possibly can. Nice inside trail line, and Ireland almost get over for their 6th of the game. But there are seconds remaining, and barring something magical happening on 5th, Ireland will have taken the victory in a game where they found themselves with their backs against the wall for 90% of the game and have come out with a victory right at the very last. That is a victory that really gives you a lot of confidence going into the rest of the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. And it shows that in games where maybe you're not dominating the midfield, maybe you're not dominating possession, you can still pull out wins if you have that extra bit of pace, that extra go forward at the line, and you can convert your opportunities.
Well, from one jersey to another, Jersey men's 50s just falling ever so short of Ireland. Final score 5-4 in favour of Ireland. And we shift over now back into the mixed open division. And it is Belgium, and they'll be taking on Jersey. And I'll be with you in about 10 minutes' time.
¿A dónde fuimos?
T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 1 minute.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Field 2. We have mixed open play now, Jersey versus Belgium. I'm here in the commentary box with Nael Boutalev, who has kindly volunteered her time to help this week. And on this mic, you have Jane Gimber, one of the Belgian Women 27 players. Belgium's making some good ground there. They're going to want to put a lot of pressure on in this first half, just to show Jersey what they can do, but some very good defensive movements from Jersey. Nael, is this your first time commentating?
Yes, this is my first time commentating.
Wonderful. Welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you.
Oh, Belgium looks that score to put it down. Looks like the ref's going to give that.
And that's the score.
That is a score. Excellent. Belgium 1, Jersey 0. Belgium getting off the scoreboard in the first minute. Well done, Belgium. So here we have a relatively experienced Belgian side, mainly coming from a lot of the clubs in and around Brussels. They got the silver medal last year in Calvezano, but I think they haven't faced this Jersey team as they are to date, so it's going to be interesting to see how this first half plays out. That's an unfortunate drop ball, but we have some very fast hands from the Jersey players. For those that are watching online, temperature remains quite hot in Vichy, so Important to keep the players hydrated, but both teams are looking strong in these first couple of minutes. We have Ziad Ojan there trying to long past the wings, didn't quite make it. Good defensive block from the Jersey winger there. Niall, you also play touch, right?
Yes, I do play touch.
Excellent. Where do you play? Where's your club?
So I just got a new club, Terre 91 in Paris.
Ah, we might know some players in Terre 91. If you play for Terre 91, you're very lucky. The Bouteler family are going to come play near you. Okay, so Belgium's got the opportunity on the line here. Let's see what they can do. Try and quickly, if they made it through, that's some great coming off the line from Jersey. Just shutting down the Belgian attack. Again, Ziad Ojan. That looks like it's going to be cleared straight away.
Yeah, a really nice score and dive there.
Excellent, Belgium. So that leaves the score with Belgium 2 on the board. Okay, those with keen eyes can notice that Jersey's starting off with a girl in the mid. What's great to see, I think we're seeing some more of that in the mixed open category overall. Girls are starting to play in some of the different positions, so great to see how that's developing with women's touch here. Looked like that was a tap-off move, and now she's moved back into the link. They clearly had some set pieces coming up though. Let's see if they can transfer this onto a score on the line.
What a nice defense of Belgium.
Beautiful defense indeed. Now you see Josephine Fallon, number 7 from Belgium with the ball. I think also co-captain of this Belgian side. Number 4, Corentin Bondon, it looks like. Might have just put the ball down, but just shy of getting a score there.
Yeah, that was a really good touch of Jersey.
Really nice defensive move. You actually have 4 of the Bondon family playing in this competition. Mother, father, and actually 5, sorry. Mother, father, 2 sons, and the daughter, all playing in different categories. So Corentin and Tiffaine playing for the mixed open team here. Loic playing for France with the father Laurent Bondon, and Sabine playing for one of the women's European select teams. So great family representation at this tournament. Okay, it's going to need to have a quick turnover from Belgium to make the most of that. They're letting Jersey set up in defense quite nicely.
Yeah, Belgium is... Oh, no, that's a drop ball.
Okay, Belgium's going to need to dig deep on this set then. There's some very speedy players on the Jersey side. Let's see if they can convert this. Coming to a back door, runners coming back round to view place. Long pass out to the link, out to the wing. Looks like the Belgian winger there, Elisa Martin, was there to make the touch.
Yeah, a really good defense of the wing there. A really good dive to get the touch.
And that's part of the challenge, certainly in the mixed open games. In defense, you could have a score through the middle, you could have a long pass out to the wing, so players really need to be on their feet.
Yeah, the wing position is really hard.
It's one of the hardest positions on the pitch, indeed, Naya. Okay, we have Guillaume who's taken the ball, trying to gain some meters, but just gets touched from behind by the Jersey player. That's a shame. Belgium lost a little bit that momentum that they had, but they're getting it back with Josephine Fallon.
Yeah, I think that's a hard touch called there.
That's certainly a penalty given by the referee indeed. So Belgium opportunity, not so far from their line. That's
a really nice dive there from Tiffaine Bondon. Oh, no.
Ah, no, not been given. I think it was Josephine Fallon, number 7. Score's not being given, but they're going to try again. That's some great off-the-line defense from Jersey. Belgium just couldn't quite make it through that time. Okay, some nice movement then, just coming up off their line from the Belgian side, trying to stop the Jersey advance. Oh, some great ground there from jersey number, I think it was jersey number 8, Jeremy Johnson. For those listening at home, the commentary box is on the sideline, so it's actually number 9, sorry, sometimes the numbers aren't quite clear, Henry Humbleby. That was Axel Huillier, also the co-captain, number 12 of the Belgian team, just not quite making that roll ball there, giving Jersey another opportunity. Again, Jersey player coming around, but they take it the other way.
Yeah, they're in the 7 now. They have a lot of opportunities to score.
Oh, long pass out to the wing. The wing
Really
comes
nice,
down.
really nice pass there.
Great play by Jersey. Score's been given, so now where does that leave us on the score? Belgium have 2. I think, is that Jersey's first score? We're just going to double check on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's 2-1 for Belgium.
Yeah, exactly, 2-1 Belgium. The score has just been updated. It's quite tricky to commentate, get the players' names and keep track of the score at the same time.
Yeah, and the pass was from Humbly Henry.
Exactly. Okay, ball gets passed to Belgian player Ernest Fallon, whose sister Jones, number 7, brother and sister on the same team, which is great to see. Both have quite a bit of international experience. Number 21 from Belgium, quite a new player on the international scene. Watch out for his long pass, guys, it's an excellent one. Trying to get the opportunity to the middle, West called it. Great defensive touch made there by Jersey.
And that's a really nice dive from Belgium there.
Achille Combi, number 21, one of the newer, not new player on the team, but newer players maybe to the international scene. So that gives the score Belgium 3, Jersey 1. So Nael, when are you going to start playing with your new French club? Or maybe you've already been training with them?
No, in September. The season is off now, right now.
Ah, maybe you have some players here from the club.
Yes, it's a really big club. So yes, in France there's a lot of players that go to this club.
Wonderful. And the tournament is being played here at the headquarters of Touch France, I believe, in Vichy. So
yes, it
sure
is.
it'll become a familiar spot for you.
Yes, and it's also where the French team trains.
Ah, okay.
So the Belgium are going to bring the ball towards the box to change the players.
That's some beautiful ground game there from the Belgian side. Number 6 just taking a touch there, Tiffaine Bondon, sister of number 4, Corentin Bondon. Referees called that decision there. Looks like ball is going back to Jersey. Belgian player potentially in the ruck. Shooting up there from Ziet. But Jersey team manages to hold on to the ball. They're getting some good meters here on this drive.
Yeah, towards the box also.
Very smooth transition.
Yeah, nice touch from number 5 from Belgium.
Number 5, that's, I believe, Kilscher Dietrich from Belgium. That was a very strong defensive touch being taken here out on the pitch. Jersey team doing really well defending against the Belgium drive.
Oh, that's an interception from Jersey.
Goes back to touch 0, so now that should be touch 1. You can just start to see that players on both sides are getting little bit more invested into the game, shall we say. So referees on the pitch doing a great job of keeping both teams calm. Quick step there from Jersey. Oh, but just shut down by number 7, Josephine Panon from Belgium.
Yeah, a
Great touch.
really nice touch there. Belgium is going towards the box for a cool transition there.
They're certainly keeping the referees on their toes, both sides.
That's a penalty for Belgium. 6 more for them. A really nice step there from Corentin.
Setting up, there's a rapper coming around, but Corentin takes the ball the other way. Quick
And
steps there. Looks like that was a touch, I think, for the
Yeah,
referee.
yeah, that's a really good touch from Jersey. And that's the score.
Scored by Belgium number 5, Kinsha Dietrich. So that takes us Belgium 4, Jersey 1. I think the Jersey player was just maybe slightly a little bit behind the line on that one.
Yeah, Belgium are doing a lot of dives, which is pretty difficult to defend.
Exactly. And now we're 13.5 minutes into this first half. Sure, both sides are going to start to feel the heat a little bit, but keeping up some amazing energy on the pitch.
Yes, really high intensity going on.
It's Jersey number 8 looking to scoop through.
And an interception by Tiffaine Bondon.
Passes the ball to Axel, who passes it to Ziad. Belgium number 10, this running down the pitch. Are they going to manage to put it into a score? And ball is down.
What a score there from number 10.
Number 10, Ziad Ojan Azar. So, score, Nael?
5 for Belgium, 1 for Jersey.
Nice. Okay, let's go both sides. This is when they're really going to start to feel the heat of the first half.
Yeah.
When all that pre-tournament fitness preparation shows.
It's especially hot right now in Vichy.
Luckily not the heat wave that we had 2 or 3 weeks ago, but still temperatures are pretty high.
Yeah, luckily.
Jersey's going at this with intent.
That's a really good scoop going to the wing. Drop ball.
Number 5, Archie Lemish, just couldn't quite convert that, but Watson, you see the speed that he was running with.
Yes, that's a drop ball for Belgium, giving a good opportunity for Jersey to score.
Just inside Belgium's half.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what Jersey can do. Looking like they're setting up for a quickie there with long pass out to the wing again. Can they get the ball down?
What a touch from the Belgium wing there.
Elisa Matin, exactly. Well done, Elisa.
But really good pass from Jersey. Really long.
That's what makes the mixed game so unpredictable as well. Are they going to go through the middle? This time it's going to go through the middle. Is it a score? But the referee's coming over. It looks like there's a touch that's been made. Same play again. Trying on a quickie back to the inside. Oh, just couldn't quite get it through hands. Referee's called a penalty for a forward pass. Ball goes back to Belgium.
That's going to be a tap for Belgium there. They're allowed not to play it.
What is that, Naya?
They are allowed not to play the tap.
Indeed, indeed. Oops, we just had a bit of a step there from Guillaume. And the referees are moving to the other side, so...
Yeah, he stepped out.
Ball goes back to Jersey. Got some very keen Belgian supporters in the sub box here. I'm not sure if you can hear them online. Okay, back to Jersey player
Ooh,
number
what
9,
a
Henry
dive.
Humbleby. Dives for the line. Touch is made by Belgium.
That's 5th touch. What are they going to do? Oh, that's a drop ball. Back to the Belgium.
Exactly. Slightly unlucky there by Jersey. Bit of a hard ball on the line. Just not quite ready there with the hands. But they're there in defence for sure and actually managed to win the ball back quite close to the Belgium line. So Belgium's going to want to defend this line pretty tightly now.
Ooh, that's a really nice score there for Jersey. A quickie scoop and they went back into the mid channel.
Exactly. Belgium number... Belgium. Freudian slip. Jersey number 9. Henry Humbleby scoring that. It's a
Yes,
beautiful play.
number 9 is a lot in the play. Always giving out long passes there and a really nice dives.
What a great opportunity on the line. So with just under a minute and a half to go, that's Belgium 5, Jersey 2.
Oh,
great
what
ball
a
there for
pass!
Belgium. Wow.
Really nice pass and dive there from Belgium.
Score number 18 to Mayo Cardinal. Also has his family supporting here on the sideline, so I think he'll be extra happy with that. So less than a minute to go, Belgium 6, Jersey 2. All right, Jersey driving with intent up this field. They know they've not got much time left in this first half. Can they manage to score one more on the board before that hooter goes? Again, similar move to the last time, but we had Belgium number 17, Guillaume, making a superb dive in defense. Just
Yeah, a really nice shot there from the defense.
solid driving here by Belgium, less than 10 seconds on the clock. And there the hooter goes. So no more touches allowed.
Are they going to play it? Yeah. Oh, and that's a touch. That's the end of the first half.
Nayel and I will see you in about 5 minutes for the second half.
T minus 1 minute.
And the second half is starting.
So we finished the first half. Belgium in a relatively strong lead, 6 with Jersey 2. So still definitely managing to put some scores on the board and looking like a very dangerous opposition out here for Belgium. So Rafa coming around for Belgium, number 18, trying to find the gaps for 7. Josephine Pallon just not quite making it there. Both sides are going to want to come out in the second half with a very strong start.
That's a backdoor there for Josephine, passing to the link. Oh, and a drop ball.
Okay, Jersey's first chance to drive up the pitch at the start of this second half. If you're just tuning in, welcome, and you are watching a mixed open game between Belgium and Jersey here at Vichy.
That's off the mark there for Jersey. That's a penalty.
Belgium taking this opportunity to have a quick change as they drive past their sub box. Getting fresh legs on at this stage in the game is absolutely crucial. There's a bit of a, let's say, entertainment around that touch there. Okay, so Belgium look to set up the ball. What are they going to set here? You've got number 25, Max Kaiser, just passing to the winger, Linnea Coleman.
That's a quickie there, passing to the link, and that's a drop ball. Giving back the ball to Jersey.
Key here are some of the quick transitions you see to let the attacking team get up off the pitch. I think in the second half, and also given the heat, some of the players are taking the time to gather their breath a little bit before they transition, but certainly the speed coming from the Jersey team, you wouldn't notice that they're feeling the heat at all.
Yeah, the game has really high intensity, even in the second half. Good touch there from number 5, killing the scoop. That's a hard touch there from Jersey.
Belgium get the ball just into their half here. Okay, so number 9, Loic Van Eyck, trying to set up something in the middle with co-captain Axel Foulier. They send Zia to the middle, but Jersey defense is on point.
What a dive there from Josephine.
Number 7 for Belgium, Josephine Pallon, managing to get Belgium off the scoreboard again, just 3.5 minutes into this second half. So, update on the score, Nael?
That's a 6 for Belgium and 7 for Belgium.
7, there we go.
And 2 for Jersey.
Commentating, keeping track of the score, it's difficult to do sometimes. So 7 for Belgium, 2 for Jersey. So Nael, a little birdie told me that you're also playing this summer in England.
Yes, I'm really excited with the French team.
Wonderful. And which category are you playing in?
I am playing for the mixed 15s. Yes.
And you think it's a strong team? How do you rate your chances?
I really like my team this year, and I really hope we get to go to the final.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, high hopes. Let's hope that you guys manage to do
Yes, and we were champions last year, so I hope
that.
we
You have the
the
title to defend.
Exactly.
Wonderful. Well, all the best for that. And that's taking place in Warwick in August.
Yes, exactly, in a month.
Hopefully it won't be quite as hot as it is here in Vichy.
Yes, no, it's cooler in England.
One of the benefits of playing in England for sure.
And the pitches.
Okay, so welcome back to the second half. We had quite a few quick turnovers here on the pitch, so just a couple of drop balls from both sides. Belgium now has the opportunity to drive to their box. You can still see the Jersey defence are giving some very strong defensive touches here, so managing to get the Belgian players just slightly off their feet.
Yeah, holding them off. Oh, and that's a good breakaway from number 4.
Mondin just tries to go through that gap, but the Jersey link, I believe, just shut him down really well.
That's a scoop there from number 17. Pass to the link. Oh, and that's a drop ball there.
This point in the game, both sides are starting to read each other's play as well. They would have had the half time to reflect on what they need to improve in this second half.
And that's a turnover there. Ball back to Belgium. They're going towards the box. Still trying to gain meters.
Unfortunately, they were definitely running some nice gaps there. Talking about Belgians, I believe the on-field referee is Mr. Nicholas van der Rijt, so also a Belgian referee here, but living in London. So you have to say the quality of the referees on all of these matches so far has been wonderful as usual.
Yeah, great touch there. Forcing the Jersey player to go back a meter, killing the intensity.
Okay, number 7, number 9 from Jersey looking to set something up in the middle.
That's a quickie there.
That's number 9, that's our friend Henry Humbleby. Can you just make it through? Oh, the Belgian defence is off the lines. He had
Yeah, really good shot there.
Okay, I think Belgian number 10, Ziad Ojan, making some good meters for the Belgian team, but unfortunately couldn't quite capitalise on that as they get sent back and the referee calls a penalty.
Great defense from Jersey there, taking the ball back from Belgium.
Okay, let's see what Jersey can do here on the line. You've got the Rapper running around. This time they give the pass to the Rapper, looking for a gap to dive in. Makes a long pass to the wing.
Really nice pass there.
Try not given that time, so I didn't actually see what the referee signaled then.
Me neither. I think it was a touch.
Touched by the Belgian teams, making sure Jersey couldn't quite get that through, but what a beautiful long pass that was.
And a good catch from the wing.
Belgium here looking to get the 2 Jersey mids offside, but just couldn't quite get the ball down. They have got a penalty.
And that's, a penalty for Jersey.
Belgium. Belgium just get the ball back there.
Yeah,
no, don't worry.
A penalty caused by Jersey.
Exactly.
Interception there from the wing, getting touched.
Excellent reaction there by the Jersey winger. So this is now touch 1. Whenever there's an intercept in touch, that first touch made is touch 0. So Belgium get the ball back on a penalty. Looks like that was a little bit of a hard touch there on the winger. Okay, looks like Josephine's subbing off.
Now that's gonna be a penalty for Belgium. A hard touch on Josephine.
And that is a Jersey player who is running off. He gets an immediate sub coming on. Okay, Jersey players quite well placed in defensive off the line. They're not giving the Belgian players any chance to get through. It's going to need to be a long
what
ball.
a pass! Oh, that's a drop ball there.
Great pass by Excel. Kincher was in the gap, but just couldn't quite convert that into a score. So again, Jersey gets the opportunity to drive it up the pitch. Okay, we're just coming up to the halfway point of this second half. Score Belgium 7, Jersey 2. Some strong meters gained there from the Jersey team. Belgian team still coming up offline, nice in defence. There's some very quick hands from Jersey though. Can they make it through on the dive? Oh, a touch called.
Yeah, nice dive there from number 9 again. Humbly Henry.
You get all kinds of names here at the Euros. Everything, every player should give every commentator if there's any ever hesitation over the names. I don't know, how many languages do you speak actually? I know you've lived in several different countries.
I actually speak 3 different languages.
Wow, you put an English player like me to shame. Which languages are they?
French, English, and Netherlands.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, what a good breakaway there.
So breakaway couldn't quite put it into a score on the line for Belgium, so ball goes back to Jersey. That's a very quick transition from Jersey. Okay, there's a lot of work here for the Jersey winger number 6, Tay Boyake Yiadom. She's doing really well to be there every time as the half. It's crucial when you drive up to your box. Let's see if Jersey I think looks like there was a slight fumble there, but referee still keeping the ball with Jersey.
Nice touch from Belgium there, taking the ball back.
Ball to 21, Ashid Kombi. He's got quite the step on him, this young player, trying to break
stepping
through the
a
Jersey
lot of-
line and just caught by the...
Stepping a lot of players there, bringing a lot of meters for Belgium. Oh, what a nice dive there. Really, and that was a good touch by the link
That was, you
from
can see him
Jersey. Yeah.
celebrating at that defensive touch, very well made.
She should be proud. What a nice score there. That was a quickie from player 17, Us Guillaume.
It looks like he might have sacrificed his little bit of his shoulder for that score, but he's definitely walking off the pitch with a smile on his face.
And now that's 8 for Belgium and 2 for Jersey.
Okay, so we're now 13 minutes into this second half. Just took a second there for the mathematics, but 7 minutes left on the clock. Okay, Jersey gives the ball to the rapper coming round, number 14. Just couldn't quite get it into a score there. Belgium's fence looking very tight in the middle.
Nice pass.
Excellent pass by number 14. Not sure what he's going to
14
try and do
from
with
Jersey, trying to break away from his opponent.
Couldn't make it, but what Jersey's doing really effectively every time they get to their 6th touch, They're leaving it on their side of for their sub box, so Belgium has to work the ball across and up the pitch at the same time.
That's a
number-
scoop there from number 21.
He thought the
And
Jersey player was offside. Referee disagrees, so we'll
We
go back
listen
to
to the
Jersey.
refs.
You do always listen to the ref, Niall, exactly. They're the people that make the games run so smoothly. So, and we have some very high-level referees on this match as well.
And a lot of referees all around the competition. I think 120 referees.
120, my goodness. This is the biggest Euros yet, actually, so would merit the highest number of referees. I think there are 78 teams in total. And for those listening at home, there's 75 teams from around 15 different countries, and the remaining 3 of the 78 are European women's select teams, recently put together from players that might not have the opportunity to play for their home country, but still very much wanted to be involved in the international competitions. So we have female players coming together in different teams from playing in the Women's Open, the Women's 35 and the Women's 40s categories. So great for the development of female touch. Belgium just trying to attack their line here, but not quite making it through. Jersey keeping their defence really tight.
That's a backdoor there. And a dive. What a nice dive.
Dive by number 4, Corentin Rondon, and it looks like the
That's
referee's
a
going to get
score.
that. That is a score.
A really efficient backdoor.
So Belgium 8, Jersey 2. All right, less than 5 minutes left of this match, Niall. Players are certainly going to be feeling the heat a little bit now. This is when the energy levels are really important to try and keep them up. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't look like either side's dropping their energy levels at the moment.
And some players have, again, a third match today. This is not their last match.
It's all about the recovery.
Ooh, that was a great pass and dive there for Jersey, but well defended by Belgium.
Belgium taking it away from their box at the moment, so it doesn't look like they're coming to sub.
Touch was called there. The ref is asking the player to go back to the mark.
Okay, Loic Van Eyck just looking to make the pass there. Belgian team now coming back quickly onto the pitch. Number 21 actually going to be taking over to the middle, looking for that extra pass. Number 25, Max Kaiser, so they just hit the Jersey defence there.
Yeah, trying to find a way to break away the Jersey defense. And that's going to be a...
That was a scoop by Josephine Fallon.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work there. I think there was a different connection between Josephine and Corentin on at that point. But again, Jersey looking to come back strong, making some hard touches in attack, getting the ball up the pitch. Excellent play there by the Jersey link, coming on and making some good ground.
That was number 15, I think, from Jersey, trying to find a way to break through the Belgian defense towards their far link.
This is the moment of the match that Belgium's going to want to try and keep hold of the ball, try and avoid making any penalties or mistakes that will lose them possession, given it's 9 to Belgium, 2 to Jersey, and they've got just around 2 minutes of the match left to play.
That's a scoop there. Pass to the wing. Oh, what a try. Really nice try there.
Beautiful try by Belgium number 34, Elisa Matin. Celebrating there on the pitch. That was a lovely pass, as you said.
I think that's 9 for Belgium and again 2 for Jersey.
Score shows 10 for Belgium, 2 for Jersey.
Oh well.
Let's see. But there is now quite a big difference between the two teams, and Jersey have just a minute and a half to make this up. So it does look as though the match is going one way. but really valiant effort by the Jersey team. I think this is one of the matches where maybe the score doesn't quite reflect the intensity of play from both sides. Number 18 then is coming in to wrap around, ball stays in the middle.
Jersey really keeps on trying to find the scores, but the Belgium defense are keeping them out.
Exactly, you can't see any drop in energy or intensity levels from both sides here. Still trying to step again, but a great defensive dive by Jersey number 9, Henry Humpleby.
That's a scoop from number 81.
Maybe number 8 from Belgium?
Yeah, yes.
All good. It's really hard to see the numbers when you're commentating from the side. Belgium now looking to set something up, but
again, a quickie there. Oh, what a pass! What a pass there from number 8 to the near link.
Kinja Dietrich, that's another score for Belgium.
Yeah, and I think her second score of the match.
Exactly. Managed to get that ball down from that pass, and the hoot has gone here in Vichy.
And that's the end of the game.
Thank you, Nayel. It's been a pleasure commentating with you.
Thank you, Jane.
For those at home, see you at the next match.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to our cover of the European Touch Championships 2026. Our next game live for you here on Field 2 is from the men's mixed 40s division, and it's Portugal who are taking on France. We're due to kick off in 7 minutes time, so we'll be back with you right before kick-off for some previews of this huge game between the hosts and the Portuguese, who have had an interesting start to the competition.
une colonne de 7.
Test, test.
Accélère. Allez, mets l'accélération. Pars au dernier moment. Que quand on t'a le ballon. C'est bon. C'est bon, on est à 5, c'est bon, coupe.
T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes.
See you in a bit.
On se met tout au fond là-bas, c'est vous marchez.
T minus 1 minute.
Là, on peut pas.
Welcome back then to the European Touch Championships 2026, and we have action from the mixed men's, from the men's 40s division, sorry. And in this competition, it's Portugal taking on France. So Portugal, really interesting opening round. They drew with Italy. On the other side of things, Spain were dominant by 11-4 against the Spanish. The French look on top form. I was able to take in Wales's victory over Scotland, while Ireland lost to Italy. It's interesting to see that this decent Irish side were beaten by the Italians, but the Portuguese managed to pick up a draw, which is an indication of quality. But they are taking on France, who of course finished third overall last season, although they did then qualify for the gold medal match, just losing out to England in this division. They're hoping to be contenders, but it's Portugal in the red who go right to left in this first half, tapping off, well,
France in their traditional navy blue are on defensive duties here, and Portugal are off and running through Rui Queiroz. Just dug out by Bruno Coelho, and then it goes a little loose. So France fairly comfortable to start things off. Now France to the short side. Lovely dart through. Well, decent start then for both sides with an early shutout. Portugal now looking to break as they head towards their box for the first time. Well, another shot out then early doors. This is looking like it might be a close one, in all fairness, between the two sides, as now France look to make amends and drive out from the men's 40. Looking for a penalty. I'm not sure they're going to get it. Just marched up the field, in fact. Portugal drop another 10 yards. France up to halfway. Esposito plays it early doors. Here's Jimenez. Nice footwork from Moreira. And through comes Vincent Esposito. Hard touch made, but he looks to roll on here. Decent work through this middle pair, Romero and Jimenez. Romero again, Jimenez. Looking to draw out Portugal as they hit the 7. Now there might be a chance for them. Wide range, Lionel Jimenez gets over, waiting for the referee's call. I think the two are in conversation on this near side. Penalty given instead. First of 3 potentially that could see Portugal knocked down a 5. Here's the tap. Portugal forced to creep forward. Lionel Jimenez. Damian Romero. This is a really good angle. Floated over the top. Simple finish for Guillaume Faucon. And France will finally break through. Decent first defensive set from Portugal here. That's a really good angle that just drew in the last man. And Faucon, well, an international level winger is always going to finish from there. Off goes Esposito. Off go Portugal then through Paulo Santos. Santos. Still there, Santos a half. Busy start for him. Montero. Some fresh legs for Portugal here. What can they create? Luis Lajan Ribeiro makes a simple pass. I think France get across. Just looking for an offside call. Santos. Touch forced out again. Off the deck from Ribeiro. Oh, it's just clattered forward, unfortunately. High press from the French. They've done enough to turn it over. And again, Portugal denied from close range. It was a narrow game between themselves and their opponents this morning. Italy only 3-3 in that game. Italy have since gone on to batter the Irish 9-4 in a very impressive performance. France clearing away against Spain. And they'll be pushing on here for more scores. The more established nation. It's a brilliant pickup. And weaving away to the right goes Simon Guillot. But caught at the line once Guillot gave the offload. And we'll start again with Portugal heading towards their box. It's just a question of can they complete a decent set but then push on to threaten France from this set of 7. At the moment they're going to sacrifice 3 touches before they reach halfway. And more so than that, they'll give possession back to France. It's a penalty. It's a bit of a coach killer. They weren't under a lot of pressure there as they were looking to make changes. And now France, who are yet to make theirs, will empty the tank before they know the subs are inbound. Taken on by Vincent Esposito. And now they make changes mid-attack. Jimenez round the corner. Still going, Jimenez. Floats it over the top. Portugal out quickly to make the touch. Benoit Argel. Romero. Quick flick off the deck for Julien Bourgeonet. Portugal look to get stuck in, but Bourgeonet drops to deck faster, and it's 2. France double their lead. Just outside of 5 minutes here. Yeah, this is good work. See how quickly the French move into their attacking shape once the changes come in. And the Portuguese just called offside there. Unfortunately, Bruno Coelho did not get back. So we'll have front football for Portugal, though, with 6 fresh touches from halfway. Every real touch player's dream. Here's Martins. João Martins, can't miss him in the black bucket hat. Touch made by Newbury. Newbury wants it back, but Martins slides over himself. Well, Martins not particularly pleased with the Frenchman in front of him who claimed the touch, so João Martins gets Portugal on the board for the first time. Really nice finish. I mean, he had plenty of options here. Really nice footwork, actually, to get on the inside of Oliver Nuel. Look at that, the point. He knows exactly what he's done there. No touch was made. Good honesty from France in the end. But the French still favourites to push on here, and I think they've won a penalty off the first set of 7, so this should be easy pickings for a side of their quality. Emmanuel Amiot. Guillaume. Jan Jout. Guillaume goes to the open side, winds one up, decent ball. Is there a finish? Down goes Francois Talandier. And protestations from Ricardo Alexandre Nogueira Ramos, but unfortunately the try has already been given. Well, he claims he got a cross. In fact, it was Luis Baralas on the chase. But no touch was given. France have 3 and an instant response. Portugal will be looking to do the same. Bruno Coelho. Here's Coelho again. Down the corner come Portugal here. Backwards caps in the 40s division. I'll let you be the judge of that. Touch taken on Coelho. Good movement from him. Back to the 7 go Portugal. Ribeiro. Santos. Queiroz. Lee John Moulton. Queiroz round the corner. Looks for that final pass, but not the right line from Baralas that time. France have it back, although they are buried in the far corner. See if the Portuguese defence can pile on some pressure in chase of their first win of the tournament. Nice ball, and that will relieve it, but the whistle's already gone. Good add advantage there, but France will take the penalty and a reset and a fresh set of 6. Portugal looking decent here. Another nice ball round the corner. More footwork on show. Why not? But this time the touch is made. Donai João Martins, his second. Little dummy from Oliver Nuel. Good hands from France. Flick quickly off by Guilherme Herman. And Martins getting a bit of a talking to. Oh dear. I think he might have been removed from the field of play. So Portugal are going to defend with 5 for the next set. That's harsh from the referee, deemed to be cynical. Portugal look to quickly make their changes. That is a better reaction than we've seen from some types today. But still they're backpedaling. Guillaume with a nice carry. Leandro out. Amio. Guillaume. Amio. Guillaume again. We're Portugal onside. I think just about. Good work from Warren Newbury. Guillaume lets it run so he can have it on the return. Great pace. Straight onto the ball. But Portugal keep them out. Well, they dealt with that situation very well. Not entirely sure what the full extent of the infringement was. It looked just like a little bit of an interruption as the Portuguese player retreated, getting his feet caught in the wrong place. But the referee deemed more. And indeed, Portugal are struggling at the moment. They're on the wrong side of the referee's whistle again. Amio. Guillaume. Nice step. Caught by Montero. Lionel Jimenez. Change is made for France. Talendier gets it on the wraparound from Barjanez. Try score already today. Romero. Jimenez. Decent footwork. Romero gets it on the pickup. Just about held excellently well by Julien Bertrinez. And Portugal, though, survive. So although they can't break out of their own half at the moment, they're doing a decent job of containing France in theirs. This is a decent run here, and there could be a chance on for Portugal. Floated over the top, but the ball is just beyond the outstretched arms of Carlos Abreu. France recycle inside their own territory. Good line speed from Portugal here. That really shuts down the momentum. Well worth getting up in the face. Last tournament's finalists, I should say, in Vichy 3 years ago, this men's 40 side for France. At the moment, they haven't quite cracked Portugal here, and that's a forward pass that's away from Milano Jimenez. Or indeed away from Oliver Newell. Changes made ahead of this latest attack. Finally, a decision goes Portugal's way. Tap from the 10-metre line. Not a bad position for them to start from, especially with Coelho driving standards. Just needs someone to let go of the handbrake here. Martins might be the man to do it. That's an excellent pickup from Newbury. Newbury racing away here. Will he be caught? Newbury, I think there's a touch made. Certainly claimed by Vincent Exposito. Threatening stuff from Newbury again. Portugal still have the potential to challenge here. But it's going to be France with another onslaught. Down they go, looking for a penalty. Nothing coming, but nothing against them either. Not a bad end result. Guillaume caught short on the 10-metre. France over halfway again. Will they get a chance to strike from here? Amio, great carry. Well, whistle goes. Just a miscount, I think, from Berjanez. Thought they might have had one more in the chamber. Portugal, they just burn a few before they really start to make this French defence think. That's 3 touches just about over halfway, a 4th on the 10. Something a little special to break this French team down. Montero wants it on the return. Willie goes away on the outside. Celebrations from the Portuguese. It's a wonderful finish from Pedro Montero. That's more like it. Paulo Santos working well in tandem. Portugal back within 1. It's the kind of play that Portugal were after. Very nicely worked. And Montero, who started the move, will finish it too. Not the perfect start for Portugal though. In defence, they've given a penalty away. And Jimenez can march forward. Jimenez, Romero, Esposito. Should be some quick ball for France here. Oh, but they've made an error. Just as they're about to strike. Wasted touches there for France. Not a lot of French teams that you see often spurning opportunities like that. Some real tension on the sideline here. There's a large Portuguese group right to my left-hand side, and a decent number of them on the far side as well. I'm really hoping to get a result here. Of course, France on home soil, they've got a lot of teams to support. Portugal look to draw out the touch, but that slammed momentum down as Warren Newbury started to get going. Romero, Jimenez, Esposito in the link. This time feeds it on. Nice break for Herman. It's a very good exchange for France. Fresh legs and good momentum. What can they create with it? Nice ball from Herman. Granier. Noël. Well, instead it's not been placed back just yet by Le Briquier. Trying to do a little too much this time. Here come Portugal making their substitutions. As we head towards the latter stage of this first half, they're still very much in the game. I think they'd absolutely take this scoreline going into half-time. But maybe they could even grab another and level things up and really spice up the French team talk. Unfortunately, just keeping France in that corner is the end result they'll settle for. Not a bad dummy. France 40, so good at stealing those extra yards in this area of the field especially. On the corner from Esposito. Good work from the try scorer Falcon. Here's Guillot. Good pace here. There's two men over. It could be another for Falcon. Right place, right time. Like any good winger. It's a second try for Guillaume Falcon. This is all about Guillot though. Just accelerating with ball in hand. He doesn't break stride. It's good work in the wing, in the link as well, to suck in the winger from Esposito. This is worth an assist as any, and that really does change the dimensions heading into half-time. 2 tries behind. Portugal could really do with one more before the break. Desperate for a decision that goes their way, but I'm afraid that they're going to leave the French half disappointed. Almost gets away with the dummy. But they're still in behind here, France. Good work from Jimenez. Esposito. Herman. Where are the options for Granier? Good pace from Noël onto the ball. This is stable stuff up to the 7. Now they might look to strike. Lovely ball on the inside. And dotted down by Oliver Noël. And in the last few moments or so, the tide of this game has turned. And all of a sudden, there's a 3-point buffer between France and Portugal. Really good work. And unfortunately, Ricardo Alexandre Nogueira Ramos just couldn't get back on the inside in time. Lovely drop pass into the space. Just left it hanging for Noël. Still time, minute to go. Portugal with a fresh set of 6 on halfway. Could create something here. Jean Martins. He has looked bright. As has Newbury. Good acceleration on him. Martins. Hail Mary over the top. Newbury couldn't hold it. And a disappointing end to the Portuguese half. 3 conceded. From 3-2 to 5-2. It's a big difference in the momentum of this game. And now with 20 seconds on the clock, France can just shift through the gears. Well held by Talandier. And there's the whistle to deny France any further progress. Do Portugal have time for a late rebuff? There's your answer. Half-time in this men's 40s tie. Portugal, who were within a point of France just 5 minutes ago, now trail by 5-2 at the break. It's a long way back for the side seeking their first win of the competition. France looking to go top of the pool as one of the few sides undefeated so far. England also face Spain, or in fact did just face Spain to match them at the top of the pool. France in front by 5-2 in this Eurotouch Championships tie in the men's 40s category.
T-minus 1 minute.
Welcome back then to the European Touch Championships here in this men's 40s tie. France pulled away late at the end of the first half to set up a 5-2 scoreline with Portugal, who were 3 tries behind against the 2023 silver medalists. Portugal have been chanting away during the half-time period. They are well up for this one, their supporters. They've been well up for everything so far, but they need to get right up for this. France in navy now right to left, taking on the green and red of Portugal. It's an early drive from France, exactly what they would have wanted at the start of the half. Safely into the palms of Esposito, who moves into the space and finds Guillaume Herman, who dives into the corner away from Lee John Moulton. And it's the perfect start for France in the second half. That's a great ball to open up the space and draw in the winger. Still needed finishing. Yeah, the tip pass in midfield was the special one. And now France are very much in charge with a long time left in this one, let's not forget. Portugal scored 3 in their opening game against Italy. A tight draw in that one. Let's see if they can fight back into this tie. Montero, the try scorer. Little mix around in midfield. France still have got to come driving forward here as we head towards the 7. Popped up into the path of Quiroz, but then it's loose. And France survive. And it's a very decent start to the second half for the French. A try and a shutout the other way. That could have well been a turnover, but in fact it's Portugal been penalised. Getting stuck in the other way. Well, when it rains it pours at times. In the game of touch, momentum so important. Guillaume off the deck from the try scorer Herman. Soft hands from Romero. Still looking to play in every phase here, the French. Lionel Jimenez. Esposito. Jimenez again. Guillaume. Oh, it's Jimenez this time with Romero, who can't move any further downfield. Portugal looking for a quick break. Nice work from Pedro Montero. He can inject some pace into this Ben's 40 side. Nogueira Ramos. Here's Martins. João Martins on the pickup. Draws a good touch out of Jimenez. Oh, I think it might have been offside in the end. It's an interesting discussion here. João Martins in the end has to hand it over. He's not happy at all. So now France can work their way downfield instead. To the box they go. Still in their processes all the time, but for the first time in the fixture, the exchange has not gone to plan. Wry smile on the face of Lionel Jimenez in discussion with Romero on this near side, but now a big chance for Portugal, although they're a little slow to get their changes onto the field. Martins, round they come. It's Fernando Ribeiro. And then floated back over the top. What a pass from Coelho. But the try has been denied. Really good ball from Coelho. Too much pressure out there in navy blue. So France will come back the other way. Good hands. Really good hands. In a tight area for France. Don't want another mistake in and around the box. It might open up for Drolt, in fact. Guillaume. Guillaume with a clean pick-up. He's got Esposito outside him. I think it might have come off a Portuguese hand. France in the ascendancy. Jimenez. Or Esposito, sorry. Amiot. Guillaume. In control. Good and proper here, France. Looking the most threatening. Guillaume to the open side, winding up for the long ball, floats for himself. Who's there in navy? He needs to find support. He does. Was it dotted down in time? No. Brilliant defence. Esposito denied. Good movement from him to carve out an option. But even better scramble from the Portuguese. Whipped off the deck with real pace from Coelho. He is driving the standards. Spoke too soon. His pass is spilt. France have it back. Portugal hemmed in. Amiot. Esposito. Herman outside him. Esposito might go ranging through himself. Herman. Changes in the offing. Here's Bedrenet. Jimenez takes the touch. Slow ball for France. Bedrenet, Jimenez. Where are we off to here? Romero puts his foot down. Jimenez back to the open side. Oh, it was free for Julien Bedrenet. But they've just got in each other's way there. Although it's another penalty that'll spare Jimenez and Romero's blushes there. Leonel Jimenez. Damian Romero. Back to Romero, who's got a man over. He finds Jimenez on the inside. Portugal claim a touch, but I think the French are clear. Nogueira Ramos offside. France have 7. It's been a long time coming, it feels, since that score from the very first phase of the second half. But finally they've snuck through. Looked like a decent touch there. Must have not retreated before making the touch. Quires with a good carry. Montero 2. Quires, Montero. Lalan Ribeiro. Montero, the most threatening in red. Lalan Montero goes for the drive. And Luis Lalanda Ribeiro has slid over. A very popular score. Really good ball. Just dropping in height. And over goes Luis Lalanda Ribeiro. Decent noise from the Portuguese as well in celebration. 7-3. It's not game over by any means. There's so much time left in this tie. Portugal are going to have to shut the French out here though and go up the other end just as swiftly. Dancing feet of Jan Daralt again. Guillaume. Missed pass, perfectly weighted, what a ball. Over goes Emmanuel Amiot. France fight back straight away. That's a lovely bit of play from Simon Guillaume. It's a great step, and still he had time to wind up the long ball and skip out his middle partner. Really not bad from Guillaume. A real settler for France, keeping the Portuguese at arm's length. Off goes Coelho, with Moulton in support. Referee's not happy with it at all. Not completing their sets has been a part of the Portuguese problem in this one. Herman off the deck. Round the corner comes Julien Bedrenet. Herman. Granier. Noel. Bedrenet. Adrien Granier. Julien Bedrenet. Such patient ears from France. Now they might pull the trigger. Noel. Did that come off Moulton's hand? In fact, it did not. Decent defensive effort from Portugal. Certainly stood up for themselves in this game. It's not been a walkover by any means, but it was that late stage of the first half and then a try straight from kick-off that really set them back. Good pace onto the ball from Montero. Up goes the hand of Francois Talandier. Santos. Ricardo Alexandre Nogueira Ramirez. Unfortunately just too far down that right hand side. Good defence from Portugal, stepping up well here. And they win the penalty too. Excellent play. Not a lot of frustration from France. They understand that call. Just got to stay on top of things here. With 10 minutes to go. It's a hot day. It's been a long day. It's their second round of the day. These men's 40s players. They've got to empty the tank here. They've got to stay in control from a French perspective. Queiroz to the open side. Portugal take a tumble. Second penalty in quick succession. Hard touch this time. Perhaps Portugal's best way back into the game is French ill discipline. Montero heads out to the left-hand side, finds a pass back in field, but it's a good read by France. Slow ball for Portugal. France must come creeping forward. Montero. Well, he lets go of the ball, hoping for a Portuguese player in support, but his middle on the inside was going hard at the line. Miscommunication, and France have it back and will head towards the box. They're eagerly awaiting. Little ball out the back here. France could find themselves with a bit of space. Guillaume, what a dangerous second half he's had. Barrelas. And then look at the acceleration towards this left-hand side. France really aren't settling here. And they've managed to keep Portugal contained right in that bottom corner. It's a long way back to the box for Queiroz. Montero, missed pass, well handled, risky in these conditions. And that is a fair few tries down, of course, not the beautiful sunshine that I'm referring to. Lalanda Ribeiro, the try scorer. Jimenez. Just runs out of touches. Nothing wrong with that Portuguese transition. Barrelas, great line speed. Herman, whistle goes. Oh, hard touch. That feels really harsh. And they're getting marched back here, Portugal, beyond halfway. Bedrone. Romero. What a workhorse he's been out there in the middle. Now paired with Emmanuel Amio. Romero loses the hat, keeps going. Bedrone out wide. Herman, well marked. Bedrone, brilliant hands. Jimenez. Jimenez can go himself, does go himself. Sent back to the 7. Great defence from Portugal. Jimenez gets it away quickly. Last touch here for France. And it hasn't come to much. They might have 2 here in the locker. Certainly acting as such. Now the quick hands come out. Not a lot of momentum for them. One last dart here. Touch made. Portugal keep them out again. Oh dear. Referee's going to turn this over, I fear. In fact, just a talking to both players. No ejection, no penalty, we'll just play on. Couple of good carries from Portugal. It's a really nice bit of movement by Newbury. It's been bright in the first half. Good to see him still kicking in the second. Moulton back to the open side. Moulton. Diving in goes Bruno Coelho, and he makes it through the French defence. Is it too little too late? The Portuguese don't care. Their good vibes will continue. Nice work from Moulton, really quick return at that right height, just above his knees for Coelho to fall onto it. France pegged back to 8-4, but still very much in command. And they're firing through the lines here. Nice ball out the back. And fast feet from Olivier Noël. France could grab a cancellation try. They've nabbed a few. Oh, and they've done it again. First set of 6 from this try. conceded. They go down the other end and score. It's a tough watch if you're of Portuguese persuasion, but a good finish from Adrian Granier. Looping the arm over the top of his opposite man. Lovely play to avoid the touch, and that makes it 9-4 with just 5 minutes still to go. Still, if France can score from the centre, why can't Portugal? Here we go, João Martins. Quickly off the deck. Exactly the kind of pace Portugal needs to be playing at here. Newbury directing traffic. Martins doesn't throw the pass, takes the touch instead. Martins will let it back. Newbury to play with it. João Martins. Not a lot on down that left-hand side at the moment. And the French throw the pass, but the Portuguese one of previous was already forward. So penalty France upgraded. And Portugal march back a few more yards after creeping forward. Changes in the offing. Guillot takes it out. Here's Esposito. Steps around the first and frees the hands instead. Why waste the touch? Romero. Excellent pickup. Jimenez. Argel just clatters into his man, and soft hands could unlock the Portuguese here. Jimenez. Romero. Desperate to get it away, but it doesn't reach Esposito on the edge. This has been a really professional performance by France. Much like Spain, Portugal could have been a potential banana peel on their way to making a second consecutive final here at the European Touch Championships. And they haven't let Portugal in, to be fair, other than the opening 10 minutes or so when it was a 1-point game. Spain this morning have faced a similar raft. France pulled away towards the end of the first half and will not be caught. Still working hard with minutes to go. Jimenez again driving through the gears. Oh dear. Put down in midfield, a rare error for this French team. Nice carry. Just hear the referees going port to port ahead of our next game, which is a ginormous fixture. It is a monumental men's open tie between France and Wales. Well, let's stay with this one here, where Portugal are on the attack. Oh, another good dart towards the line from Coelho. Already got one today, but he won't make it through this time. Just dropped off so daintily and well collected by the Frenchman, Jeremy Le Brugier. But the attack doesn't last for long. Portugal with the pen on the 10. Off goes Niguero Ramos. Coelho. He takes his leave. Taken on by Rolando Ribeiro instead. Martins. João Martins wants it on a return. Might take it on. And one last touch. Martins, big dummy. That's floating ever forward. It's put down. I'm not sure even if it found its target, it would have been given. Last roll of the dice from João Martins. And that might well bring this game to a close. Really decent performance from Portugal after their great success this morning in drawing with a strong Italian side. They will have big tasks to come if they do want to crack the top four. They're not necessarily out of it in this fixture with this result. Maybe France could put the cherry on top and break double figures. In fact, they'll make it look very simple. Right before the buzzer, Jan Drought, who deserves a score, after all his hard running, just saunters through. Not sure how there was so much space for him there. I think that the dummy sold it last man, but there were 3 he beat on the way through. It won't matter to the end result, but a nice moment for Jan Dialt. It's a really nice score. Result never in doubt, realistically, after the first few moments of the second half. France held on. It's 10-4 that they have won this men's 40s tie. But I think the attitude is about to be wrapped up just a moment after some huge events in the men's open this morning. France now play Wales, knowing realistically only one of them can make the final 4. This is an early shootout and a huge game. And let's leave you with that. Portugal down to my left-hand side, who will welcome their 40s as heroes. Just excellent vibes from the Portuguese all week. We're glad to have them here in Vichy, and we'll be back in a few moments' time.
primeiro lugar, para discutir o que quer que seja. Ainda são... La personne qui fait tourner le Vince sur la défense,
comme ça ou pas? C'est comme ça ou pas?
T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 1 minute.
Welcome back then to the European Touch Championships 2026 in Vichy, France. A huge game in the Men's Open up next. The hosts are taking on Wales. France in action on home soil, hoping to upset the apple cart and top the likes of Ireland and England, the hot favourites in this category. It's been a tough day for both these sides in a way. France did pick up a big win against Spain in the first round by 19 unanswered tries. What a result that was. But then they lost to the Irish, 11-6, not a bad result against a strong team. Wales are 2 from 2, but that does not mean they are out of the running for a place in the top 4, because their losses came to Scotland and England, who are both undefeated at the top of the pool. England have excelled in this category. They've only lost one game in 12 years at the Euros, and that was to France back in 2022. So there's hope for the hosts here. And it's a decent start from France, who are in all white, going right to left in this one. Wales are in the red and black on defensive duties, and it's a bright start for France here. Pulled out the back, but too loose. And away from Owen Levesque. Of course, the Levesque family, French legends. The Arnaud Levesque, the head coach of the men's side. There's another Levesque in the Women's Open team as well. But Wales looking to drive forward here. Of course, they didn't enter the European Touch Uncapped Cup with an open side, so they haven't really played much men's open touch rugby since the World Cup in 2024. They are defending champions of the mixed open, the only side not English across the various categories. But they've lost possession early doors here, and it's France who'll run it out instead through Louis Besnard. A lot of these players have taken the step up recently from the Youth Atlantic Cup squad, and it's Thomas Bonor around the corner, feeds it wide. Surely the opener. Wales came flying across. It's the referee's decision to make. I think they've been denied in the corner. What a brilliant effort from Wales. But the pressure is not over yet. It's Loic Bondom. Good pick up, ball on the inside. And this time they've done it. What a lovely finish. Wales did all the hard work and then they were opened up through the centre instead. Arthur Ferry picked out as one to watch in the build-up to this one. It's a young lad who scored. We all know all about England's changes. The next generation being called upon. It's a very young French team as well, but there is plenty of experience out there, just like the captain who's just left the field. In fact, Remy Merlot. But Wales can push back through their own attacking pod. It's a brilliant line from Richards. He looks to throw the dummy. Glenn Jones, Richards. Takes the touch again. Jones off the deck. Richards can go himself. Pops it off instead on the inside. And Wales are practically manhandled in the touch. No way through there. And indeed a penalty will be given. Fresh set of 6 for the Welsh. Still looking for their first win of the competition. Lovely ball inside for Jones. Sent back to the 7. Those losses came to England, who they lost to 11-3, and then Scotland by 11-7. Scotland themselves have beaten Ireland, the Irish team who beats France, so there really shouldn't be much between these two. It looks like Ireland, Scotland, Wales likely all to go through in the top 3. There's only one more space left for Wales, France and Spain. Finally given. Looked pretty nonchalant heading through there, Callum Richards. Really nice footwork to begin with, and this second dart even better. That's a lovely dummy. Look at the footwork from Richards, dancing his way through. It's an excellent score, in fact. Thought the touch was coming in, but fool me. Levesque on the front foot, though, for France, taken on by Marias Poirier. Brilliant line from Merlot, very nearly through, the towering Frenchman. Merlot, the skipper. Merlot again to Poirier. Sneaks in himself, ducking under the tackles. He flicks it away. He's convinced. Score given. And the more diminutive Marias Poirier finds the holes that Remy Merlot can't possibly fit through. Tiny gap for him to sneak in there. He does really well. How close did Jack Sesha come to keeping him out? Wales asked to respond again, but they did emphatically through Richards at the last time of asking. Riddian Dayton-Jones, the captain, Callum Digby. Riddian Jones. Digby wraps around, but he's well read. Quick ball from Brown all the way to the outside. Interception. France come away with it, but the whistle's blown. And Louis Besnard will have to retreat. Interesting call to come here. There's an arm up from Remy Bosch, investigating as to why that wasn't allowed to be played on. So the interception pulled back. I think the touch was just made before he got going. That has to be the end result. Really nice pick up. Round the corner come the French substitute. Louis Roux. Bondon. Picked up by Ferry, the try scorer. Ferry sliding past where the touch was made. He'll hand it over to Wales. One last spot available in those semi-finals, the way that if results go as expected. And that's a huge moment in this tie. 5 minutes in, it's a 1-point game, a 2-point buffer. It's like gold dust. And Wales have handed it under very little pressure to France. Still got to create a scoring opportunity from here. Roux, Merlot, only getting finer with age, as they tend to do. Merlot straight through the hole. Beautiful peel. Try scored. And the recall of Merlot is working a treat for France at the moment. And here's Merlot just cracking the bottle with a brilliant spin. Thomas Bonheur goes over. A walk-in. But Wales looking to respond straight away. Hard line from Richards. And the handbrake comes on from Cameron Ross. Jones, try score already today. Richard winds it up long. Ross, who's on the end of it? Wales, I think they were just looking to tap it back there. It didn't go to plan. Touch, though, was made first, so we'll come back for it. Jones, quick pickup, brilliant line. Another big hand comes in on Callum Richards, the try scorer. Jones, who very nearly went over a few moments ago. Back in this area again. Glenn Jones sweeping away. Oh, he picks the gap. Dotted down, but will it be given? Cedric Bassard is pretty convinced he made the touch, and indeed that is the end result. And Lewis Williams is denied. And France have it back again. That's the acceleration France are after, and they're now deep into Welsh territory. They should be able to carve out a chance here. It's a really nice run from Levesque. But the whistle goes. Marius Poirier denied. Momentum slowed. Merlot with the tap. Levesque. Well watched by Wales. Cedric Bassard. Merlot. Levesque. Merlot. Poirier. Great pickup. Out the back for... Can they spin it wide? Bassard off his toes. Oh, what a step! But caught just about. Tight margins here, but really well watched on this near side by Aaron Gassami Tabatabai. And look at Wales racing through the gears. What a transition this is. On come the changes with fire around the corner. Dummy switch works a treat. Merlot is not sold. Still they roll on here. No touch made. That's an excellent pickup from Setcher. But then it's a turnover. And Merlot wastes no time in heading towards the box. Clever stuff to take Tabatabai out the game as well. Roux could take from Bondon. Wide he goes from Ferry, but spilt by Alexandre Lichtel, one of the former Youth Atlantic Cup squad from a year ago. An under-18 squad that, of course, played England in a stunning final that came as close as it could possibly get. No wonder some of those players, much like the under-18s with England, have worked their way into the team. Grimes. Mason Brown's look really bright already. One of the younger players in this Welsh team. Grimes, oh, looking for the little floater, but it's intercepted by Lichtel, who is caught. Caught a little bit too fervently there by Wales. Bonheur, try scorer. Brassard. Changes need to be made. Wales's line speed is really disabling the French transition. But now they've managed to open up a bit of space to Marius Poirier. Poirier, what a scoop. Straight through he goes. No touches made. Who's there in support? Poirier looks for Brassard. He's clattered into by two of his teammates and also by the captain, Callum Digby. And he does not look comfortable. That was a serious coming together. What a break early doors by Poirier. Got to hand it to Mason Brown. He did not claim the touch. And then sandwiched between a white and red shirt. Brassard putting his body on the line. He's able to jog off the field. I think he's going to be okay. But Wales did in fact make the touch, even if it was with two shoulders. Not much Digby could have done to pull out of that one. France, though, handed it back. An error on the far side by Wales. They're just under the pump here. Big time. 2-point buffer is not a problem this early into the game at all. Merlot tips it off. Quick ball from him. Poirier, fast feet. Racing out come Wales to make the touch. That's the kind of aggression you need off the line against a side of this quality. Merlot. Lovely footwork from Levesque, but a touch was made. Top work from Williamson. Good on both sides of the ball. Whipped to the left-hand side by Jones, who has been really busy. Still think he should have perhaps been given that score. A lovely finish that 50-50 call didn't go his way. It's another loose ball on the deck. It's not the first time that Wales have been pinged for that. And this time they're starting to think if there are other factors influencing them, like French feet. But the referee doesn't bite just yet. Clément Pecastan onto the field. Besnard on the edge. Besnard off the deck. Louis Roux. Here's Bonheur. Merlot. Directing the traffic, really. Oh, great release. How close to an intercept was Cameron Ross. Just looked to tap it up. Instead, he's handed France another 6 touches. Merlot will pop it up. Options both sides. Floats it into the link. Wales come clattering in again. This is tense. This is a really important moment, and both sides know it. 4-1 is a completely different scoreline. Pressure here again from France. Over goes Loic Bondon. He's confident. I think it's a mental factor. If you believe you've scored, they might give it to you a little bit more likely. Bondon has to play it away, no. Denied this time. Merlot spins it out. And he wants on the return. Here's the skipper. Merlot with a missed pass. Great pace to get across from Ross. Not the first time he's made a sort of try-saving touch in that area, but Ferry did score right on the back of the last time that Ross denied France from such an angle. Merlot. Ferry wants it. Floats it over the top. Oh, what a take! Diving in from out of shot. It's a brilliant touchdown. But I don't think it's been given. Forward pass is the call. Valentin Merlot denied a special try. That just shows you what kind of finisher he is, if you give him the right kind of space. Well, Wales have made the first touch. Merlot has to scramble back. And indeed, it's going to be a penalty as well. Brown. A lot of trust on young shoulders in the middle out there with the captain, Digby. Digby wants it on the return. Miss pass, what a grab! Down goes Rydian Dayton-Jones. But again, they're sent back to the 7. Wales knocking on the door here, looking to take the game back to within 1. There's a French hand on that. But the referee gives it as a turnover. The ball was dislodged naturally. And that's a physical touch. I think the refs are just going to wave play on here. Don't mind that at all. Bonheur just leaves it. Up comes Tabatabai. taken on by Lichtel. Had a huge part to play in that dramatic final a year ago at the Youth Atlantic Cup, now on the biggest stage in Europe. There's plenty of options inside and out. Quick hands from Marius Poirier to set up a fourth score. And that's a 2-point swing. Wales on the brink of breaking through. Couldn't finish it. And instead, Poirier with a lovely little drop-off for Martin Rawhurst. First time we've said his name, really. Martin Rawhurst in this tie. But he is a talent. Wales still pushing on though. Before half-time, they need to get one back to change the dynamic of that team talk, I fear. They could be staring down the barrel of their third defeat. And after Spain have already beaten the stumbling block that is... Sorry, France have already beaten the stumbling block that is Spain. It is unlikely that they'll be able to work their way back into it, Wales, unless they pull off a huge win against the big three. But what a try that is in the build-up. Rydian Dayton-Jones goes over, but it's all about the offload from Glenn Jones. Goodness, what a bit of skill. Wales have two. France look a little bit bemused by that one. They're not entirely sure how they let that slip. 4-2. France still in front, but a lovely score. And that offload on the spin from Jones. What a game he's having in the centre of the park. I think that try might have just rattled the French a little bit. A rare error from the skipper, Merlot. Nice hands. This is more than a transition, it's an opportunity. Pulled out the back for the skipper, Digby. Grimes. Really good carry from Josh Grimes. Brown. Good footwork. Through comes Sindel. Rugby. Almost all the way through. Final touch, thought he'd have a go. It's a really good chance for Wales. They've worked really hard to put the French back here. If they can just keep them here, win the ball back, they might get another chance before the break. Well, not the end result, is it? It's a penalty for France. And Louis Roux can march to the centre of the park with a real air of confidence. Brilliant line from Ferry. France may well add another and really tighten things up before the half-time interval. Just a minute and a half or so to do it. Well, just Bondon could not get to the ball cleanly. It's good defence from Wales. Now they take off the handbrake, switch on the inside, Bondon unmarked. Look, Bondon has the final say, stayed in the fight there, it didn't come off for him right away. Just almost knocked over his teammate, Alexander Lichtel. But put a lot of trust in his teammate there, just to run the right line, just to know that he was switching inside. Louis Roux obliged, and it's 5-2 now. Wales could really do with one more here. They're certainly in the right area from kickoff. Richards and Jones, what a pair. Dayton-Jones also out there. You got on the end of Glenn's great offload. Looking to draw the French forward. Jones, Richards, can't get away from Remy Bosch. Jones, Richards. Jones again, draws the touch. Well, Rawhurst is pretty adamant he made it, but the penalty instead. Big chance for Wales. They've got about 20 seconds left. Oh dear, time cut short for them. They've got to go now. Richards, Jones, French press high and survive a late scare. Time just ran out for Wales at the end of the second penalty period. A fresh set of touches, they didn't have time to use them. And France hold a not unbeatable, but precious lead at half-time in a game they must win to remain with hopes of finishing in the top four. France 5, Wales 2. One of these two sides may well miss out on the top four, but a win here and their chances will increase rapidly. It's France in the driver's seat with 20 minutes still to play.
T-minus 1 minute.
We have got a very long and exciting week of touch rugby for you here at the European Touch Nationals, but it is only day one, and yet tournaments are won and lost at stages like this. Unless Wales can fight back into this one, 3 defeats from 3 is going to leave them at the bottom of the pool and with a long way back to the semi-final spot. It is, of course, Wales' men's open side, not their mixed open side where they tend to put a lot of the focus, but there's still loads of talent in here. Unfortunately, they're just taking on a French side who have already put 19 past Spain today and taken on Ireland good and proper. Wales tap off right to left in the red and black. France in the white now on defensive duties, and they need a fast start here, Wales, and they might get one through Morgan Tagg. What a player to bring on in the second half. Tagg is a seriously talented individual. He'll bring experience, which is lacking in this men's side in some degree, as they just play a lot less men's touch than other nations. What a pill! How about that to get the game started? Cameron Ross with a lovely pass, but France do win it back, just 6 up. And a huge shutout really in the context. That first set of 6 can often be crucial for sides looking to turn the tide of a game in the second half, as Wales are hoping to here. Remy Bosch, little goosey through, but the whistle had gone. Good pick up from Bettinson, also new on in the second half. Got some good depth in here. Tag does well. It's an excellent run. This is promising for Wales. Brown on the return again. A lot of trust put in the young man, but he's backing it up with such mature play out there with his skipper. And Tag as well, and that's nice footwork, and over go Wales, and surely the score will be given. A bright start for Will Lewis. Or for Lewis Williams, sorry, who goes over in the end. This is really nice work, really mature play from Mason Brown, and then that's a good finish from Lewis Williams. Had a good start at link for Wales in this one, but it's in defence now that Wales have to show their mettle. They've got one back, they have to shut out France here. Poirier, much easier said than done, over the top, and it's a diving finish from Cedric Brassard. And he has another. France have 6. Poirier makes it look so simple. That is an unbelievable pass. Poirier already scored some pretty handy tries in this one. Shows the full range of his abilities there. And James Bettinson takes it in. Wales need a counter. They need to go toe-to-toe here with France. Lovely footwork. Tag again on the return. Morgan Tag throws the dummy. Not bought this time by Quinton Mockard. But the whistle goes. And France have it back again. Good defence from the French. And back to square one again, with France on the break. Still 3 tries ahead. It's a leading touch. French coaches complain, but nothing wrong with it in the referee's mind. Levesque. Bonheur again. Levesque with him in the centre. Bonheur. Erwin Levesque. Chance for... Oh, what a touch. Really good defensive set from Meridian Dayton-Jones there throughout the last few moments of play. Tag off the deck. Dummy from Bettinson. Wales head to the box. Callum Digby. Good footwork from Williams. Almost through. What a start to the second half for Lewis Williams. He looked bright. How close was he there to getting away and scoring? Brassard. Touch made. France might open it up here. They are heading to the box. Referee's desperate to keep the French on the field. Of course, you can't have 7 on the pitch. Doesn't even matter if you're mid-change. You've got to cross at the right time. I think they've timed it well there. Poirier. Back on in the attack. Another big miss pass. Is it a hat-trick for Cedric Brassard? No, it isn't. Touch made, but they took their time making that one clear. Brassard was on his way home. Brown. He has got fancy feet. Lewis Williams. Oh dear. Not his fault, but the penalty's been given away. France in the ascendancy. They're unlikely to let Wales get away with that one. Loic Bondon with a good carry. Poirier. Merlot. Bondon. Loic Bondon lays it back. Gets it on the return. Is this his second? Touch made. Great work from Wales. Merlot. Poirier. What a pill! Oh, it's taken on the full by Cedric Brassard. But I think Wales might have got there again. Not this time. Finally, his hat-trick. This is another unbelievable pass. I can't believe how much time and space Poirier is being awarded. I mean, it's a great effort from Cameron Ross. He is a brilliant defender. Cedric Bassard is an equally good finisher. It's a great take on the full, going to ground, takes a lot of skill. Wales now 7-3 behind. The next try must be theirs. Bettison doesn't use the hard line running in. Morgan Tagg. Tagg. Now it's theirs to play with. A bit of open space. In comes the dummy. Inside and out. France watch them all the time. Still, one last Welsh touch. France might have miscounted. Long ball over the top. Can't be held, but even so, France had cover across. 7-3 at this stage. It isn't about the time left. It's about the rate of scoring. And it's about the opportunities you will have once you've kept out the opposition. You've got to get down the other end. And then once that you score, they get another 6 at halfway. It's just the way that touch goes. It's a very back and forth scoring at times. But if one side is shutting out the other and not vice versa, that's when games get away from you without you really noticing. And a penalty around the halfway mark has handed France a big opportunity. Merlot, really good read. Levesque was looking to swing it away. Remy Merlot wants it back again. But it's a bit of a mess up between Levesque and Thomas Bonheur. And Wales survive. They're just so rare in touch, big comebacks, because of the way that the game can be controlled. It'd be great to see Wales get another one here. Strong carries in the transition. Merlot takes it up to the 10, and they've still got 2 more at least in the chamber. Here's the chance to strike then. Remy Bosch. Poirier loses the hat, doesn't need it, over he goes. Kept out by Wales, but the danger is very, very aware. What a lovely step, and another no touch from Merlot. Brilliant from Lewis Williams again. Dayton Jones takes it in. Williams. Great line from Grimes. He's made plenty of metres up the centre here for Wales. Lovely pickup. Callum Richards rumbling forward. Lets it loose. Can't find its target. They knew their time was up there. Might as well put France into the corner. Can Wales contain them here? Remy Bosch round the corner. Big touch from Ross. Ross has to race back and make another. He's been busy on both sides of the ball. Rawhurst, very difficult to contain. Rawhurst flicks it out the back door. Litchell going for the fanciest of offloads. What a try it would have been if it came off. Cedric Bassard was waiting. Wales a long way from home. Deep in this corner. Tabatabai, good yards. Richards. They're past the 10 and they've got fresh legs heading their way. Williams backtracks, no touch. Jack Seacher goes charging in. Seacher again, asked to run head first. Bettison, oh, that last pass is intercepted. And France will reset at 0 touches here. Litchell. Bassard plays half. Bassard again into Merlot. Bassard, Merlot, Bondon. Well, this time it's Erwan Levesque who can't control it. But the time is slipping away. A long way to go for Wales, and only 9 minutes in which to do it. This could be France's most important win of the pool stages, because it doesn't matter where you finish in the top 4. You'll have big games to play wherever. Merlot. What a servant to French touch he's been. Stay high is the call, but Merlot drags in the defenders. That's a huge touch on Marius Poirier. Remy Merlot, Poirier. Merlot, Poirier winding up this time, caught. Double touch from Digby and Brown. Definitely a detective agency from the 1980s, but also a very fine centre pairing for Wales in the men's open. And they've won it back in the end by forcing France to throw that loose ball. Brown. Good ball from him round the corner. Wales trying to escape a dangerous area here, and they've glided rather comfortably out of it and won a penalty. Lovely work from Brown, the architect of that particular move. And Wales go charging forward to win another penalty. 2 in quick succession. Said it before the break. French ill-discipline might get the Wales back into it after a couple of pens, though. They sharpened up quick. They have to do the same here. Callum Richards. Couple of good carries. Grimes always with forward momentum. Richards. Nice step. Big dummy as well. Richards looking to slip through. There was good cover there. A flying touch from Ferrick. Touch on Richards, but he gets it back again. Bit of space here for them to operate in, but it's intercepted. The whistle goes, however, before the intercept was completed. Another penalty. And now France really have to switch on. Glenn Jones. Stanley Sindel. And then coming straight through the centre was Richards. Good disguised line. Jones. Richards. Sindel. Throws the dummy. Sindel checks out this time. Sindel. Richards. Good line. Jones caught. Great defence from Erwan Levesque. Ash can tell from the sideline, delighted with that defensive set, but it's not over yet. Very composed from France. I think it was Poirier who got the final touch. What a game he's had. Has he been France's most important player in this victory? With just 4-5 minutes to go. Another turnover. France under the cosh from the referees at this stage. Grimes. Changes being made. Richards. Tabatabai amongst them. Dayton Jones. Tabatabai again. Bettinson. Progressing swiftly down the field here. Might be on for Williams. Williams wants it back again. Oh, just give him a bit of open space. Instead they go for the long ball and lose possession. Bahayas. Again, he's at half. Cedric Bassard. Oh, wonderful footwork from Poirier. Poirier looking to go the length. Caught by Jack Seacher. Good touch from the Welshman. But we're starting to descend into a rather deep hole that I don't think Wales can climb out of. Certainly if they don't score next, it's all over. Oh no. Wales give it up. I think it's time to play smart for Wales. They just need to be aggressive and win this back. France just need to contain them. But they're looking to do more than that through Merlot. Plays it wide but called back. They won't mind that at all. They've worked hard for this lead and now they can just hold it. Pekastan, Levesque, Bonor, Levesque opens it up, pops it back on the inside. Nod of the head from the referee, but the touch is made. Merlot, good work from Sindel. France can just keep them here and be happy. And that must be a roll ball. Well, someone's got to be at fault. It's the French, fair enough. That was real loose on the ground. Tabatabai. Hands is the call. It's back on the inside though from Dayton Jones. Richards is through. Big jump step. Diving touch from his opposite number. The captain. Remy Merlot steps in at a big moment to slow the momentum. Dayton Jones goes over. Wales in a strong position here. Might be too little too late, but they'll take it. Glenn Jones. Dayton Jones. Rudy and Dayton Jones is down, but he's been sent back again. Plenty of touches left for Wales. Richards, he knows it. Now they're going to try and create something here. Richards floats it over the top. It might have needed the link to reach up and grab it. Maybe there was too much on it. Regardless, we'll start with a French restart. And with only a minute or so left, we can celebrate a French victory on home soil. No need for them to go hell for leather here. Just need to keep possession. Bosch. Merlot's done a great job of keeping the pace high, and in fact they may well look to challenge here. Oh, he slid straight through. Lurk Bondon has another. France have 8 and a spot in the semi-finals. Maybe. Unless Wales can pull off a very special win. Yeah, 8-3, a big scoreline. France have really pulled away in this second half. In these latter stages. Lewis Williams pops it over the top. Williams. Well, what a take it almost was to deny a turnover. But France, the mood has picked up finally in the box in front of us. They're starting to yell out. Well, Bosch has to give it up, but it won't matter. Wales have been beaten. A tough start to the competition for Wales. They've had to face England, Scotland and France all within their first 3 games, and they've been beaten 3 times. So their progression through to the semi-finals is now unlikely. France may well have rescued their tournament. They've beaten Spain, they've beaten Wales. There are only 3 other teams left in the competition, Ireland, Scotland and England. And they got a chance to test their mettle against a few of those teams later on. But overall, after a narrow start, France pulled away and are victorious by 8-3. Wales continuing to grow as a touch nation. Of course, they've had great success in the mixed category. Their women's team are on the up, and so are their men's. But the French just a step beyond them on home soil here in Vichy. Still more action from the European Championships here in Vichy to come. Our next game is scheduled to kick off in 10 minutes' time. It's a women's 27 fixture between Portugal and Belgium. We'll be back in just a few moments to preview that one.
C'est mon moment d'arbitre en fait. C'est bien.
Your captain. Portugal. Have your captain. Looks like him. Look at this. See?
Moi je prends 30 secondes là ici, on sort juste un petit peu du monde. Moi j'ai dit, une minute les gars, pas besoin de plus, une minute là ici. Marius! Marius! Les gars, ici. Marius! Marius! Les gars.
Facile après, donc de suite, récupère la passe.
T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes.
All right, okay. Yeah, they're going into ice packs. Our tent's just around the corner.
Nosso é ao contrário.
Viva.
T minus 1 minute.
Welcome back to the European Touch Championships. Another game for you here for the women's 27th competition. Belgium taking on Portugal. Well, of course, had the honour of watching Belgium play over in the Stadio d'Aragon in the opening ceremony of the tournament after the France-Ireland game. They were taken apart by the French, really put to the sword by a very talented French team, who may well be top of the pile at the end of the day in this group. They're taking on Portugal. Seen a lot of Portugal play today. First time taking one of their full women's teams. It's Belgium, though, in the black and yellow-red flame cross pattern, right to left, against Portugal in the green and red. And it is Belgium with possession and a couple of touches to have a crack at the line here. Well, softly collected by Hannah van der Trappen, and then down they go. And indeed the score is given. Good finish from van der Trappen. Looked like the touch was made, and I think they've been in consultation, the referee, so 1-0 Belgium. Two very well supported nations here at the European Champs. Portugal will be bringing the good vibes, as they hopefully will all week. Belgium have got lots of friends in attendance here today. Portugal ready to attack for the first time. Driven on by Alice Isle. Then a run from Michelle Cheese. In comes the dummy from Montero. Impressive start from their first attack. It's a little slow to get going again here. Silva, Isle, Cheese. Silva all the way to the end for Ana Grande. Good defence though from Belgium. Still one last crack at the line here. Grande. Cheese. Montero looks for the switch. Takes on 2 players, but then he's caught. Belgium survive. 1-0 it will remain. These are 2 of the more emerging nations in the competition. So, of course, we've already had lots of action for the women's 27. The likes of Scotland taking on Spain. Portugal, well, they had to play England in their first game. A tough opener. I think they'll fare better against this Belgium side. They have also faced local rivals Spain. Belgium faced Scotland. Their tournament didn't get much easier to start with here. Plenty to shout about. Belgium keep possession long enough, but then here comes the turnover from Portugal. Changes in the offing. Well, they were well set. At least they've got fresh legs to defend. Belgium win it back again. Mwepu into midfield, almost up to halfway in fact. And now Belgium head towards the box, laid back by Clara Druers. The Bois taken on by Carloel. Lean Carloel. Quick pick up. Scooting through goes Van der Kouter, who's there in support. Van der Kouter over the top. Down go Belgium for another score. It's Jane Gimber, who was on COCOMs a little bit earlier today. A representative of the Federation of International Touch and a women's 27 star for Spain. She spoke at the opening ceremony very well. She's been everywhere today. And now in the right place and the right time to get on the end of Cesar van der Kanter's lovely ball inside. Belgium lead 2-0. Portugal with a chance to respond. Into a forward pass there off the deck. Referee's going to let it play. Still they drive forward here, Portugal. Mathilde Nala. Marcelino. Marcelino again. Nala. Little tip on the inside for Ferreira. He runs a good line. And wins a penalty. Good work from Ferreira and company. Mathilde Nala. Marcelino. Good movement to the right-hand side, but that pass is overcooked. Ana Grande can't reach it. Good work, though, from Portugal. Clearly, they are going to be able to threaten in this game, but it's Belgium who lead by 2. And round the corner comes Druers with great pace. Another good run from Mwepu. Melies Mwepu. Druers, what a run. And then gives the pass at the right time as well. But the whistle goes. Turnover. Running out of fixtures for you in day 1. Can you believe it? What a day it's been. Live from 8:30 this morning. All the way through to past 8 o'clock at night. It's a 12-hour day for us in the comms box. One more game after this one in my book at least, England-Italy in the men's 30s, which will be a cracker because Italy look really bright so far. My first chance to take on an England team of any description. We'll stick with Belgium here, who find a pass, down they go. That's a little uncomfortable though. Well, that didn't look nice. It's always tough in the game of touch because these little muscle injuries can pop up, and I think we've just had another one there. And immediately the changes are looking to be made. Well, ice is the call, which would imply there's a more obvious area that needs to be treated, I think. But this injury to the Belgian player is going to leave us short a little bit of time in this first half, because it's really important that we look after these athletes in every team. There wasn't loads of contact there. I think it was just going for a change of direction, and unfortunately she's gone down hurt. Of course, all the appropriate attention being handed to her by the Belgium coaching staff and her teammates. You do get a lot of qualifying sporting and medical professionals in the game of touch. It's very popular amongst those professional fields, so there will be qualified help out there, which is always good to see. Well, there's so much going on here today. There's Jersey Touches 10. That's the Athletes Village, which is where most of the sides spend most of their time. You can't quite catch it in our cameras on the other side of the clubhouse behind us, but there's the Fan Village, which is the inspiration for the Fan Village at the World Cup in 2024. But they've got ice baths in there. They've got everything they could need to sort themselves out. Well, I have a feeling that we might be here for a little while. The referee's in consultation about the safest way to move the player. I think it might be Esther Beekman who's on the deck as we stand. And in the end, it will take a whole family to carry Beekman off, including 2 referees, the Belgian physio and a member of her team. Well, that's certainly one way to get the game back underway. I'm not sure any of us minded waiting until the right time to move the player. But it looks like Belgium are going to get back underway here, and that is their prerogative. It should be their possession. But actually, we may well start, because the ball did go loose in the process with a Portuguese set of 6, and we're back underway. There's no stoppages in the game of touch as the timings are centralised, so a little bit less time for Portugal to get back into this, but the touch guards have handed possession back to Belgium after the stoppage, which only seems fair. Good carry in the meantime. Right around the corner comes Van der Trappen, already a try scorer, reaching out again. Van der Kout, a great line. Looking to split the defence. The ball shifted early, but it hits the ground. So it will be a turnover. Portugal then head to their transition. Not quite as smooth as the Belgian one, but they do get good numbers on the field now. Anacuna. Nice footwork from Alves. Alves beyond the 10 metre. Pimenta plays it out to the winger, Inez Montero, who is caught on the final touch. Referee not happy with the distance that Portugal retreated. Now we're back underway. Belhaj. Belhaj again playing half, doing well to keep Belgium rolling here. Elizabeth Cook, Belhaj, Lacrosse, Morel. Lacrosse with a rangy run, but unfortunately a penalty against Belgium here. In fact, penalty for Belgium. They were still called back for it. Yeah, that makes more sense. It very much looked like a penalty for Portugal. The hand signal indicated as such. And now they have possession again. And in fact, with 5 touches on halfway, they could look to create something special here. Marcelino. Does look really bright, Paula Marcelino so far. Nalia. Nalia gets it on the return. Looks to pop it off into the path of Pimenta, who dots down. I think Belgium got a touch in there on Elisa Pimenta. And indeed they did to turn that one over. Well, turnover for Portugal as Belgium look to make their changes. Big opportunity for them now. Marcelino will take the tap. Naomi Telles Fajendero also there, but into the middle of the park it goes. Marcelino. Quick hands to evade the touch. Yeah, eventually it's made. Well, I think touch and pass. That's such a shame, because the chance has gone begging for Portugal. They had numbers, they had time, they had the touches, but alas, it will remain 2-0 in Belgium's favour. Really good carry. Belgium making great yards here. Van der Trappen. Carnwell. Unfortunately can't hold it. Flung to the left-hand side by Mathilde Nala as they head towards the box. 6 minutes or so to go in this first half. Portugal yet to get on the board, but that could soon change with the substitutes. Ayel. Good hands from Silva. Grande with a hot step, but the touch is made. And I think a penalty might have gone against Belgium there. Indeed, it has been given, not particularly clearly. But here we go then. Chance for Portugal. Nael. Montero. Takes off the handbrake, reaches out. Just short of the line. Flung over the top. What a pass from Sarah Silva. Where did that come from? Silva had to think quickly here. And look how low down she rips that pass from. It's lovely and flat and really inviting for the winger. Brilliant work. And over goes Inez Montero to congratulate her teammate, the try scorer, for flinging such a beautiful assist her way. Portugal on the board. Sarah Silva with a stunner to get the Portuguese into the game. 5 minutes to go before the end of the first half, and Belgium back under a bit of pressure after they've looked pretty in command throughout this game so far. Soft hands, what a response. Well, they haven't made it over to score. They really should have, with the amount of space they had on that left-hand side. I'm not sure where it came from. Missed opportunity for Belgium. And Portugal might look to punish them here. Good line from Alves. Almost up to halfway. Really good run. Mathilde Nala. Good work again from Mathilde Nala in the backfield, but need a little bit more pace injected into this attack. Alice Ayel. Miscount. The pace needed to come a little sooner. Really well drawn by Anna Grande. Just the touch just came in a little sideways from Marwa Belhaj. Winding run from Wepu. Clara Druas. Samantha Verbois. Oh, long ball over the top. What a finish! It would have been if the try is given. I think this time it has been. Marwa Belhaj over in the corner. Great ball from Druas. Oh, certainly put her body on the line. Anna Grande looking to make the touch, but over at Belgium go to make it 3-1. And in a half bereft of scores, like London buses, we've had two come along at once. Or like Lisbon trams, I should say. Portugal, though, looking to keep the pressure on. This is excellent play from them. Reaching out is Sarah Silva. What a half she's having. Just can't quite make it over. Naomi Tellez Fajendero. Cheese. Little switch from Montero. Loose. And I think Belgium are going to be handed possession out of that 50-50. And now they can turn and face and try and get up the other end before the end of the first half and score another. In come the changes for Belgium. Elizabeth Cook amongst them. Lacrosse. Cook. Lottie Morel. Nice step onto the inside. But Ayel and Silva and stand firm for Portugal at the moment. Lacrosse. Cook. Lovely offload. Just dropped really kindly into her path. She came onto a good pace, but kept out. Portugal will restart. Naomi Tellez Fajendero off the deck from Montero. A try score ready today. Cheese. Montero of the Vanessa variety. Nalia. Now the changes can be made. Good pace from Pimenta. Some good carries from Cunha. Nice work from Alves. This is promising. But of course, the touch limit has been reached. Really quick transition from Belgium. Melis Mwepu out there in the middle with Samantha Verbois. Here's Verbois. Mwepu. Good pickup. Oh, what an offload. Druas is caught. Great defence from Portugal in the end. Lovely identification of the space from Melis Mwepu. So Portugal put under a lot of pressure for the last 20 minutes, but only 3 tries conceded is not a bad end result. They also went up the other end and grabbed one of their own. Very much in the game. An injury hit half, which led to a little bit of delay, but both sides have come out stronger after the break, determined to perform. 3-1 at half-time in this women's 27 fixture. Belgium 3, Portugal 1.
Le but du Portugal.
Back for the second half then, and it's Portugal who will get us started looking for a early score here to take them within 1 point of Belgium. They were under pressure a lot of that first 20 minutes, but they are in the ascendancy up to the 7, looking sharp. They've got some playmakers here in this pod. There's the dummy, diving over goes Fernanda Alves, and an early score is given, and it's the perfect start for Portugal. 3-2. They come within just a single score. It's a really nice finish here as well. Had a lot of work to do coming round the corner from deep. Alves, there's the dummy, and then snuck in. I think the winger was just a touch offside. So 3-2. Belgium, though, of course, handed the opportunity to respond. Such is the way in touch. Taken on by the Federation's own Jane Gimber. Gimba pops it up. Carnival. Good work round the corner here. Carnival has two outsider, can go herself. And an early decision made. Try scored. Referee was in a great position, and Lean Carnival has a try in this women's 27s match. It's not an easy finish, but again, with two players outside, Portugal had their minds elsewhere. 4-2. Well, let's hope the half continues just like this, with score on score on score. Sarah Silva. New pod for Portugal, but just as dangerous. Michelle Cheese. Cheese. Silva. Montero. Silva, long ball. Another great pill. Silva around the corner, but Belgium don't buy it. Cheese. Montero goes to the edge. Down go Portugal. Penalty. They'll take it. Silva wants a score. She'll take this fresh set of 6 touches. Sarah Silva. Cheese. Silva. Naomi Tellez Faisendaro. Quick ball here for Silva. Back on the inside for Cheese, but she's not perhaps deep enough. It's another long ball. Montero skips away from one. Great touch. Sarah Silva. Telej Fagendero. Silva again. Need a bit more movement here, Portugal. That's the cry from the bench on the near side, which is well supported. Silva. Cheese. Montero. Draws out the touch, and they continue down that right-hand side. It's Michelle Cheese. Sent back to the 7. Laid back by Inez Montero. Here's Vanessa Montero. Montero caught. Inez at half. Montero. Maybe just a miscount there. Or she thought she was going to sneak through 2 Belgian players, which I would have loved to have seen. Belgium on the transition. They've shut out Portugal importantly there, because tit for tat would have not exactly served them well with a narrow scoreline. Mwepu off the deck from Belgium quickly. This is good play from them. Floated over the top, a little bit aimlessly there, and Belhaj caught out. Belgium progressing rather pedestrian-like here, but they are making yards. Awaiting the touches from Portugal. The Bois. And then that's a really nice ball from Mwepu. Quick pick up. Druas looking for Mwepu. Ball goes down. Good defence from Portugal. Good work from Silva. Keep the pace up. Montero around the corner. Silva. Good take back onto the field from Pimenta. Bright from Alves again. Can she sneak through for a second time? Not quite. Touch made at the very last. Alves looking very dangerous in the second half, if you are of a Belgian persuasion. Look how keen they are on the bottom of your screen there in Belgium colours to get back onto the field. In come the changes. What will they create? Excellent charge from Van der Trappen. But they've lost possession. So Portugal's turn to transition, but they're only on the halfway. So it should be simple enough. Cunha. Ferreira. Here's Nalia. Nalia still going. Eventually, Montero is caught. But forward pass towards her. Belgium stifled a little to begin with by Portugal. Good work from them. Marianez Costa working hard out on the wing. With a face mask on as well, the winger. But here comes Lacrosse. Little dink over the top. And Lacrosse will race away. Little scoop through. There's plenty of support. It's Elizabeth Cook who dots down. Brilliant work from Florence Lacrosse. Well, really good work, and there were loads of supporting players flooding through the gaps, which is what was great to see. Elizabeth Cook gets on the end of it. Big score for Belgium, because if Portugal can go right ahead and score here, the 2-point buffer remains, and it's mentally such a long way back, deep into the second half after a long day's touch. Portugal still looking for their first win. Belgium looking much improved from their really tough start against France. Mwepu. Quick pick up from Druers. Verbois. Druers. Verbois. Trying to drag Portugal forward. Eventually there's the touch. Druers with the pickup. Mwepu waiting in the link. Cuts back inside. Caught by Silva. Fine defensive showing from Portugal, but still touches in the chamber for Belgium, who are making changes mid-attack. Off comes Mwepu and Verbois. On comes Carnawal and Van der Kouter. And here is... well, changes seem to have worked. It was Druers who kept the play up. And shifting into the link to score was Belgium's Shadi Firouzi Tabar. The new players didn't even have any involvement here. It's just Druers drawing in the last player. And a good finish from Firouzi Tabar. And now Belgium may start to stretch away, unless Portugal can go tit for tat. Alves. Pimenta. Alves, who's looked like Portugal's best player here, delays it over the top. What a take that would have been. Good effort from Ana Grande, but Belgium have it back. Well, I think that's going to be a turnover for Portugal. Belgium can't afford to relax. On the verge of victory here. There's still 10 minutes to go. It's a long time. It's more than enough time for Portugal to get back into this. Huge game up next between Italy and England in the men's 30s. This is just as big a game for Portugal. Desperate for their first win of the tournament. Touch taken. And Belgium, the quickest to it. Great speed. Really impressive stuff from the try scorer Shadi Firouzi Tabar, who races out to win it back for her country. And that's a really impressive turnover, an important one at this stage, because Belgium had given it up rather cheaply. And if Portugal could have profited from it, it may well have imbued them with some confidence. Something Belgium would rather avoid. This impressive from Verbois, who was perhaps their best player in the opening game against France. Druins, Mwepu. Oh, still looks to go for it. Touch was made though, so no chance from Mwepu, who was reaching out well. Tough angle. Hard touch by Verbois. I think the ref's going to wave play on. Out comes Gimba. Interesting. Conversation being had with the officials here. Obviously we can't hear it. Portugal making their changes, why not? During the delay. Perhaps it was given as a hard touch after review, so to speak. And indeed it was, and Verbois has been ejected from the game. Of course, you can bring on a sub straight away. Cesare van der Kouter comes on in that regard. Good take from Portugal here. Chance for them to do something and maybe work their way back into the tie. Spread wide towards Ferreira. Nice carry from Silva. Ferreira wants it on the return, but it goes to ground. Belgium win it back. Round the corner they come. There was a foot in there from Silva, so I think the call will go her way. Clear from the referee. Close enough for us to hear them this time. Tap from Belgium. 6 fresh touches on halfway. Practically a restart for them. Onto it with pace from Hannah van der Trappen. Van der Kouter. Van der Kouter still. Carnewalt. Van der Kouter. Van der Trappen. What a strong centre pairing out there at the moment. Looking for the switch. Throws the dummy. Penalty. Good enough for Belgium. Back to the 7 comes Line Carnaval. Carnaval. Quickly flicks it off the deck for Van der Kouter. Cesar van der Kouter gives the pass. And it's a second score in the second half for Shadi Firouzi Tabar from the link. Finding a good hole there. And does get it down before Portugal are upon her. Great work. And 2 tries in this one. 2 tries that may well have secured the game. 7-2 with 5 or so minutes to go. There's a long road back to get into this game. Silva with a good carry. Alves with a good carry. Taken on by Alice Ayal. Might open up for Silva here. Swung wide by Cunha. Cunha again. Silva throws the dummy. I think she's caught by Lottie Morel. Last touch for Alves and Cunha. And they can't make it through. Good drive out from Belgium as they head towards the box, but then loose pass there. Calling for something, the Belgian players. Oh, well, would you look at that? Elisa Pimenta, you can just see it off shot there. If you go to your right-hand side, you should be able to see that she's raised her hand and said, it's okay, I got in the way, and it was my fault the ball went to ground, and that is gracious of the Portuguese player. And that's also the case that Jane Gimbrough is arguing as a fit representative. She's certainly got the acumen and the touch know-how to argue eloquently. And yeah, lovely moment from Pimenta, the Portuguese number 5, for putting a hand up and allowing Belgium to keep playing, even though in this late stage it won't do a team much good. Mwepu, good carry. Verbois back onto the field. Acts as half. Long pass from Verbois, just can't be taken in the evening sunshine by Elisa Lecluse. Alves. Cunha. Portugal still driving on in the dying embers of this tie. Just going to go Belgium's way. Really great pace added onto the ball though, and then popped over the top. There's good touch in this Portuguese side. Mathilde Nalha, a real standout. Work is the call from the touchline. Again, the Belgian players so keen to enter the fray. Mwepu on the carry. This is a good line. By Verbois in there as well. And now Belgium threaten. And drifting all the way through goes Cesar van der Kouter. But I think that the touch might have been made. Indeed it was. Good work from van der Kouter. Almost picked out Hannah van der Trappen. Nice round narrative if she scored the first and last try of the game, but even better defence from Portugal, who managed to get a touch on the half as she scooted through. Good line from Montero. Silva. It's a shame Portugal. This is a game that perhaps would have targeted along with the Spain game, although they did lose both of those. But of course this tournament, for a lot of these countries and a lot of these age groups, is about expanding their experience of the game. Belgium have got players from all over. A lot of English heritage in the Belgium side as well. As Cook takes on the ball, and that does help with the game being so widely spread in the nation. Portugal have basically grown their touch scene from the ground up, which is just as impressive. Lovely work from Lacrosse, almost all the way through. Penalty for Belgium. Lacrosse will tap it. 6 fresh touches, a minute to use them. Morel slides in from a long way out, caught by Silva. Morel will lay it back. The game is theirs. What kind of cherry can they add on top of the cake here? Cook, Lacrosse, Cook again, looking for her second score. Not this time. Portugal this time won't stop them. Try given. Another one for Elizabeth Cook. Great work from her today to be in all the right places. Although this is a very good finishing. And it needed finishing as well. Really low to the deck. And what an end to the game for Belgium, who make it 8-2. Some fine performances in there for Belgium. Much improved since I last got to take them in at the Stadium d'Aragon. Really good touch across the board. Portugal looking for their first win. It won't come here, as they've been beaten 8-2. Congratulations to Belgium, who are the victors in this women's 27s tie. Neither of these sides might be challenging at the very top of the table, but playing against one another in this rare circumstance is exactly what this tournament is all about. And Belgium deserve their victory. Well, next game for you is live, due to tap off at 6:35 in the men's 30s. The amount of men's open experience in the England team is terrifying, and they're taking on Italy, who themselves have performed well today. That's the next game. But we'll leave you with some delightful scenes from the Portuguese travelling support, who have continued to bring great vibes to the European Championships this year.
team.
Dai, 2 minuti di sta roba, 2 file qua, un filo qua, una fila qua, 4 fila qua. Girato di nuovo, metto e poi l'angolo. Sempre uno contro uno, via! Buono, siamo dentro la seconda riga. Via! Via!
Quindi si partono i bianchi.
Box di là, ragazzi.
So as a
abbiamo 5 minuti, raga. Thank you.
T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 1 minute.
So welcome back. Men's 30s, England versus Italy. Ben Meakin with the ball in hand. There's flash pass to the wing. This England men's 30s side boasting a lot of men's opens experience. Namely Ben Meakin, Clark Hobson, Ryan Mimchek, Gabe Pennington, John Weston Stanley, Don Brook, Josh Ingram. In another year, this looks like the England Men's Open, but not as of now. Oh, can't forget about number 4, Clark Hobson. And Meakin conditioning this Italian line defence, our penultimate game here. On pitch 2, there is Meakin. Dummy switch with Dyer. Meakin platforming, getting the ball back, looking for this familiar right to left pill. Does connect with the winger, but not a lot of space for him to work with. Refs are happy for this to play through. Late pass away from Meakin. Meakin and Dyer operating together. And getting into the in-goal area. Late pass away, unfortunately, just finding the floor. There's your first real look at this dynamic men's 30s team. And the Italian men's 30s. probably know that they're a little bit up against it. We've just covered Belgium 30s going through. A very staunch opposition in the Welsh 30s. It feels like this England side are the elephant in the room. Big touch coming from Josh Ingram. And then touch and pass given. Interchanges happening progressively. Ingram just waiting for the tap. There's Ryan Mimchek. Pennington. Brent McDougall. And Pennington and Mimchek go through a little bit of interplay between the two, but unfortunately that's an off the mark penalty, surrendering possession back over towards the Italians. The Italians roll through that transition. It was a dangerous scoop from Luigi Manini. It forces the turnover. Big chat from Clark Hobson in the sub box. And a G up this men's 30 side. There's Ryan Mimchek. It's great to see him back into his familiar touch boots. Ryan Mimchek was a dominant force to be reckoned with for England touch for a few years. A bit of a remontada for Mimchek. And Meakin up making touches, looking for the off the mark penalty. Nothing doing from the referees. This is decent enough work from Carlo Zampieri. And let it pass away. It's good hands. There was a big call for a touch. It came in from John Weston Stanley. He stood there with his hands out. And again, this England men's 30s team boasts some scary calibre of player. Unfortunately, though, that one just goes to ground. It might take a while for these boys to find their groove and settle into the tie. However, that turnover from Italy will do them a lot of favours. Weston Stanley. Meakin purring through the gears. Adam Sale checking away. Sale working hard to get the ball off the floor effectively. Fergus Gillespie platforming for Hobson. Hobson with the left foot step. Gillespie with the extra pass. Ingram checking away back to Gillespie. It's a bit of a messy roll ball. Gus Gillespie has to work hard to get it up. And the Italians do a good job at disrupting that platform and breaking up the English play. Italy just becoming a bit stagnated with their transition now. Driving, scooping as Thomas Reylon. Hobson. Extra pass goes to Sale. Adam Sale has to go through a fair bit of work already. There's Hobson. A brilliant transition. Brent McDougall getting involved. There's platform here for Mimchek. Mimchek to Pennington, and that is try time. And Gabe Pennington with a score that's been built off the pressure generated through this transition. Mimchek to Pennington. There was two Italian defenders. There was Luigi Manini and Jose Shepacassi, who were appealing for something. I think appealing for anything. The referee not happy, not agreeing. Pennington gets over for the opener. Andy Dyer just knocking the ball down. 7 minutes into this game. sweeper platform. Dominant touch coming from Dyer, just disrupting the play of the ball from Riolon. Italy showing the dummy, stepping back on the inside, but again it's Andy Dyer. Staying disciplined with his defensive work is Dyer. And that results in an Italian turnover. Western Stanley. The Dyer is Western Stanley. It's well organised by Don Brook on this near side. Brook gets involved once more. Here's Ingram. Hobson receiving the ball at pace, driving hard. Ingram. But England playing really flat to the line. 8 minutes in, not only finding their way over the try line once so far. There's lots of calls in this sub box just asking for cool heads and composure. Nice hands to Brook. McDougall. Saracold. Brook. And getting the penalty. Here is Saracold. Lovely check away. There's Pennington. Mimchek. And back to Mimchek, back to Pennington. Bit of interplay between the two. Saracold looking to get over on this link. Doggy set up, not quite executed to the same expectation, but then Will Saracold dives into his bag of tricks, goes left to right. Tap ball back on the inside, and Ben Meakin gets over for England's second. And sometimes that's all you need. Tom Smith checking back on the inside. Meakin finishing. Skjor manufactured in London, finished in Manchester. Both boys representing the white and red of England. 2 to the good now for Italy. Fresh set of 6 here for England. Jacob Whitehead helping to manufacture the more scoring opportunities. There's Gus Gillespie working with Clark Hobson. Hobson gets the ball back. Lovely pill to the wing. Adam Sales got one now. And this 30s team is operating with surgical incision. Lovely interplay between Hobson and Gillespie. Hobson was working so hard. A lovely left to right flat ball gives Adam Sale an opportunity to cruise onto it without breaking stride. England's third, 10.5 minutes in. Took them a while to break the deadlock, and now they have. Finding the whitewash more often than not. Italy looking to get over Zampieri. Big cause of play on from the referees. There's Charles Cope going to make something happen. The Italians just running out of ideas on the English line. It took them a while to get into gear. And there's Ben Meakin, familiar foot speed through the roll ball, uncompromising. He's a big man running at pace. There's Saracold with a couple dummies, checking inside to Ingram, back to Saracold. Nice interplay between the two boys. There's Ingram. Platforming, Pennington to Saracold. Saracold going one more. It's a fresh set of 6 here. It's Pennington. Ingram. Oh, lovely. The Italians switch off for a moment. And Josh Ingram goes through for England's fourth. And no touch claim, show and go, and there's a shake of the head, hands on hips, a wry smile, whatever you want to call it, but they know that that's a gift of a score for Josh Ingram. And you can't give someone who's had this much experience opportunities like that, because he will certainly make them count. And there's an illegal play of the ball in there as well, so when it rains it pours for the Italians. I mean, there's not a cloud in the sky, certainly not going to rain here in Vichy, but for the Italians it'll feel like it. There's Meakin, Hobson coming down for Meakin, onside quickie for Ben Meakin, right foot, left foot, absolute speared into the hands of Gus Gillespie. It's worked hard to get the ball for Gillespie, dummying, escaping into the in-goal area, looking for some support. Inside check, it's lovely work from Thomas Davies, who shakes away from his covering defender. It's Dom Brook, the classic shake and bake from the winger. Shakes off his defender, gets the ball down. England are purring through the gears now. It's cruise control for the England men's 30s. And that turnover from Italy isn't going to do them any favours in trying to bring this deficit down. Western Stanley marshalling traffic. There's Brent McDougall now checking away to Tom Smith. Ingram, extra pass over towards Adam Sale, not afraid to use the wingers, and Adam Sale shifts through the gears. And the Italians overcompensating for the threats coming through the middle, forgetting about the man on the outside edge with the gas. Adam Sale, left foot step, accelerates from 0 to 100. That beats Dimitri Riolong to the line. England have 6, and it's starting to become a little bit of a rout here for the England men's 30s. Yeah, Italy just need a little bit of go forward, cut out the unforced errors that have taken away all their attacking platforms. There's Cope, there's the extra pass. That's one of those unforced errors that we've spoken about. Pennington. And Meakin marshalling the boys around. There's Ben Meakin. We're going to rear, right foot, left foot, beats the defender, play through. Looking for support, finds it. And he pulled those strings. It started inside the sub box. He's telling every single one of that pod exactly what to do. And the big man gets over, carves through a gap. I mean, you're probably looking at this and thinking, how can someone so big escape through a gap of 2 players? Well, he's got the feet to back it up. Easy extra pass in the end. England running away with this. Still 4 minutes left to go in this first half, and it's starting to look like the Italians might struggle to get on the score sheet. San Marchetti with the ball in hand. Agostini. And let check away. Not a lot happening as of right now. Easy turnover for the English. And the Italians starting to just run out of ideas. Sarah Cold purring at the box side. There's calls of that's unreal from the sub box. They're happy with the work of the men in the midfield. There's Ingram. Platforming for Meakin. Pennington. Meakin back to Pennington. And Pennington with a lovely dive over. And the transition for the men's 30s is cutting at Italy to ribbons. Chasing shadows, that was all too easy. Again, that's a score that's got Ben Meakin written all over it. And what more can you say about this England men's 30 side? They've put to bed some of the demons from the morning. It's been far from plain sailing, but in this game they are cruising to victory. And the Italians are left trying to conjure something from nothing to try and threaten at this English side. And this is a men's 30 side, they're enjoying their work. There's the sub box is positive, the play is lovely, looking for that little phase play, and nothing doing on that occasion. Full credit to the Italians, they've not stopped trying to come forward. It's just they're up against a team that could probably do a little bit in the men's open category as well. 6 and change. It is better from the Italians, using that full set of 6, but they can't let Josh Ingram all of the space in front of him to go through. Pennington gets up, there's McDougall. And there's Smith. There's Whitehead. And Weston Stanley, John Weston Stanley carving a lovely hole off the ball. It's Jacob Whitehead. And that's 9 to the good before half time. I thought we wouldn't have seen more scores put on than Spain conceded against the England men's open earlier, but this men's 30s team, I mean, if they start to turn the screw anymore, we could be looking at something quite remarkable. And don't forget, it took them a fair few minutes to even get on the scoreboard. Italy did a good job at seeing them out, but this transition has just become unbearable for Italy to cope with. And that's the half-time hooter. The late pass away, and there's no switching off for England men's 30s and what has been a clinical first half. At the half-time, in this men's 30s clash, England 9, Italy 0.
minus 1 minute.
So the second half about to get underway, and what has been a commanding performance so far from England men's 30s. That first half had a little bit of everything. It took them a while to get over the Italian whitewash, but now once they were there, the floodgates opened, and the Italians couldn't patch the gaps in their leaky defence. Looking towards the wing channel, the Italians checking back on the inside to Marchetti. Marchetti going to orchestrate something. A decent scooping platform, and it's, well, a little bit clutching at straws. Corchetto trying to get over, and then this electric subset. Gillette gets to get underway. Seracold flying through the platform. There's Ingram. Check away towards Dyer. Western Stanley. Dyer. Fifth touch. Western Stanley to Dyer. Dyer striking. Late switches to Meakin, leaving players on the floor. They'll be given 6 more. We were discussing this earlier over on pitch 1. If you've come over from pitch 1, now that stream has come to its fruition, there's a real feeling about this men's 30s teams that a lot of them are still in these prime time ages. I think nothing summarises this more than this England performance as Dyer gets over for the 10th. We're in double digits now. Andy Dyer. A relatively straightforward score. Sweeping, striking, catching lazy Italian defenders. Well, I imagine it's just leggy Italian defenders at this stage. It's been a long day of touch, and now you're running against a team that could do some damage in the men's opens division. That is a scary thought. Italy will look to just get something on the board. Cope and Co will be looking at exactly that. As Cope with it, they're still moving into 3-on-3 channels. This English defence is working together as a very cohesive unit. That should be half court and turnover. It is indeed, and we get another look at this subset that's caused Italy all sorts of issues from the moment it got purring. It's Hobson and Gillespie. Ingram. Coming down in front of Mimchek. Mimchek to Pennington. Pennington driving. Mimchek scooping. Right foot step. Late pass over towards Pennington. And isn't that just a symptom of fatigue? Going back beyond the try line. And Ryan Mimchek to Gabe Pennington. Reeling in the ears of the boys from Manchester. Italy with Cope into that line attack. Zampieri and Cope, but there's another roll ball error. I think the referees are going to just turn this one over. And it's lovely to see this men's 30 side enjoying their time here in the late afternoon sun in Vichy on live stream. There's lots of chat of looking for the old school style of touch. The style of touch they grew up playing. Sarah Cold getting it off the platform of Ingram. Sarah Cold picking, stepping, accelerating, but there's a hips not square. It's a rare error. I think it's a hips not square penalty. Meakin getting up, making a good touch. There's Santarelli getting involved. It's a bit of subset here for the Italians. Unfortunately, he's off the mark. Lovely hands on display. Sarah Cole driving, Hobson following in suit. Ingram, McDougall, Pennington. Down for Ingram. Ingram having to work a little bit harder than he would have liked to get that ball up cleanly. Offside players. A fresh set of 6. Mimchek. And Ingram in the mids, McDougall near link, Pennington far link. We've got Adam Sale lingering on this near wing as well. There's Mimchek, Ingram, Mimchek getting on the out, back towards Josh Ingram. Ingram with the ball down. And it's as straightforward as you like at the moment for England. Complete dominance, all sides of the ball. This men's 30 side, this is a bit of a statement of intent here, putting the Italians to the sword. In Italy, with Minini looking to represent their country with a little bit of pride about them, as Agostini and Schiapassi. Minini trying to step his way through a very set Andy Dyer defence. But English turnover gives the Italians possession once more. Here's Italy. They'd love to get a score on the board here. I'm sure their sub box would absolutely erupt. Late check back on the inside. It's well marshalled. Schiapakase. Trying to create a try-scoring opportunity. It's nice line carved off the ball from Dimitri Riolo. Unfortunately, they are just playing against a bunch of English players who have been around the block more than a few times. And the Italians are going to need to come up with something with a little bit more disguise and pace about it to really threaten this set English defensive line. Subset well marshalled is Tom Smith getting involved, but just as we start to complement the transition, ball goes to ground. A couple mistakes creeping into the English game. There's Toson. The Italians still moving forward. There's Cope. looking to get on the out, rip it long. And Tom Smith stays wise to the threat. I'd love to see the Italians run that very similar set piece, but maybe put the ball through the hands. Just ask some different questions of England as you have done so far. The wings of England have earned their stripes years ago. There's good momentum coming on from Whitehead. There's Pennington, Mimchek. Pennington looking to scoop against the set defence. Little stutter step. Late switches. Pennington going down the wing channel, killing the ball in a dangerous area. Hard touch given. A penalty here for Italy. Fresh set of 6, a bit of reprieve off a little bit of muscular touch. Coming from England, it was made very clear is Santarelli. Well, there's a 6 and change. There's a Italian glares at the referee asking some questions, but ref's happy to let this one run. Pennington checking over towards Whitehead. Whitehead's gone through his work with, we don't know if buts or maybes, just absolutes. McDougall. Dyer. Western Stanley scooping. You've got Seracold running passive. There is Seracold. Just trying to go 2-on-1. Never quite had the ball in the right position to throw that extra pass. Well marshalled by the Italian defence, who have by no means thrown the towel in. Italian pride coming through. In Italy. And that was quite a big touch. I think they're potentially a 4-sub opportunity here. There's a nice shake of the hands. Yeah, and it is a 4-sub. That feels relatively fair. There's a wry smile on the face of Don Brook as he comes trucking off the field. Oh, there's a hips not square penalty. England get going, lovely hands. Sale, driving. Seracold. Extra pass away to Western Stanley. Really good skills to keep that ball in hand, not give away an off the mark penalty. Meakin coming down for Sale. 5th touch now, Hobson. And Ingram. And turnovers after turnovers at the moment. Scoring certainly slowed down, but England are in the driver's seat, 12-0. I love the check away. Cope going flat to the line. Again, it's really nice industry from Italy. And Bortignon finds himself in some really good spaces out here in the wing, but it's just not quite happening for them. Not able to get over the score on the try line just yet, get on the score sheet. It's just not happening. I think this England side just has a little bit too much quality. It's Pennington. McDougall. Going to come back to the mark. There's just a little bit of tiredness creeping in there. Unforced turnover for England, but I think they would mind a little bit more if this was a close game. Big calls in the sub box, just asking if they're going to take the foot off the gas, still complete these sets. I think it's a fair comment from the experienced heads in this men's 30 side. 5 minutes to go. I mean, this game was a foregone conclusion about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. They have just never taken their foot off the gas. They've just executed when they needed to execute. What's nice about this is they are enjoying themselves out there at the 30s. Sale, Pennington, check away to Whitehead, Ingram. Taking a bit of a tumble, and that's a loss of control. That one just falling forwards, unfortunately, for Italy. This has been as straightforward as things could possibly be for England, and we've said that on a few occasions, whether it's the men's open, men's 30s. I mean, the mixed open had a tricky day of it. Actually, that game against the Swiss, they were absolutely brilliant. That Swiss men's mixed open scene. And the Italians driving hard, getting up over halfway, probably their best transition yet. But Meakin staying big in those link channels, left hand pass, looking for the switches. There's extra bits of invention needed by Italy at this stage to create scoring opportunities, but England just aren't affording them any time or space to do so. 3.5 minutes to go. England dominance, as it has been since that first score went over. Hobson looked to have taken a bit of a knock. Looked uncomfortable for a moment. I mean, that pass was absolutely rifled into his face. He still managed to pick it off. It's Hobson. Open side quickie for Clark Hobson. Left foot step, diving at the line. Open side quickie score for Clark Hobson. There's your 13th. 3 minutes to go. And the Italians going hard at the line, we're getting picked off. Mimchek just bouncing. It's a steady canter from Ryan Mimchek. Doesn't look like he's in a rush ever. There's a big touch on Ben Meakin. There's the second full sub in this game for hard touches. Player's been sent for time, I believe. So the Italians down to 5, which might be the worst possible ending They'll finish the game with 5. Western Stanley feeding over towards Dyer.
This is the most fucked up referee I've seen in a long time. It's because you play in England, you're fucked.
Apologies if you're picking up
They're all like brothers and sisters.
any less than flavourful language. We're picking up just a little bit of chat from the Atmos mics. I'm sure you've been able to hear it. There's a lovely pass gets dished over the top. It's a lovely ball. Western Stanley with a little bit of interplay. Dyer, lovely dish, and it's the number 14, Tom Smith, who gets number 14. 15 seconds left to go. And the English line speed still coming on strong. Agostini. The Italians will have one opportunity to get on the scoreboard, but it won't matter. Surrender the touch, and this men's 30s clash finishes 14-0 in favour of England over Italy. It was a dominant performance. Once they got going, they never looked like losing. As soon as that first score went in, you kind of knew what was coming. That's our penultimate game done and dusted. One more to bring you, and it's one that everyone will certainly get up for. It's England versus Germany in the mixed 30s division. Germany coming off the back of an absolutely stunning World Cup performance. A team that achieved beyond its aggregate. Keep a lookout for Gia O, Finlay McFarlane, Fergus Woodward, Christopher Tupou, and the big man himself, Felix Lemmer. This is a team that has a little bit of everything, but they're up against a very dynamic, very potent England mixed 30 side. Our final game will be with you in about 10 minutes time.
How's fam, mate?
Very good.
Sneaky.
Yeah,
T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 1 minute.
So welcome to our final game of the day. It is England versus Germany, mixed 30s, and this Germany team consistently bats above its average. And I'm joined alongside my Theo Edwards, the representative from the England men's 30s. We've just seen absolutely crucify Italy on live stream. And we were discussing that this Germany team gets us a bit excited, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you could say they've been on a recruitment drive, but actually the core of this squad's been around for a good 2 or 3 years, and they have grabbed Christophe from the France mixed 30s, and obviously Chris Tupo's now qualified, but there's just added quality all over the board, and it looks like a really exciting prospect.
Oh, speaking of exciting prospects, there's the opening score. Marcus Evans showing up and showing out. I mean, I'll be honest, I love Marcus. I've got so much time for him, but I've run out of adjectives to describe this guy. Like, he is so dynamic, left foot, right foot, left hand, right hand, whichever way you like it, he'll serve it up for you and deal it out. Marcus Evans gets the opening scoring. It feels pretty apt for this England mixed 30s.
Yeah, he's obviously a big talisman for that side. You know, really led them through their bronze winning campaign back in the World Cup in 24. So, you know, you can expect to see him dictating a lot of what's going on.
I think Germany are going to come back all square at the first time of asking as well. This Germany side certainly know how to get over as Christophe getting involved. It's a lovely finish by Felix Lemaitre, and that is absolute money. I mean, this team is just absolutely stacked. And we're going to shout out a couple people. We were getting a little bit excited over number 9, Gia, who is an absolutely dynamic ball player, monstrous left foot step. Keep an eye out for it because it's going to be causing havoc for England. And we were also chatting at just how good Lena Ert is for this Germany, but she is unreal, right?
She is absolutely money, as you said. I know she's played a bit down in New Zealand, but it's really nice to see like a German player mix it at that level without, you know, being an Australian or being a Kiwi. She's just that good that she can mix it at that level without, you know, looking out of place at all. It's unreal.
I completely agree. As we see Gia, open side quickie for Gia, driving hard, left foot step, looking for the long ball. It's a bit of 6-1 off, doesn't it, the other. But you can see the German DNA all over this side. It's engaged the middles, earned the right to go wide, and then back the hands on that occasion. It's just a little bit inaccurate.
Yeah, and they won't mind that. You know, they'll back themselves to go and get the ball back and have another crack at the line later on in the game. You know, it's early doors, it's 1-1, it's a mixed game, and we know how open they can be with scoring. I mean, I think France-England was 14-10, which is like 24 tries in a game, is a ridiculous number.
You say it's a ridiculous number, but we had 21 in a game earlier on with the England men's open, so...
Yeah, they all went to one side.
Very true. Here we go. Chris Blanford getting involved, platforming, driving. It's nice work involved with James Webber. And this mixed 30s team has really established itself as something to keep an eye out for. What's really exciting as well is the number 7 Franco Perticaro showing out for the England mixed 30s. He's a phenomenal ball player, one of the nicest guys on the circuit. Number 16 Rob Grist as well getting involved there with a good touch. This England mixed 30 side has certainly gone from strength to strength in recent years.
Yeah, it's really good to see. It's good to see Rob back. I know he's just had an ACL injury over the last few months, and he's back running and stepping as he always has been. And obviously, we know Franco from. It's a lovely read. Yeah, it's really, really nice from Germany. Just like great heads-up play. They're running the outside lines. Lena reads the switch, and they have the repeat set. So yeah, well deserved there. Easy money. And Ima Conroy just had a hand in the passing lane. There is Lena Ert. Lena Ert getting on the link punish, driving, but it's well marshalled by Webber. Webber and Grist doing enough just to see off that link punish. There's Christophe Lafourcade. Open side quickie for Christophe. It's a little bit bobbly, the roll ball, and then the pass is a bit tricky as well. Ima Conroy again giving away the fresh set of 6, but I quite like it from a defensive perspective, trying to take the time away from the ball players of this
mixed 30s team representing Germany in this gorgeous vintage inspired strip as well. This is the one I want. Christoph, fire up option, driving hard the line, and it will be another score. And it's a brace now for Felix Lemmer, who gets over twice. There's a bit of a finger problem, it seems, for Felix, but he won't mind that too much. Germany have the lead.
Really, really smart play from Germany. So you see they had the link quickie on this near side very early on in the set. Took another set of middle play, but the England defence still hadn't centred up. They still hadn't found their bearings on the pitch. Really smart from Christoph to use the fire up option and identify where they'd left a lot of space.
Yeah, it's easy money. It's an easy game when it's played like that. It's Franco Perticaro rolling with Marcus Evans and Thomas Bricknell. Here is Bricknell accelerating, diving. Thomas Bricknell getting over. I mean, we've seen it do it all season for Wigan, haven't we? Normally it's Noah Wheatley that gets all the plaudits. Well, in this mixed 30s, Thomas Bricknell is the gas man. And he equalises on the first time of asking for England.
Yeah, that is a devastating attack pod. You got Peggy Mulligan, Franco, Marcus, and Tom coming around there. And really, really smart from Marcus to get that platform in between the two middles. And he just gives Chris a little nudge that stops him being at saver as his assignment. You know, it's completely legal, but really, really smart work.
Sometimes you need a bit of the dark arts. Here's a nice striking platform here for Maui Pomare. And Maui Pomare driving hard, checking back on the inside. It's good defensive work, and then they go quickly, but Bobby Taylor is just causing all sorts of havoc defensively. It does give away the penalty. The endeavour is positive.
Yeah, one thing you'll notice about Maui is he never tends to have a plan in his head. He always sees what you're doing and then just manages to work something off of it. It's that Kiwi DNA of just play what you see and it'll work out eventually.
Oh, late cut. Maui Pomare was screaming at his supporting player. Late pass given. And you see there, this little hitch kick step that Maui has creates all sorts of problems for England. We survive on this occasion. We're still locked all square, 7 minutes in. Is this game shaping up exactly how you thought it was going to?
Yeah, I knew. I thought it was going to be close first early doors. I think we're going to see some end of day one legs come into play at the end of it. You know, it's also going to be a kind of a test of who's got the engines to go all the way. Speaking of going all the way,
Tommy Bricknell with a brace. Lovely work in the midfield between Perticaro and Evans. Perticaro platforming, Evans just tucks in players. And this is one of the things I've been speaking about all day. I was asked the question on the way up here, what's the difference between an emerging nation and a tier 1 nation? Tier 1 nations run at depth. As kind of just the number one thing. As soon as you see the likes of Thomas Bricknell there, who was lingering in the link channel, staying nice and deep, it tells you everything that you need to know about where a team's at on that development track. That depth is almost impossible to defend against when you combine it with the level of accuracy that England have.
Yeah, exactly, and it's the off the ball work and the running lines that really make a difference. You know, it's not the most advanced skill in the world to roll the ball and throw yourself at the line, but if you can adjust your lines and adjust your positioning based off defenders opposite you, it really does set you apart.
Felix and Christoph look to dominate this midfield play. Open side quickie, referee's happy with the onside. And Lafocade trying to make things happen in the midfield, working with Felix Lemmer and Finlay McFarlane. McFarlane, open side quickie. Driving hard at the line, left-handed pill. It's caught and grounded. What a finish that is. You've got to give it, sir. And they will. There's Jana Patton. I mean, what about that for a finish? Walking the touchline on a tightrope. Brilliant finish. Germany re-established parity. Getting to be a little bit of a shootout now. Here is the final game of the day. This is what we wanted from the mixed 30s, and we knew as soon as we saw this on the schedule, this was going to be a tasty affair. It's living up to the hype as of right now. Bobby Taylor in the midfield, now working with Chris Wade. Ooh, it's funny, we've not even said Chris Wade's name at all yet. There is Wade. We're going to go hard with Bobby Taylor. Play on, play through. Chris Wade scores, first time of asking. And this is an absolute attacking clinic in the mixed 30s division.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a simple mid quickie there, and defender's not made the line. Good call from Charlie, the ref over from New South Wales. Got to give him a little shout out. Really high quality ref there. But yeah, he does well to get both middles in the touch. So the toucher that he ends up attacking tries to compete a little bit, slows down his exit line. It means he doesn't get back on side in time.
Such a hard thing, isn't it, to use those ball skills just to get both middles up, get them engaged, and create yourself some more opportunities. Oh, what a gorgeous diving touch that was from Alex Jopling. I mean, to stop Maui Pomare that close to the line is almost impossible. Maui picking up, stepping against the grain, now coming over towards the near side. That is a left-handed dagger. Unfortunately, it's just drifted forward. And I think Shia over on that far side knows that there's a bit of a grimace on the face.
Yeah, it's a lovely pill. I mean, you saw them trying to run a little cheeky trick play off the sweeper pickup, where the Maui kind of aims for an inside hole rather than an outside hole. That's yeah, it's a good call from the referee there. But yeah, obviously, Maui picking up, stepping back, looking to bomb long. I reckon he probably had the space to go through and try and find a free player in the in goal once they'd gone. But Germany got a really good opportunity to get back to parity here and see if they can restore the game level.
Absolutely. This is prime time opportunities for Germany. They probably won't get anything better than this as of right now. Open side quickie. I believe Finlay McFarlane goes over again. He does. It's a lovely bit of interplay between him and Christophe Lafourcade. Does bring them back all square. You got exactly what you wanted, Theo.
Yeah, it's a nice little setup. You see the same thing again, but this time the middle tries to compete squares up and allows the dive to go on his outside shoulder. Interesting that we're seeing pretty much all of the scores at the moment have been scored direct. You'd like to imagine that both defences will tighten up, and I think that's when we'll start to see the ball playing ability of Marcus, Maui, and Chris Tupou coming in on both sides of the ball.
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, because we've not mentioned Tupou at all as of right now. And England go back and reply the first time of asking. And this game is just becoming exactly what we wanted it to be. Franco Pertucaro, the maestro in the midfield for England, dishing a wondrous pill. And it's finished by Megan Clayton. I mean, what a way to round out day one.
Oh, 100%. I mean, yeah, lovely score from England there. We've seen Tom Bricknell come round and do the damage with his feet in his dive, and Franco instead goes away from that, picks up against the grain, identifies that the link's tucked under probably a little bit too tight. Middles look nice and set, and just finds the space on the outside. Great finish from Meg Clayton.
Yeah, Doggy's platform here. Maui picking up against the grain, dropping a lovely line off the ball. It's unfortunate. It's just not quite landed clean in the hands.
Yeah, so really good skills there to both pick out the pass and chop that hole at the same time from the link. And that's what I was speaking about earlier, is emerging nations versus more developed ones.
Yeah.
Is that hole running, it's that line running off the ball, it's how you create options for your big game players.
Absolutely. There's Gio back on the inside to Maui Pomare, and that one will go over. It was a stunning pill earlier by Maui that didn't quite connect with Fergus Woodward, but this one is absolute money. Gia back on the inside to Maui, easily done. Back all square.
Yeah, it's what you'll see this from the better quickie players here. It's the pre-touch movement from Gia. He comes in and actually pulls his toucher away from the space he's got to protect, which means that open side defence has to come in closer. They have to collapse, and if they don't do that early enough, you're going to leave gaps, and that's exactly what Maui did. He finished it off.
Yeah, he's just pulling England left, right and centre at the moment. Here's Pertucaro dummying, laid check away from half. That is wonderful stuff from Franco Pertucaro. Here's Pertucaro, Evans and Bricknell joining the fray. Marcus Evans, late check towards Pertucaro, cannonball roll ball, however. That's the 6-in change, 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good boost for Germany. They've finally got a stop, and they've started to turn this into a midfield grind. Up to halfway on second, that's a really good yards.
It's the way that they just roll through this subset. It's so impressive. Svenja Gillette getting involved as well. Here is Chris Tupou. Tupou driving, Tupou diving, taking 3 English players with him. And penalty for Chris Tupou.
Yeah, really good work there. I mean, you saw it from the rucking set. They got a really nice roll on 1 and 2. Great punchline from Lena on 3, and it just opened up the space for them to earn the repeat set down the other end. If they can do this, they can hopefully make up for not quite getting the score off their tap off and conceding straight away. So get them back into the swing of things.
Crucial moments here. Tupou checking back over. It's lovely footwork. Good defensive touch coming in from Marcus Evans. It's in Bailey.
It's quite interesting, this Germany attack. Very unpredictable. You know, you'd expect teams to be going against the grain later in the set once those defences are compressed, but actually they seem to be doing it kind of as and when they feel like it, and it's opening up a lot of different options, because the English defence isn't being able to read what's coming. As you just about saw Chris running that rooster line.
Yeah.
So I know from experience that he has got an absolute bomb of a left pass. So hopefully we'll see that come out in a few plays time.
Oh, I hope so. There is Tupou, extra pass away. England trying to put the line speed on and force Germany backwards. It's well marshalled initially. Lucas Makevicius. They're going from link to link. Bricknell, an easy touch, fire up option here for Tupou. Chris Tupou bouncing round 1 and then checking away. 2 on 1 here on the short side. Diving touch comes in from Bricknell. Not only using his speed to be a nightmare in attack, also stubborn work in defence. This will be a real momentum boost if England can see off this attacking set. There's a nice ball from Tupou. His job is done. Here come the fresh legs for the fresh set of 6. Maui Pomare getting on the field.
Just what you want to see. Chris runs off and Maui comes on to take his place. And Maui and Gia they're going to look to really make use of this tired English defence now.
Yeah, I imagine this is just going to be quickie set extraordinaire. Gia to Maui. Maui left foot step, diving at the line. Franco Perticaro getting up off the line, making a good touch. And Maui Pomare. Gia. Just steadying the ship, taking his time, looking at getting both middles up in the touch if possible. Gia, open side quickie, step back on the inside, and they do get their reward. And as you said, Gia and Maui come flying on the field. All of a sudden, Germany have 2 minutes to go in this half. I mean, they basically set up a campsite on the England try line there.
Oh yeah. I mean, you gave away 2 penalties. You know, but it wasn't an English error. It was Germany pressure that kind of forced them into offside, into not dropping early, and the German attack, while it's kind of unconventional, it's moving edge to edge. It's pulling defences all the way to one side and all the way to the other side in the same set, touch after touch, and it's going to be incredibly tiring for the English to keep up with this across the whole of the game if the Germans keep going.
Well, I think this is what we're seeing as well. We start to seeing this game sort of fall into the grind that certainly favours Germany more, but we're also seeing this mixed 30s side struggle to find those familiar attacking chops unless that pod of Franco Perticaro, Marcus Evans and Thomas Bricknell's on the field. That's quite a worrying thing, whereas Germany have been able to cut England up a fair few ways as of right now. There's Tupou platforming, check back on the inside to Tupou, trying to escape through the oncoming pressure of Alex Jopling. Well seen off by the English. Less than a minute left to go in this half. You'd think a score here to go in all level, give England bags of momentum going into the second half.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's 50 seconds left. If they can get a score on this set. You've got the strike pod coming on, so
yeah, this is pardon the quite crass pun. This is the big boy pod. These are the gents that are going to put their hands up to be accounted for. They're able to do in a couple of different ways. Franco Perticaro feeding to Evans. Evans checking back against the grain. Late pass over towards Bricknell. Fresh set of 6. Needs to go quickly.
Yeah, Germany won't mind that. What you've also got to mention is that Peggy Mulligan at this right link, she's got an unbelievable dive on her. She's a real direct threat at the line, so that's definitely something in the back pocket if they want to use it.
Evans, Perticaro going in the middle quickly, back to Perticaro. I mean, they've just got the keys at the moment. Franco and Marcus Evans, such a dangerous combination when they get going, and bang on the stroke of half-time. They do bring things all square. And Theo, this is an absolute attacking clinic, isn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%. You know, we always know that mixed touch is really nice and open, but they're very similar styles in the way they attack the line, based off the plays that they're running. However, you look at Germany and you can see some unpredictability. There's a lot of Kiwi influence in there in the way they're running trick plays, and they're trying to get players more one-on-one rather than kind of breaking them down as a team, whereas you can see that England clearly have a system they're working through. You know, they've got sweeper progressions, they've got quickie progressions. But as you said, I mean, this England team, they seem to have one really strong strike pod, and then they're kind of back in the kind of hoping that the other two can pull through, and that they have been doing so far. It's been really strong from them. But you know, it's going to be really telling to see who's got the more legs, who can hold out, especially when they get into a midfield battle, as it probably will later on in the game.
Completely agree. I think it's really going to come down to which of those other England mixed 30s players are going to stand up to be accounted for, because so far it's the big boy pod who are doing all of the damage. But at half-time, it's England 6, Germany 6 in this mixed 30s clash, our final game of the day, your final 20 minutes to come in about 4 minutes' time. the final 20 minutes of day 2 are underway in the late evening sun. Almost 12 hours of touch today. 8:30 to 8:30. It has been a monstrous shift by all involved. Here is the big boy pod, Marcus Evans. Franco Pirtacaro back on the inside from Bricknell. It's good endeavour. Oh, it's a lovely line carved off the ball, but matched by a diving touch from Germany. It's a good opening set using the full set of 6, but Germany just, they've come out in this second half with a little bit of momentum. You can tell this sub box is much more vocal than it was in the first.
Oh yeah, they definitely would have been speaking at half time about how they need to get back into this game, how they need to stop England from opening them up on the line. And as you can see them rolling through their transition now, you know, it's really potent. They want a penalty on 1, and they're going to look to check the ball around quite a lot. So they're going to that Kiwi influence. They like to try to play with players off the ball. And look for Gia scooping through. Yeah, really good work there. So you know that midfield set from Germany there just kind of shows what they're all about. Winning a penalty on first with a really good punchline, and then they've won a penalty on last as well. So you know it's going to be a real good psychological boost for them.
Yeah, this Germany side is just, I mean, it was a very cool team talk at half time. There's not a lot of chat about fixables. It was more about controllables. So I was just eavesdropping ever so slightly. And I think they've started this second half exactly the same way that they would have liked to have done. There's Maui checking away towards Gio platforming. Maui picking up against the grain. Lovely fire-up option, but it's well marshalled in that link channel from Peggy Mulligan. I mean, you gave her a shout out earlier, showing her defensive chops on this occasion.
Yeah, just a kind of a bit of a mix-up as whether they're wanting an outline or a chop line, and
ended up just going straight. Shia, lovely line carved off the ball, and that is absolute money. And Shia almost using Maui as a bit of a distraction in the end, and it's wonderfully executed. And what a hole that is, hit by Lisa Tigay Umbers. Establishes Germany a lead once more.
Really nice progression from Germany. You know, you've seen how good Zira and Maui are at going direct at the line, and they've started to run the expansive quarterback play, we call it. So he gives it to Maui, Maui gives it back, and the usual policy from a lot of teams defending that is to get their link to just hit as soon as possible to stop that attack of running against a chasing defender. And in this case, Link was probably a little bit late to assignment, just allowed the hole to go in.
There's Jopling working with Rob Grist and Webber. There's Grist looking for this open side quickie, getting the penalty. I think I heard that call from here. It was a dropping early penalty from the middles.
Yeah, Germany just need to get their middle to do a little bit more aggressive work earlier on in this set. So Christoph's got to keep going now, otherwise it looks like they're dropping early and not looking to make the touch.
Oh, it's a lovely setup there for Grist. Grist stepping, driving through. Again, it's a brilliant bit of defensive work by Lena Ert. However, draws the second penalty. One more and someone will go for the rest of the possession. Webber. Repositioning over towards Rob Grist. Rob Grist wanting to get Lena up and isolated. Webber feeding to Grist, back into Webber. But Christophe Lafourcade gets up. Makes good defensive touch and brings up the turnover.
Yeah, forward pass off the ruck there. You know, it's one we've started to really look at in Europe. It's been a bit of a theme that we've not picked up on it properly, and we get crucified when we go to World Cups and we go to State Cups, and referees actually pick us up on it. So it's nice to see that our half work's being policed properly and allows Germany to roll into their transition.
Yeah, it's a dangerous transition. At that, this is looking somewhat potent. Lovely passive line, escapes round one, gives the extra pass. That is almost absolute money from Germany. And you see this hybrid style of touch that they play, this wonderful blend of brutal structure and lovely extravagance come to full fruition there. There was some nice core rugby skills and then just the touch IQ to underpin it all. This is why we love watching this mixed team from Germany.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and they play with no fear. I think is the best way of pointing about it. They're not trying to keep anything in the back pocket, and they're not trying to, worried about going away from their structures, because they're just here to enjoy themselves, throw a ball around and just carve it up, and it's so good to watch.
It's fifth touch. Evans, Perticaro, got to create something from nothing. Marcus Evans though with a late pass away. Almost found a gap that separated in front of him. 15 minutes still to go. I mean, you'd be a braver man than me to predict who's going to win this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we say that, England win themselves another repeat set on the line. Not quite sure what it was actually for, but I put in the ruck there, King. So.
Sorry, you're also just hearing me giggle because Marcus Evans wanted to go quickly and Maui Pomare faked to kick the ball away from the mark, and because he didn't influence the play at all, the referees were just happy to let it go, and Marcus and Maui shared quite a funny little moment between the two of them. Two players have been around the block a fair few times.
They have. They did meet each other in the bronze final at World Cup last year. Absolute.
My word. I think unfortunately it's drifted forward, but he's got absolutely no right to be able to rip something that big.
It's ridiculous, honestly, and he's that right to left counter is his pet play, and why wouldn't you make it? He's really very good at it. He's got the left foot step, he's got the right foot ball, and he's got the dive on both sides of the touching defender. So it really does suit the way he plays the game.
When I was playing consistently, the one team, the one team I hated playing against, it wasn't a London Scorps, it wasn't NQ Rebels, it wasn't Wigan, it wasn't any of these big teams. It was Cheltenham Tigers, because knowing that at some point in that 30-minute game, as it was consistently back then, I'd have to go one-on-one with that beast. Was just stuff of nightmares.
Oh yeah, I mean I've come up against him a couple of times at NTS this year. We managed to get on top of them, but it was more of a case of every team made errors and we made slightly less.
Yeah, it's kind of the gamble that you play it's gamble that you take when Marcus Evans is playing. Just hope that you end up making less mistakes than him, and often that count is very low. You've got to have a perfect game. And I was actually talking to my good friend Ollie Holmes, and I was saying, who's the one, because he's no longer plays, he's the one players that I hate playing against. Before I even finished my statement, he shouted in my face, Marcus Evans. Well, Germany get over. And now things get interesting. 2-score buffer.
Yeah, you start to see Germany kind of up the energy a little bit. You saw on the set previously, they ran that classic transition. If you've watched any German senior mixed team, or even the French senior mixed over the last few years, they love that coming into fifth. They love the fake cut with the middle and then running into a far side doggies.
Yeah. Oh.
And it's when it comes off, it's really clever because it squares up that middle defender, but at the same time makes them have to collapse on the pickup option, and it does open up a lot of space if you've got that ball player.
Absolutely, it was Finlay McFarlane getting over for the score. However, again, the first time of asking. This time it's Chris Wade who gets over. But sometimes it really does feel like this England mixed 30s need to have a little bit of adversity thrown against them, and then they kick into life and they start to establish themselves in the way that we know that they can. Yeah. It's a strange little thing, isn't it?
It is. They've got quality all across the board. Like Chris Wade is I think he's only just actually been qualified for this team, but he's been a real quality player for Bristol and for Saxon's mix for a good number of years now, and it's taken to the second arm for us to say his name. So hopefully this will get him back into the game, and we'll see what they're actually capable of.
Maui Pomare, left foot step, taking Jopling for a walk, gets into the in-goal area, looking for some support, throws a blind pass on the inside, and the referee's got a really big decision to make. It was a wonderful catch and ground from Katarina Kolheim, and it was matched expertly over on the far side. I think it's Georgia Blessed.
So I think what they're wondering is whether the ball was down. So no touch was made. They're wondering whether there was holding beforehand and whether the touch was called. I think that was what they were motioning. But yeah, really nice from Maui, identifying that the direct threat had been working, picked up against the grain, and unreal finish from the winger cutting in there and to finish it in the air.
Yeah, just to really punctuate that, Katarina Kolheim with a wonderful finish to re-establish a 2-try lead for Germany. Evans working in the midfield with Peggy Mulligan. Evans throwing the dummy, feeding Perticaro. Just a little bit of a big touch. Referee's happy to let this one go. Peggy Mulligan looking at this platform. Perticaro fizzing open side towards Evans. Evans with the skip pass over towards Megan Clayton. Unfortunately, it's just drifted forward. 10 minutes left to go. It's moments like this that England might look back on and regret not taking these opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. It allows Germany to really roll into their transition. You just see how good they are when they get a roll on, especially up their box. You see what they've got coming out here on the latch.
Well, I imagine it's going to be Christopher Tupou pulling strings in the midfield, asking a lot of Lucas Makovickas to get down on platform for him. Lucas instead goes on a little foray himself, and this is what I mean, this hybrid style of touch. You can't help but get up for it.
Yeah, and I think the way that they allow their players to play with such freedom kind of suits them so much, in that it means that they still look for opportunities. They always look for space before they look for platforms or for plays that they think they should run, and it just means that you can never just sit and read as a defence. You always have to be alive to what they're doing.
There's Bushell platforming there for Bobby Taylor. Hard line from Jopling. I think the referee's going to err on the side of England and give this one. Apologies, it's not Jopling, it's Chris Wade. I've been out in the sun for too long. What a platform this is from Bushell. Taylor, again, it's this whole one option. We were speaking about it all day. What a line that is from Wade.
Great line. And we did say earlier, didn't we? It was like a little bit of adversity is what they might need to get them back in the game, and Chris Wade's just come up with 2 scores in a row for them, so it's obviously working in his favour. A really, really nice line there. Good option from Bobby Taylor as well. ID to pick up.
Gio working with Maui and Fergus Woodward. Fergus, a name that we've not called all that much as well in this game, not really had an influence. So, a little bit of my more familiar, or more recent experience commentating these guys, that's from Touch and Tapas, where Big Bang Europe was essentially 90% of this team. And look at that for a score. Maui Tamare gets the plaudits from the English defence. I mean, how good is this? I mean, he looks a bigger figure than you would have thought, but he moves so light on the feet. I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, he's an absolute athlete, and what you saw there is he takes pre-touch, he takes his defender inside, he steps to the outside to get that defender to chase and jump, which means that saver who set their position based off the toucher, they no longer have the right spacing, and so he's made that defender jump, late step, late dive at the line, no chance.
Money is what we want to say. Absolute money. Now the emphasis is on the bomb squad, or the POM squad, if you want to make it a little bit more England coded. Marcus Evans spearing long to Blessed, but Blessed can't quite take it in her stride.
Yeah, really, really good chase out from the winger there. She I think it was Kohlheim again. She came in, she came up, and she read the pass in the air, put enough pressure on to force the spill.
6 minutes or so left to go in the Germany mixed 30s. I mean, we've not brought it up yet, but I will. I mean, your very bold prediction yesterday that Germany were going to take it in the mixed 30s category. I know we're both Englishmen. We're both rooting for the home nations, of course, but there is a part of me that loves to see, especially in the Euros, other teams make things happen, as we see a bit of magic from Ian Bailey getting over for Germany, and a 3-try buffer with about 5 minutes left to go. That feels like a tall order.
Yeah, it really does. And you saw again, they're looking to run that middle scoop platform for Chris, coming off his left hand to rips the passive ball, causes that English defence to chase and collapses under. And yeah, we obviously we're rooting for the nation that we represent, but at the same time, it's always nice to see someone new come and start mixing it up. And you saw last Euros, kind of the battle between Germany and France senior mix was a real tough one. You know, they slugged out in the semi-final. They were only France won by 1 very late on in the pool game. I had the pleasure of refereeing that one. And at the World Cup, Germany obviously doing one better, getting into that bronze final, actually beating England in the pool stage.
Yeah.
And so you kind of part of me really hopes that they can go and do the works this time round.
Yeah, and I think in the World Cup as well, obviously we both had the pleasure of being there. I had the absolute privilege of commentating the whole week alongside the boys from Next Gen, Wolf Kelmsley, who is my GOAT, by the way. There's enough said about some of these big commentators. Wolf Kelmsley's my GOAT, and then you got James Preston as well. And I think that Germany mixed 30, they captured the hearts of everyone, right? Like, everyone just loved watching them play. They were so entertaining in the same way that, like, Cook Islands and Lebanon did in the men's open. They became sort of the de facto favourites. If they were playing anyone that wasn't your home nation, you were pulling for them. It's great to see them add a couple really key players, create some sustainability of the platform, because again, it's an important thing to mention. These age groups, people age out all of the time. You know, you can't, it's harder to build for World Cup cycles and Euro cycles when you're a coach in an age group. I think Dan's done an amazing job wearing number 13 in the sub box here, just orchestrating things, and it's a brilliant thing, isn't it, to see this Germany side come and just pull out.
It's so good. I mean, I had the opportunity to go and referee at their national championships a couple of years ago, just after World Cup, and a majority of that team was playing in that, and they're still here today, and you see a lot of the same faces, and it's nice to see that they're really developing that core of players that they have, and it's kind of like, yeah, okay, maybe there are some Kiwi imports, but they're a real big core part of this team, and they have been in Germany for a good number of years. They've been around developing Touch Berlin. I know that Maui and Chris have founded Sayens, their club that go kind of tours around Europe and is based in Germany.
Yeah.
They really do a lot to develop the sport over there, and it's growing really well.
Absolutely, and don't get me wrong, I'll take a few Kiwi imports for England. I stuck your hand off for it. As you see, Perticaro and Evans just struggling a little bit. We lost the control, turnover, 3 minutes left to go. I mean, just what has it been for this Germany mixed 30 side that has proved the difference maker? I mean, I've got a few ideas in mind, but I want to pick your brain. Put your coach's hat on for me for a minute, Theo.
Hat on. So I'm saying it's fitness for a start, because obviously we're late in the game. They're still running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's organisation in their rucking sets as they go in to put them 4 up off the back of that transition, and it's the fact that Germany are setting up really well on touch 0 when they get a turnover, and they're just rolling England through the transition. And England haven't really got that, from what I can tell. Their midfield defensive policy isn't quite working for them. They're allowing Germany to get a lot of momentum. They're allowing players like Maui and Chris and Gia to come off the box and really do some damage against a rolling defence. And it's not that England don't have attacking weapons, nor do they have issues in their line defence per se. It's just that midfield's been won by Germany.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. Then the other thing for me as well is the diversity of attacking structure. Having sort of 5, 6, 7 weapons to go to all the time consistently, whereas we see England, they love this 2-man play, occasionally some splitter platforms, but aside from that, a lot of it comes from link punishers and quickies. Whereas you've seen this Germany mixed 30s, they've gone sweeper, doggies, quickie step back, fire up, counties. There was a 21 in the first half. Like they've got so much. All those tools in the toolkit that one of them's going to fit the lock. And 9 seconds in, to the rest of this game, 4 tries the difference. This Germany mixed 30 side has been so impressive to watch. It certainly lived up to my expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a case of while England have their preferred platforms, it seems like they lacked a little bit of imagination in the second half. Marcus is really good on that right to left counties platform. But actually, I think the sweepers were working for them better, and it probably would have been good to stick to that. I know, I absolutely understand the feeling of, okay, we're up against it here, we need to take the game by the scruff of the neck, and you go to what you know, you go to what your defaults are. As an absolute pill over to the side, it's forward.
Yeah, and so I suppose it's quite an important point to make as well. England, to my mind, and I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, they always do, have had 4 to 5 tries disallowed for forward passes. So on another day, this could look completely different, and when we're talking about this game in completely different context. But as it stands, they're 4 down to Germany.
They are 4 down, but at the same time, I think you can look at Germany's line defence and see that the height that they're getting off the line, and actually that's a real game changer as the levels progress. That you see people, okay, maybe they're defending in the right place as we go sideways, but they're not off the line. They're not cutting off space. They're not taking time away from the ball player. And the less time you give someone who's got a pass like Marcus Evans, who's got the ability to kind of run and then distribute as Franco has, the less time you give that, the better you're going to get an outcome.
I completely agree, and that is all she wrote. Germany mixed 30s marched through England with authority. A superb performance stitched together by some real individual standouts, namely Maui Pomare, who has been unplayable, combined with Chris Tupou, Fergus Woodward, Gia. This team has a little bit of everything. And for England, this isn't the end of the world. There's still plenty of opportunities to get more points on the board, that they'll progress, that they'll mature through. But it's also the end of has been an absolutely magical first day at the Euros, the largest of its kind. There's been a buzz about the ground. What was really nice as well, from a personal perspective, the beers were flowing from like 11 o'clock. You could see people walking around, supporters, family, friends. There's a real buzz about the place. There's a real feeling that this is something special. And I think we're in for an awesome week.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Some of the results go in the ways you don't expect necessarily. You look at the Men's Open, you watch that Scotland go over the top of Ireland, but then Wales, who were not really a massive massively touted team coming into this, getting really close to Scotland in the scoreline. I think it was only 2 or 3 in the end.
They were level at half time.
Level at half time, exactly. There you go. And similar with France and Ireland, very very close at half time. Ireland pulling away at the very last, and it's kind of every division has their dark horses. They have the competitiveness, and actually, no one's safe on their day. You can look at that England performance against Scotland and think, oh, they're unplayable. But at the same time, you look at Ireland on form at the top of their game. If they can disrupt them physically, if they can kind of get in their heads early, who knows what will happen.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what we will do. We will find out the answer to that question tomorrow afternoon when England play Ireland on pitch 2 tomorrow. But that is all from us today. Day 1 in the books. Almost 12 hours of live touch delivered to you via Next Gen Live from all of us here. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.